Good morning. This is Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. We're bringing you all the action ahead of market opening this Thursday, expiry again, of course. And at the moment, the index is again looking just about steady. We'll have some key earnings to track as always, as well as some key news. And we'll get to that in a moment. Let me first quickly just bring up the global picture for you overnight. The dollar index is still holding fort at those higher levels. No major change overnight, but it's still looking very strong right now. And if we take a look at some of the other key barometers as well, we had a decent overnight trend on Wall Street, 1.5% up on NASDAQ, Dow Jones, and in Asia this morning as well, it's looking pretty decent. So no volatility this morning, Shell, good morning, but steady, just no major traction expected.
Abha, as always, there is good news and there is super good news. So where do you want me to start?
The super good news.
Okay. So Mr. Trump has again changed his mind and he said no such thing is happening with Iran as of now. Therefore, crude oil prices have slipped more than $5 a barrel and are thankfully below $100 per barrel. That's one good news.
You would have thought there'd be a bit more cheer in the market on the back of that.
Yes, I'll come to that.
Okay.
So bond yields are also down, therefore equities will be up. Okay. Therefore, you mention Wall Street and you mention strong Asia, but in our case, the cheer is limited because rupee continues to fall.
Right.
So that's a negative, but a gap up for sure, and things are changing for the better for Nifty and Bank Nifty. The rally in mid caps and small caps continues. Very, very strong breakouts now happening in sectors such as chemicals, bearings, infrastructure and insurance. And Abha, surprise, surprise, metals are going to make a comeback today. So keep an eye out on ferrous and non-ferrous metals. And more importantly, strength earlier in healthcare, in pharma, in hospitals, in mid and small cap pharma and CDMO pharma, plus our usual capital markets. Very strong rally there. I'll keep on talking about stocks.
Yeah, I was going to say, Shell, you pretty much list everything.
Yeah.
So by the end of it,
No.
you have to pick three. Just the top, okay, top two.
Top two. Okay. So metals will make a comeback today. And of course, chemicals and pharma, the rally will continue.
I mean, it's nice to know there's so much choice in the markets right now.
Absolutely.
But let's take it one by one. But tell me something, given that we are seeing oil cooling off, when do we start to see the rupee somewhat stabilizing? You know, what is continuing to cause the downward pressure? I mean, till now it's been a free fall. And, market experts are saying almost 100 is expected. Do we expect to see any kind of appreciation given the current geopolitical factors?
No, Abha. So the government and the RBI and all exporters, I don't want to use the phrase are in cahoots, but everybody wants a 3-digit on the rupee. The forwards of the rupee have hit 100. So essentially that's where you are headed. The only thing that you can do is look at a very controlled decline. Every day we are losing 20, 25, 30 paisa on a regular basis. See, between 95 and 97, it took a week.
Right.
So that decline is there, and that's why, you ask, why is there not so much of enthusiasm in the market? Because Nifty and Bank Nifty are hostage to FIIs selling. And that is because of the rupee.
Got it.
And the rupee is falling because of FIIs selling. So it's a vicious trap.
Right. Okay. So that trend is expected to continue. And of course, we've got our eyes on the US Fed as well to see what they may do. But right now, there doesn't seem to be any reason to see a change in trend. Let me welcome in Rajesh Palve, also joining us on the show this morning. Rajesh, good to have you with us. Let me get the setup according to you. How's it looking? What are the kind of levels we're tracking today?
Good morning, Abha. Good morning, Shalji. Good morning, everyone. So, looking at the setup, broader market is showing sign of buying interest and confidence is there in broader market. Mid cap, small cap space is continuously attracting buying interest despite of volatility in the market. But Nifty is still consolidating in a very tight range and almost hovering around 50-day moving average supply area. So I think looking at the GIFT Nifty indicative tick, I think if we open about 23,750 mark, I think then we could see some short covering action to trigger as major call writing activity was there at 23,700, 23,800 band. So I think if we open around 23,750, I think they are forced to cover their short position in the call writing side, and then Nifty may, try to give breakout of 23,800, and then we could see furthermore extension of rally towards 24,000. So that's the upward, levels where we are projecting at this juncture. But on the other hand, when we are seeing these kind of volatility in last couple of trading session, whatever dip we are getting around 23,400, 300 zone are attracting, buying interest at lower level. So which clearly indicates that, Nifty is trying to build a base around 23, 300 to 500 zone. And again, in the previous day fall also, when there was a dip in the opening itself, the put writers were confident at 23 400, 23 500 strikes. So which shows that, market is trying to defend this important level. And I think if we continues to defend this level, possible breakout on the higher side would be there, as broader market is giving a different, behavior. And I think that would be one needs to focus on, as already Selji has already pointed out lot many sectors. And I think in these sectors, continuity of uptrend is there. So we are deploying buy on dips strategy at this juncture till Nifty is holding about 23,300. But yes, for Bank Nifty, it's a critical, zone. 54,000 is a critical zone. Until the Bank Nifty not manages to surpass this 54,000 level, some pressure would be there in
Right.
the Bank Nifty around those level.
Right. Good morning, Rajesh ji. A very warm welcome. A view that you might have on metals. The index itself is trying to make a comeback. We'll request the PCR to kindly fire the Nifty Metals Index for us. You'll see after a bit of profit booking, the index is now again trying to make a comeback. A favorite there, which cannot be Hindalco.
Yeah, so definitely Nifty Metal is on our buying list, because Shelji, it's a very easy to find out in these kind of market. The index which is trading about 20-day moving average, stocks which are trading about 20-day moving average are always buyers favorite in this kind of volatility. So Nifty Metal itself is holding 20-day moving average. We have seen that the kind of some pressure was there at higher level, but still overall structure is bullish, and we believe that Nifty Metal Index has potential to again move back to all-time high trajectory. So we may see a breakout above 13,600, 650 zone also. So buy and accumulate would be the strategy for Nifty Metal Index. On the metal pack, yes, our the top pick at this juncture is sale is looking very attractive. The way sale is holding above 190 level, which is very important level for this near-term, short-term setup. I think sale has potential to extend gain, possible target towards 210 to 215 we may see for the counter. So buy and accumulate is the strategy. 192 needs to keep as a stop loss. And another stock is Vedanta. This stock is also looking attractive, enjoying all-time high trajectory. Looking at the buying interest at higher band of this rally, we believe that Vedanta has potential to extend gain. 355 to 360 would be the next target. Buy and accumulate. On the downside, 322 needs to keep as a stop loss.
Okay, so that's on metals, looking exciting. I think we were talking about chemicals, we were talking about capital markets, we were talking about pharma. These are some of the other themes that have been playing out. We're also watching out for some newsmakers today. What's on your radar, Rajesh? Ola, of course, revenue miss, losses are slightly better. Nothing that excites the market so much there. Lenskart, revenue is up, but profit dropped, so that stock ended a bit lower yesterday. Then we've got, from the heavyweights, some news on JSW Energy, looking at a QIP, and Adani Power to acquire 24% stake in JP Power, another thermal asset for over 4,000 crores. So big news coming in on some of these energy names. What should we pick up and discuss from a charts POV?
So I think from this newsmaker, I think Adani Power is looking more stable compared to all these two, three stocks which you mentioned. Looking at the overall power space, we believe that power space is showing sign of resilience, and most of the stocks are now consolidating after a decent rally. Adani Power is one of the stock where we have already witnessed a breakout of previous swing high, which was made in June 2024. So long-term chart is still showing a sign of strength. I think Adani Power, if it's continues to trade about 215, 210 level, there is a possibility that we may see a breakout above 228, and once that happen, the rally can extend towards 250, 260 zone also. So Adani Power is looking more promising from near term, short term perspective.
Abba, what's really exciting? The peak demand of power that we used to see in the month of June has come in earlier in Delhi at least. Thankfully, we are not facing any power cuts, but the gap between supply and demand is so minuscule. Thankfully, the supply has held. That's the reason why you see a very sharp uptick that's happening on power stocks, as very rightly Rajeshji puts it, Adani Power. Look at NTPC. So power consumption is peaking early this summer. Summer itself is so hot this time. Remember 47 and 46 day before yesterday. And the next 10 days are, I am told, really going to be very hot in Delhi.
Going to be scorching. I think it's already, of course, at 42, and it's expected to go much higher.
45.
45. Oh, my phone's telling me 42. but I mean, either way, it's horrible. Okay, given the spate of earnings that we've seen as well, Rajesh, we've had a lot of stocks that have seen, huge bounces on the back of numbers this time around. What stood out to you? What has been interesting for you?
I think post number we have seen a significant decline in banking space, and SBI is attracting my eyes as SBI has corrected significantly post earning. Now, since last couple of trading session, stock is trying to attract buying interest at lower level, and looking at the this drop in crude oil prices, as well as some positive cues from the gift Nifty also, I think here there is an opportunity again to buy SBI and accumulate for medium term to long term perspective, as stock is giving you opportunity at the lower prices. So I think SBI is one stock where we are focusing. 925 needs to keep as a stop loss. And I think gradually we may see a recovery in this counter. And once the stock manages to surpass 985, 990 zone, I think we could see a good amount of buying interest to come back in this counter. And then we may see again, continuation of up move for the counter, and 1040, 1050 would be the again target for the SBI. So I think from PSU banking basket, one can look at SBI at this juncture. Again, from pharma space, Lupin is also corrected post earning, and again trying to form a base building activity post earning. Looking at the last 3-4 days behavior, I think stock is now negotiating with its 20-day, 50-day supply zone. Any breakout about 23.15 may attract short covering action, and then we could see some recovery in Lupin also. So this stock also one can focus on, as the stock has already made a some good base building around 20 to 50. So one can place 20 to 50 as a stop loss.
We'll also look at Abha, a stock called Godavari Power and Ispat Limited. So a combination of metals and a combination of power production. Very strong breakout yesterday. And of course, the numbers were fabulous. Net profits up 33%, 280 crores, and sales up 10%, 1610 crores. Rajesh ji, GPIL.
Yeah. So very strong breakout in the previous trading session. Stock was trading in a falling channel on daily chart, and the previous day move with the volume action has managed to give breakout of this falling channel on daily chart. Stock is comfortably closed about 20-day moving average. In this corrective move, stock has taken the support from the 50-day moving average. So I think near-term, short-term structure is looking very strong. Long-term structure is already in the bullish trajectory. Series of higher top, higher bottom formation is taking place on weekly as well as on the monthly chart. Stock is almost trading near to its all-time high trajectory. So I think one can hold on the position. 296 needs to keep as a positional stop loss. If it's a trade about 296 for next couple of days, I think we may see a higher trajectory of 340 to 350 also.
Okay, Godavari, power for you. Apollo Hospitals has also had a beat, declaring a dividend of 10 rupees. Net profit surges up 33%, in line with really what we've been seeing when it comes to the hospital stocks. Exciting there. Um, We've talked about Adani Energy, Adani Ports also looking at an acquisition. We've talked about some other stocks in focus on account of earnings, so Metro Brands, for instance. Capacite Infra, EBITDA is up about
Yes.
7%. That's
Yes,
another
yes,
one to
yes.
keep an eye. Go ahead, Shell.
No, please continue. I was just nodding in sympathy for this one, capacity infra.
Capacity Infra, so that's another one. And overall, let's talk about consumption too. Rajesh, we've not talked too much about auto recently, but the consensus seems to be that it's still on track, especially the auto ancillary names as well. They still shown a fair amount of strength.
Yeah, definitely. So automobile is still on our buying list, as there is no as such dip in terms of demand. Numbers are still in line with the expectations. So sales numbers are not showing any kind of down tick, and most of the automobile stocks are still enjoying their breakout above medium term, long term charts. Though there was some profit taking at higher level in line with the market behavior. But looking at the two-wheeler space, I think Bajaj Auto is looking very attractive. The way stock is comfortably holding about 10,200 mark. I think if it's defend this level for next couple of week, I think we could see a higher trajectory for Bajaj Auto and possible rally towards 10,700, 800 we may see in the near term perspective. Again, Samvardhana Motherson is also looking very promising. The way stock managed to give breakout of falling trend line on daily chart, I think here we could see good traction on the higher side and possible up more towards 140, 145 we may see in the near term perspective. Again, from the four-wheeler space, we are focusing on Maruti at this juncture. We have seen some volatility in Maruti in recent past, but looking at the near-term, short-term structure, stock is comfortably holding the important support area of 12,500 zone. So I think 12,500 is the key level for this corrective move. If it's able to defend this level, I think here also we may see some pullback action. And once the stock crosses about 13,200, we may see a short covering action towards 13,700 to 14,000 also.
Right. Abha, I forgot to mention two things. You're talking about consumption. So a good scoop of Vantara ice cream at 750 rupees a pop if you're interested.
Wow.
Very strong summer this side, and the heat is unbearable. But then I think we'll have to travel all the way
All
to
the way.
Gujarat to have that
To
scoop.
have a taste of that, yes.
Okay. Two stocks I wanted to
yeah.
mention, Abha, beaten down, BPCL and HPCL. That's because of the drop in oil prices. Please keep an eye out on that one. And of course, we haven't discussed defense. Abha, very strong breakouts happening in Apollo Microsystems post the earnings that came in 2 days ago. So record high there. We'll have to keep an eye out on that one. Rajesh ji, your pick first. HPCL, BPCL or Apollo Micro?
So OMC stocks, HPCL, BPCL, both are showing similar kind of chart structure, and looking at the near-term, short-term structure, there is a recovery from the lower level for Hind Petro. Near-term charts are suggesting that 390.95 are immediate supply zone. If we able to surpass this 395 zone, then there will be a breakout trigger on falling trend line on weekly chart. And I think once able to take out 395, the next upward trajectory towards 415 to 420 we could see for Hind Petro. So at this juncture, one can hold long position, fresh buy can be initiated with stop loss of 376. Similar behavior for the BPCL also. Here also we are waiting for breakout above 302. And once that happen, I think here also another 3 to 4% up move we could see in this counter. As you touched upon the defense stocks. So I think yes, Apollo Microsystem is continuously enjoying its all-time high trajectory. The way stock is making high top, higher bottom formation, we do hold bullish view. And looking at the near-term, short-term structure, we are projecting target of 375 to 380. in the continuation of this up move. On the downside, 345 needs to keep as a stop loss. And again, in the previous day also, we have seen some buying action has been already triggered in most of the defense stocks, be it Mazgaon Dock, Cochin Shipyard, HL. All these stocks have recovered from the lower level in the previous day. So it would be interesting to see in today's session whether the follow-up buying action attract this defense theme or not.
Okay, defense. We've got Bosch on earnings as well today. That's a bit of a miss on estimates. Honeywell Auto also reporting earnings. That's a beat on estimates. IRB Infra has reported. Jubilant Food has reported. That's a miss on estimates as well. And then, of course, we're tracking Lenskart, Ola, and so forth. But, you know, it's interesting. We're also seeing a lot of fundraising activity, a lot of M&A activity. We've got, we talked about JSW, we talked about Adani, we've got Aditya Birla Capital to raise $413 million via preferential equity sale. We've got other news makers as well when it comes to raising. I think Vedanta has also agreed to avail external commercial borrowing of $125 million. So it clearly means there is liquidity and there is demand, Shell, in the ecosystem.
Absolutely, Abha. See, I think we are just so tied up to the Nifty and the Bank Nifty, we are missing the wood for the trees.
Yeah.
There is a massive bull market happening in India, and we seem to be caught up with this, you know, FII sales, Korean and Japanese markets, and the rupee falling, not realizing that, Baba, khel kahin aur ho raha hai. So, if you are unable to see a bull market, then that's your fault.
Right. No, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's what Rajesh started off with as well. He said that the broader markets is where the action is at, really. In terms of, you know, we've also seen Whirlpool reporting today. We had LG reporting earlier. So coming back to consumption and given the heat wave, you know, the noise around the monsoon, what are you making of some of the FMCG or agri plays, Rajesh, going forward?
We are holding bullish view for FMCG. Most of the stocks have shown a decent amount of rally. From that pick, I think Nestle India is our preferred choice at this juncture as stock is continuously making higher top, higher bottom formation. Stock structure is looking attractive on the across all time frames. So Nestle is one of the stock where we are suggesting buy and accumulate in any kind of volatility. On the downside, the 1350 is a good support area for the counter, so one can place a stop loss around those level. And on the higher side, we are projecting target of 1550 to 1600 for Nestle. Again, from the FMCG basket, another stock where we are focusing is Varun Beverages. This stock has also done well in last couple of weeks, and after a decent rally, now stock is consolidating. Looking at the near-term, short-term structure, we believe that once a stock able to take out 525, I think there is a potential for furthermore upward momentum towards 560, 580 zone also. So one can look to buy this Varun Beverages also. On the downside, 490 needs to keep as a stop loss to buy and accumulate Varun Beverages.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 minutes to pre-open. And things are looking better. Why are they looking better? Because oil prices have slipped below $100 a barrel. That's a big relief. For the moment, US President Mr. Donald Trump has decided not to hit Iran in the Mideast conflict. That has eased oil prices. That's very good news for us. We will, of course, be watching for the first tick of the rupee. I'll request the PCR to kindly show us the long-term chart of the rupee. For the last 9 trading sessions, the rupee is depreciating dramatically. We've already hit 96.96. Rajesh ji, one very quick question. Where is the rupee headed by end of May, first week of June?
I think it's very difficult to predict as there is a uncharted trajectory for rupee as it's continuously making every day new high on a daily basis. So until unless there is a significant reversal, we don't see. I think it may further head higher towards 98 also, 98.50 also. So it's very difficult to predict where it will stop. But yes, looking at the near-term, short-term structure, I think 96 is the important level. If we see any drop below 96, then we could see, rupee to appreciate. Otherwise, I think trajectory is still showing that, we may see further more weakness to continue.
Right. Uh, Very quick ones, Rajesh, market just about to open. JSW Steel.
Yeah, so definitely, Shelji, as we pointed out, the metal is a space where we hold bullish view, and JSW still is consolidating since last couple of week in a very tight range. Any breakout above 1300 may attract more buying action, and then breakout play will takes place, and then upward target 1340, 1350 we could see for JSW Steel. On the downside, 1255 needs to keep as a stop loss.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what we see in front of us is a landmark day. It's Thursday. Couple of things to highlight. Weekly expiry of the Sensex. You have oil below $100. That's positive. You have bond yields slipping globally. That's positive for equities. Gift Nifty pointed to a gap up. That's good. We are looking at the rupee for the next 1 minute or so. Let's see where it opens. And all this put together will have a salutary impact on markets on the equity side. 9 days the rupee has fallen every single day. Let us see whether today is a reversal based on global parameters. Plus, we'll be watching out the metal space, pharma space, healthcare space, of course, chemicals, bearings, infrastructure and insurance. Focus on mid caps and small caps. Keep the Nifty and the Bank Nifty aside for the moment. The bulls are running roit as far as the markets are concerned on the mid and the small caps. And let us see what the rupee has to offer for the moment. The market, let us see what it is showing as far as the Nifty is concerned. For the moment, you have a 250 point uptick. That's very nice. 1% higher, 23,900 for you as far as markets are concerned. And what's the rupee doing? The rupee has appreciated by 44 paisa to 96.37. That's very, very positive. Early morning clicks are showing 1,900 shares in the green versus 765 that are in the red. Let me just look at a very quick view on what is clicking within the Nifty. Opening quotes are Grasim up 2.62% post strong earnings. Apollo Hospitals strong earnings 3.7% higher. You have Reliance 1.9% higher. BEL 2% higher. So these are the stocks that are clicking up in trade. Let's look at the FNO space. Samman Capital 10% higher. You have Laurus Labs 2.5% higher. Paytm 4.5% higher. What are you observing, Rajesh ji?
I think some of the metal stocks one can focus on, as you mentioned about the Hindalco also. I think here one can focus, this stock can extend gain, and we can see a level of 1090. Again, pharma is another space where we could see a possible up move in the most of the stocks. So that Zydus Life is on our radar. I think here one can look to buy this stock, and we believe that the way stock is holding the strength, I think we could see a target of 1080, 1100 in the next couple of days. So Zydus Life is also on our radar to buy.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the rupee is what we will continue to focus on. We'll shortly be showing you a very, very important chart. A 9-day fall has been arrested, and for the moment, it's a nice green tick across the board. Lenskart 3.5% higher, Reliance 1.85% higher, Samman Capital, it's a blowout that's happening. 42 crores is already traded on Samman Capital. Let's look at what the numbers are for the moment. Well, it's terrible from the net profit point of view. I I think it's a peak loss that they are reporting. Maybe the worst is behind them. So that's the reason we won't be discussing this in detail. But in the initial space, JP Power, this is the buyout that's being planned by Adani, 7.5% higher at 19.7. IFCI, 4.2% higher. Honeywell Automation, 4% higher, 31,400 for you. No stopping GE Shipping, 3.8% higher, 1730. Rajesh ji, GE Shipping.
So I think shipping space is looking attractive. I think GE Shipping, SCI, all these stocks are on our buying radar. The way GE Shipping is holding above all its near-term, short-term moving averages, rounding bottom formation breakout is already took place on the weekly chart. So I think yes, one can look to buy this counter, and we may see continuity of uptrend. 1700 to 1750 would be the next level where GE Shipping can extend its gain. So at this juncture, 1640 should be your stop loss target. We may see around 1750.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll pause it here. Rajesh ji, what a pleasure. बहुत दिनों बाद बातें हुई और it's always so nice to hear your voice and your views.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
A great day ahead, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back shortly.
The much-awaited India-UK Free Trade Agreement has hit a sudden roadblock, and the reason is steel. The landmark trade pact known as the India-UK Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA, was expected to come into force this month after years of negotiations. But now, new steel import restrictions introduced by Britain have delayed the rollout. The UK government recently announced tougher safeguards to protect its domestic steel industry. Starting July 2026, Britain will slash tariff-free steel import quotas by nearly 60%. And once those limits are crossed, exporters will face a massive 50% tariff, double the earlier rate. That move has triggered concern in New Delhi. Indian officials say these measures were never part of the original negotiations and could weaken the benefits Indian exporters were expecting under the trade deal. India exported nearly $900 million worth of iron and steel products to the UK last year, making the issue economically significant. Commerce Secretary Rajesh Agarwal says India and the UK are now working on a creative solution to resolve the steel dispute and operationalize the deal quickly. The India-UK FTA has been described as one of Britain's biggest trade agreements since Brexit. The deal aims to more than double bilateral trade to $120 billion by 2030 and promises major opportunities across textiles, automobiles, technology, services, whiskey, and manufacturing. Negotiations began back in 2022. Now, with the finish line finally in sight, one sector, steel, has become the final hurdle in a deal both countries say remains strategically critical. The big question now, can London and New Delhi break the deadlock before economic momentum slows down? With Shorik Shah, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight. Well said, well said, well said. SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange. Co-presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Good morning, you're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Let's take you through the top stories at this hour. Fresh from his five-nation tour, the Prime Minister all set to chair a meeting of the full Council of Ministers this evening. The economic fallout of the ongoing West Asia conflict and growing concerns over oil prices, supply chains and inflation to top the agenda. Asian stocks rally after Samsung averts a crippling strike. SoftBank surges 20% after reports that OpenAI is considering an IPO. Investors also encouraged by Donald Trump's statements that the US is in final stages with Iran. SpaceX files for what could be the world's largest IPO. This could propel Elon Musk into a $1 trillion orbit. But filing reveals billions in losses and Musk's plan for super voting shares to keep the company in his control. Nvidia exceeds expectations with blockbuster quarterly results, $82 billion in revenues and $80 billion share buyback program, a 2,500% jump in dividends. The company says it is ready to go mainstream. Ferrari slashes its India prices by 30% in anticipation of the India-EU free trade agreement. The Italian company's cars are cheaper by more than 3 crore rupees in some cases. Duties under FTA to fall from 110% to 30% in the first year and to 10% by the fifth year. On your screen, we've got the currency this morning slightly stronger, snapping 9 days of a losing streak, opening 52 paise higher against 96.82. This morning at 96.3. And this is, of course, after we've seen a cool off on oil. However, the expected trend is still downwards. We'll keep an eye on how we see the currency moving either way. Let's also get into detail on the Prime Minister's tour. Fresh off the current visit to Italy, he's now set to chair a major economic war room review as the West Asia conflict still looks uncertain. The government has now shifted from passive monitoring to full-scale economic preparedness, activating a high-level ministerial group to track risks linked to crude, inflation, and essential commodities, all amid fears of prolonged geopolitical disruptions. Let's go across to Chetan Bhutani for more on this. Chetan, he's had an action-packed foreign tour. He's come back and diving straight into really war room strategy meetings. What can we expect from this ministerial meet?
But today is one very, very crucial day for the government, because Council of Ministers meeting is happening, whereby a whole lot of reform measures and performance measures would be under the review, would be taken by the Prime Minister. But more importantly, what's going to happen today is at 5 p.m. when secretaries to the Government of India of top ministries, including Finance, Commerce, DPIIT, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Labour and Railways, are expected to give a wholesome presentation. This is going to last till late in the night, and the agenda would be to discuss the war situation, the inflation measures, and what all the government has undertaken in the past 60 days when the war broke out to ensure that the people of India actually remain under the protection of inflation measures. The government is also going to take a wholesome review of what the Prime Minister is going to instruct them, and the wholesome measures that was going to come out from the meeting would be notified late in the night. But yes, it's going to be a long evening for Prime Minister Modi. He's flying out after a 5-nation tour and coming back and directly heading to the war room with his top ministers and, of course, with the top secretaries as well.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that, and critical meeting taking place today on, of course, what's happening in West Asia, and it tells you that the situation continues to be serious on ground with regards to crude oil supplies and inflation. We're joined by Shailendra Bhatnagar and Gaurang Shah this morning. Gaurang, I want to dive into that with you as well, just ahead of market opening, but let's focus on the currency. While we've all been busy talking about crude, the currency is just going, getting weaker and weaker, now at 96, marginal appreciation this morning, but still expected to move further towards the 100 mark.
Hi Abha, good morning to you, to my good friend Shail Bhatnagar, and to all your viewers. A small disclosure, Abha, thank you so much for having me on the show. All recommendations that I'll be sharing with you this morning are part of our fundamental research team recommendations. Our company, Jirjit, or myself, we do not have any kind of personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest, but we share similar investment ideas with our clients. They might have their investment interest. So, Abha, I think the hard reality is hitting us now of this unfortunate bloodshed and destruction that is happening from 28th of Feb 2026, and it is still, hanging on your head, on all our head as a sword. Uncertainty still persists. So we are hit by double whammy actually, and that's what my concern is. Normally, I don't get really, worried about such situations. But the concern now, Abha, it's a clear and present danger, Abha. On one side, you have boiling crude oil prices. On the other side, you have a weakening rupee, which is at its lifetime low. Along with that, there are concerns of my view, Abha, is that maybe first and second quarter of this new financial year, earnings may get impacted. What we are witnessing right now is the fourth quarter last financial year, wherein the impact was not felt as much. But this impact will be a little bit harder. And if there are downgrades, then for at least short to medium term, I think we have to prepare ourselves for a range-bound market. Though there might be positivities in terms of government policies, and as you were discussing with your colleague, I think this is what prime ministers are supposed to do, right? You come back from a five-nation hectic tour, and you straight away dive into the war room to take care of the situation and make policies and decisions that will have a minimum negative impact. So markets, we are holding out. I mean, 23,200, 22,800, they are holding out. But how long we can hold out is the big question mark. So we need to be a little bit careful and cautious, but at the same time, Abha, there are a lot of sectors which can perform in these difficult times.
All right, market opening ticks on your screen. Gaurang, now 1% higher, good 200 points up on the Nifty. It's looking good, a bit of relief coming in, and also expiry today. So tracking both those factors. Relief, of course, on West Asia cooling down, oil prices cooling down. Nifty Bank is also up about 0.9%, 120, 130 points up, 170 points up on the index right now is what we're looking at. Let's take a look at the advanced decline ratio as well and see where we're at this morning. And let's also take a look at a whole host of those newsmakers. But first, on the index, metals are looking strong. Let's pull up also IT, given all the action overnight. Broader markets are looking strong as well. Advances clearly overtaking declines, only maybe 300 stocks in the red right now. Financials are having a good time. IT is steady this morning, not really seeing too much on those NVIDIA numbers or any kind of follow through, even on sentiment. We've got at this point of time, so broader markets intact on the index. Grasim, BEL, Zomato, some of the names that are pulling up the index today. Grasim, in fact, up 3%. Apollo Hospitals also on earnings. Shriram Finance, Asian Paints. So these are some of the key movers on the index. We've got a very strong move coming in across. Very few losers, of course, ONGC naturally on those oil prices right now. Interglobe is also up 2%. Clear reaction to what we're seeing on those crude prices. Let's pull up some earnings reactions like a Lenskart, Ola. Take a look at some of these as well. Let's take a look at Apollo Hospitals, how it's doing post earnings this morning, and see a few other results impacts. MedPlus also up 3% on the back of earnings right now. Lenskart is up 2% as we speak. And let's take a look. Ola, of course, down 4%. Can't really do too much right now to salvage itself. MedPlus Health is up 4-5%. Samruddh and Madhusumi has reported. Let's pull that one up for you as well. And the list goes on. Shail, what are you tracking?
Abha, I'm tracking the very sharp breakout that's happened on the Nifty, 150 points higher. and that's primarily driven by super index heavyweights. Let me just pull out the gainers. HDFC Bank, L&T contributing 17 and 22 points, 12 points respectively to Nifty's rally. ICICI, Reliance, Grasim and SBI. So what we are basically looking at is a 150-point gap up. First 15 minutes we'll wait. Possibly you'll see this rally extending forward today and the rupee appreciating. So that's a very, very big plus. You can make that out from the advanced decline ratio that's there in the beginning. About 2,300 stocks in the green, 400 in the red. All 19 indices are in the green, and the rally has begun on PSU banks, metals as we had discussed. Auto is something that we need to discuss with my dear friend Gaurang, because oil is off the boil and auto is something that he really likes. Good morning to you, Gaurang, and a very warm welcome. Abha, over to you.
Well, you know, there are a few earnings reactions that are not so hot. So Jubilant Food, and EPAC Durable, for instance. So there are a couple of these also on the downside, and we'll bring them up for you on your screen in a moment. But let me also turn our attention to what's happening with the Adani Group names. Adani Power is all set to acquire 24% stake in Jayaprakash Power, and this is from Jayaprakash Associates for 2,994 crore. Adani Power will be acquiring 180 megawatt thermal power plant, and other Jayaprakash Associates assets will also be part of the deal. The thermal plant and asset acquisition is being valued at 1,200 crore rupees. Adani Ports will be acquiring JP Fertilizers, and Adani Ports will also be buying 100% stake in JP Fertilizer at 1,500 crore rupees. So lots of deal buzz there with regards to, of course, the fertilizer acquisition, as well as, of course, the entire assets, the thermal power plant that they're also looking to acquire. So that's a huge deal and a lot at play there. Gaurang, what are you making of this latest news coming in from Adani Power?
Well, I think, Abha, first of all, thank you, Shell. Good morning to you as well. So, Abha, this brings in a lot of clarity and stability in terms of uncertainty that was lying for many, many years. And as of today, constructing a power plant with 180 megawatts capacity takes a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of capital, and more difficult is the approvals to come through. So this will add to the existing power generating capacity of Adani. And along with that, the other assets that they are going to get in, I think they can monetize them, or they can possibly, bring in a new business strategy and start working on them. It would be interesting to see how the funds are going to be used by JP Associates, because it's in public domain, the financials and the problems that JP Associate has had, or JP Group of Company has had. So it'll be interesting to see how that's going to be, whether it's going to be utilized to pay off bankers, institutions, and of course, secured, unsecured creditors, lenders, etc. But positive for a company called Adani Power, just in case if this is finally going to go into the overall power manufacturing or generating capacity of Adani. But I'm sure it will. Won't give specifics, Sabha, because we don't have coverage on Adani Group of Companies.
Sure. Okay. Thanks, Gaurang. Now, let me also turn our attention to some more breaking news coming in. There's been a record fall in crude oil stockpiles in May. This is according to Goldman Sachs. They're saying the fall is double the average pace of stockpiles shrinking. And currently, we're looking at 8.7 million barrels a day in May. That's the kind of shrink that we're seeing. 2/3 of the fall is via a drop in oil on water. So that's the latest coming in on oil stockpiles. And remember, we are seeing a very high-level ministerial meeting chaired by the Prime Minister here in the capital today to discuss some of this. And so the challenge is real. Goldman also saying that EU, jet fuel imports have fallen 60%. So jet fuel imports for the EU have actually fallen 60%. And you're seeing that in, of course, the limited flights or rescheduled flights that we're also seeing across the world. So this is the latest coming in on crude oil. Remember, while oil prices have fallen and while the situation in West Asia seems to be coming to an end, it has led to a huge impact on supplies of crude. And India is, of course, one of the markets taking a big hit, as well as other key markets in Asia. So according to Goldman this morning, a record fall in those stockpiles in the month of May. And Gaurang, you were, of course, alluding to this, and we have seen the OMCs now hike the prices when it comes to the retail price that we're seeing, and the earnings we've seen so far have, like you said, been for the past quarter. They are also likely to see some impact, even though they've talked about mitigating it somewhat. But given what we're seeing in terms of these stats for May, the situation could be a little worse than anticipated.
I hope it is little, Abha. That's the only worry, because the problems are plenty as of now. And if it is bare minimum, then I think we could just see a knee-jerk reaction and then possibly sail through. So that's what my view is, and I hope that there is this resolution in place between US and Iran for the ongoing conflict, because it has not only troubled India, it has troubled the entire world. And not only oil and gas comes from there, it could, a lot of important input, raw material, commodities come in from that passage as well. So it is going to be interesting. But yeah, I mean, to answer your question on oil marketing companies, I think it was after 4 years that we saw this increase on petrol and diesel. It came in as a little bit of unpleasant surprise, the kind of quantum, it happened very frequently. And we have to prepare ourselves for maybe a couple of more increase in petrol and diesel prices, not a large one, but in small quantums. So oil marketing companies will possibly, and we are positive on all the three oil marketing companies from a longer point of view, HPCL, BPCL, IOC.
All right, positive coverage coming in there. Shell, we're just about to wind up. We are about 10 minutes into opening. How's it looking?
Well, Abha, what's really good for the moment is the rupee. And, after so many days of pain, you have the rupee 42 paisa lower. That's had a salutary impact on our markets. Nifty 112 points higher. Look at the Nifty mid-cap 500 points higher. The small cap 100 index is also 165 points higher. For the moment, it's a nice shade of green. And we are looking at strength across the board when it comes to Samman Capital, Honeywell Automation, Indraprastha Gas, NetWeb Technologies, all in good shape, Abha. Strong advance decline ratio, and of course, all indices in the green.
All right, everything in the green. And Gaurang, I know that Shell wanted to ask you about auto as well. Given the cooling off on oil, auto has managed to remain resilient so far. Do you think we'll now start to see a pickup?
So Abha, Shell and myself, we do not miss out a single opportunity when it comes to the auto sector. So he's a big fan of this sector, and so am I. And I hope he still has his Royal Enfield running up and great. So my sense is extremely positive. Yeah, you may have on and off days of some profit booking, but long term, Abha, as a brokerage house, we remain positive on two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, commercial vehicles, tractor agri equipments, and pure EV plays. And there is also a possibility, Abha, of a price hike coming through. We saw it at the beginning of the year, but with the kind of ramp up in terms of capex and the demand coming in. And one thing that I hope Shell can throw more light on this. So India has signed somewhere close to about 8 FTAs. And my understanding, Abha, is that these FTAs would be a big positive for the auto sector in terms of exports.
Abha, let me just come in here. I want to inform Gaurang that the prices of Ferrari in India have been brought down dramatically, and he's the only guy who can afford buying it for himself, as far as I remember. And of course, my original complaint remains with Gaurang for the last 25 years. He hasn't told me who his tailor is in Mumbai. After Mark Mobius, the most well-dressed man on Dalal Street has always been Gaurang.
All right. I think I'm going to... I'm going to leave it there for now. But we'll be back with you for market closing. Gaurang, Shell, thanks so much. And do stay tuned. We'll be back with more political news on the other side.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight. Well said! Well said! Well said! SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's turning out to be a fine day on Dalal Street. The rupee, after a 9-day fall, ladies and gentlemen, has appreciated 45 paisa versus the dollar. That's because crude oil prices are down below $100 a barrel. That's also because global bond yields have slipped down, and these three things have happened. Why? Because US President Donald Trump says that for the moment he's close to a deal with Iran, and the Middle East conflict may ease out as quickly as possible. So that's the state of play, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a look at the Nifty, 23,758 for you. It's down about 100 points from an intraday high, but over its previous close, it's up about 100 points. There is strength in the Nifty mid cap and the small cap index, and earnings-led stocks are doing very well. The top gainer today in the market as far as NSE 500 is concerned is, ladies and gentlemen, Honeywell Automation, 32955, 9% higher. Samman Capital in strength. You have NetWeb Technologies doing pretty well, and of course Triveni Turbine in top show. Misho has again reclaimed 200 rupees, and in terms of the most active counters, Lenskart post earnings, Apollo Hospital post earnings, strength in Motherson Sumi, and selling pressure in Jubilant Foods. We are now joined by Mr. Mitesh Panchal, a very well-known chartist and a long-term watcher of technical charts. He joins us on the show. Namaste Mitesh ji, a very warm welcome. Strength in the market, and 23,500, 23,400 is what the market refuses to give up, no matter the pain that is there globally. What is your view on the Nifty from here?
Good morning, Shalji. Good morning to all our viewers. Yes, Shalji, yesterday we had a bit of a note which we have released saying that probably sooner than later we will be aiming at 25,500. Prima facie, it looks pretty impossible because that's a contra view, but the last 2 or 3 days of a pattern on the Bank Nifty, Nifty Next 50, Mid-Cap Nifty is allowing us to advocate the fact that sooner than later we will be having a surprise on the street. Having said that, as you said rightly, 23,500, 23,300 is a pretty strong zone on the downside. 23,800 is a bit of a resistance on the upside. Today we managed to trade at that point of time, but unfortunately slipped from that level. So once the hourly chart close about 23,800, we are good to go for 24,200, 24,500. So sooner than later, we will be back on the track, and we will see a strong surprise going forward. We are expecting in the month of June, Nifty trading somewhere around 24,800, 25,000. So the status quo is very clear by the dips going forward. Now, as far as the stock specific action is concerned, Off late, we are of the view that Coal India is making a pretty strong comeback after forming its recent low at around 420. Stock is trading at 465. It's a good to go with a stop loss of 450 for the position target of 480 and 500. 480 and 500, these are the two targets on the upside. Second thing, I think PSU banks are coming up in a big way. So we are exceptionally bullish on Bank of Baroda as of now, which is trading at 265 with a top of 255. One can go long for the potential target of 280, 290. Same is the case with Adani Group. I think the entire group is buzzing. And within this group, two stocks which we like the most is Adani Enterprise at 2731 and Adani Energy Solution at 1387. So these are some of the technical picks. And as far as market is concerned, buy the dips.
Wonderful. That's a very, very sensible thing to say, buy the dips. It's worked so far. Let's hope it does in the near future as well. Mitesh ji, a view on the pharma index, as also a couple of pharma stocks where you see long-term build-ups happening on the price side. The sector has been fortunate to get the best tailwind of a depreciating rupee and has done phenomenally well in the last 1 month or so. How do you see pharma moving up from here?
Yeah, I mean, you have spotted it pretty well. I think pharma is moving pretty well, and the only index which is trading at a lifetime high, there are very few. Among them is Nifty Pharma. So right now, let us talk about the stock specific. I think Glenmark Pharma, after a recent high of 2474, the stock has corrected and now coming back. So I think Glenmark Pharma is where we are exceptionally interested based on the chart. Second in line is Lupin. After a recent crash from a level of 2494 to the level of 2210, the stock is consolidating in last few trading sessions, and now the stock is good to go because the stock is now making a multiple attempt to cross its immediate hurdle of 2300, which it has formed on 15th of May 2026, to be very precise, 2299. So we are trading at the same level. So sooner than later, we'll get out of that level and enter into a new trading range. So as far as pharma is concerned, Glenmark and Lupin is a top picks technically.
Okay. Wonderful space both these stocks are in. I'll request the PCR to kindly show us the long-term chart of Lupin. Very, very strong breakouts in this particular stock that have been observed over the last 2.5 years. And what we see at the moment is it consolidating near its all-time high of about 2500. Let's see how it goes. And of course, Glenmark, the new kid on the block, doing extremely well in charts as well. Mitesh ji, a view on hospital stocks. Runaway rallies on Aster DM, on Apollo Hospitals, on the old favorites Medanta, Narayan Hridayalaya. Apollo actually hit a record high. What is your view there?
Good to go, Shalji. But again, in this space, we are sticking with only two counters. That is, first is Apollo Hospital. I think after a long period of time, last time it has hit a high at around 8,099.50 on 24th of October 2025. 25 for the week ending 24th of October 2025. It took a bit of a long period of time because since then the stock has not performed. And last week, that is the week ending 8th of May 2026, finally the stock has crossed that level. So the next level for this stock is 5-digit, that is 10,500, 10,800. So after a good kind of a consolidation, the breakout has emerged. So we are of the view that yes, the stock is good to go as of now. And second is Narayana Hrudayalaya, NH. So if you're talking about Narayana Hrudayalaya as well, again the stock is trading with a positive bias since last 5 to 6 weeks. It is forming a higher bottom formation. However, the recent high, the stock need to cross the recent high 1975, which it has hit on 5th of December 2025. Once that is crossed, I think the stock is about to hit its all-time high around 2400. So both the stocks, Narayana Hrudayalaya and Apollo Hospital, is good to go as of now.
Okay. I'll also, Mitesh ji, request your view on the defense space. Lots of stocks are coming out of hibernation when it comes to strong rallies being witnessed in the market. A view that you might have on another Apollo, but this time Apollo Microsystems, very sharp rallies over the last 10-15 days or so, and of course a fresh record high. What are the charts telling you?
So as far as Apollo Microsystem is concerned, again the charts are pretty good, pretty strong. But Shailji, one should understand that stock has also witnessed a very sharp fall. For an example, in the September of 2025, stock has hit 354 as its lifetime high. After that, the stock witnessed around 50% correction and middle of 179. Then again has picked up and now crossed that level and trading higher. I think the chart pattern is that way not comfortable because more what I see on a monthly and a quarterly basis is much of a participation from a trader's viewpoint. So be careful at this level. I think this level will not sustain going forward. 370, 380 kind of a level. We will somewhere get back to 290 or 280 sooner than later. So advisable to book profit and get out of the stock.
Okay, I'd just like to put out the earnings of Apollo Microsystems for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it reported day before yesterday on May 18th an 81% rise in sales at 293 crore rupees. This was an annual year-on-year rise. It also grew sequentially from 252 to 293, but it's the net profit. The net profit surged 170% for the quarter gone by to 36.8 crore rupees from 14 crore rupees a year ago and 23 crore rupees in the quarter gone by. And that's the reason why if you see the 5-day change, it's an amazing rally that's happened. Let's also at the same time look at all-time highs. It's dominated by either defense counters or the power ancillary space. Power India, formerly Hitachi, now 3% higher, 36,570. You have strength coming into Polycab at 9276, Manappuram Finance 0.5% higher, 320, and of course Aster DM, Laurus Labs, Sai Life and Apollo Hospitals from the pharma space. Mitesh ji, any outliers in the market that you are watching on charts?
I think few counters from the government space, that is PSU space, is buzzing. For an example, look at the entire move in the SAIL, Steel Authority of India. Look at the entire move in Dredging Corporation. That is really promising. So I think going forward, Shailji, again, we'll have to be very choosy in terms of when we are quoting a fact that a PSU rally will come back. We have to be very choosy in terms of selecting the counters within that space. But I think what will surprise going forward is some of these PSU spaces, which are phenomenally performing well on the charts.
Okay. Dredging Corporation, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the shipping rally which you are seeing. I'll request the PCI to kindly fire the long-term charts of GE Shipping. Fresh record high there. Shipping Corporation in strength and Dredging Corporation also coming up after a long while. This has been a high beta item, low floating stock, and has done immensely well on charts whenever they move. The chemical space, Mitesh ji, is abuzz with gains, fresh record high on Naveen Fluorine, but smaller ones, you know, Himadri Specialty Chemicals, Balaji Amines, Alkyl Amines, many of those favorites that we had 4 or 5 years ago are up in steam. What are the chemical charts telling you? What looks good?
Yeah, so again, Balaji Amines and Alkyl Amines, these are the two stocks which are looking phenomenally well. Just to add to that point of PSU rally, even if you look at BEML, I think fantastic chart, BEML Limited. So now coming back to this, the space of chemical, I think Balaji Amines and Alkyl Amines, after a long period of time, has broken its long-term averages and now entering into a new rally. So I think these are the spaces which are looking interesting. Sorry. Apart from that, Shailji, two stocks from the Tata pack is now coming back and looking pretty interesting. First is Tata Technology and second is Tata Elxsi. I think the kind of formation which has did on the charts, I think we may witness a phenomenal run in the next 3 to 6 months.
Tata Tech had a blowout IPO and long-term disappointment from that day onwards. I think we hit 1,300 rupees on the first day of listing. I think the IPO was at 500 rupees. I may have got the numbers right, but may have got the numbers wrong, but ballpark, that was the picture. And from then on, it's a one-way slide as the company and the stock tried to make sense out of very lofty valuations. Okay, let's look at volume buzzers. 942 already, and we have strength in Iris Capital post earnings. Not much actually. Let's look at Techno Electric, 1278, 6.5% higher. Whirlpool, but not much of gains. Triveni Turbine, 700 rupees for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a stock to watch from the mid-sized turbine setup. 703 now. Mitesh ji, what is Triveni Turbine telling you? Strong earnings and of course a very sharp rally.
Yeah, so the rally and the trend can get extended provided that the stock close above 750. So one day move is welcome, no doubt about it. But let us see to it whether the sustainability will continue or not. So above 748 to be very precise, 750 was around figure 748. If it's close on the weekly chart, then it's a good to go. Probably the next trend which gets opened up after that will take the stock to 950 to 1000 or 1100 as well. So a long way to go for Triveni Turbine, but for that it has to close above 748 on a weekly basis.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 9:43. What we'll do is we'll start wrapping up the market for the first half an hour of trade and then proceed for the rest of the market. Mitesh ji, before we let you go, a view that you might have on the rupee.
Okay, so again, this is a pretty weird way of looking at it, because when you're talking about currency, we take the long short, and the long short says that we are here starting, Shailji, a pretty strong appreciation cycle in rupee. Chartically, the first pause will come at 82, followed by 78. So going forward in the next 9 to 12 months, we see a strong appreciation in rupee. To the tune of 82 as a first pause and 78 as the second. And going forward, the equation for the country will get changed based on this. Now, we are technical guys, so what will bring that to 82, that I don't have the theoretical explanation for, fundamental explanation for that. But charts are saying that the rupee is already formed a top at this current level. And now there is a gradual appreciation going forward to the tune of 82 followed by 78 in next 12 to 18 months.
मितेश जी, पूरी दुनिया 100 की तरफ चल रही है और आप 82 की तरफ जा रहे हैं.
Sir, I can't afford, or I can't be afraid of modifying my view based on what the others are saying. I have to say what my charts and my systems are advocating. Just to tell you, sir, I have a written documented thesis when the rupee was trading at 48 for a target of 65, 78 and 82. All my clients are saying that, Mitesh, if it comes at 72 or 85, India will become bankrupt. I say, sir, this is an asset class. India will not become bankrupt. Please be with me. I have the documented proof. I'll share that report with you. When I was working with a company called Sai Investors Home Limited, we have released that report, and it was a laughable figure. So when you're talking about Shailji, currency and commodity trend on the charts, you have to take a long shot. And when you take a long shot, you are always a joker advocating something, because what you're talking about is not easily digestible. Let's see whether 100 rupees will come first or 82 will come first. I'm here to face that. But again, with all the due respect, since we are talking on the media, 150 people, crore 50 people are listening to us. When the rupee trend or the currency or the commodity trend will change, it's a pretty tricky. It will like the way, the kind of rally which you have seen in gold and silver, that will completely surprise you. I think rupee will completely surprise us on the appreciation side as well.
Okay, so here is a public promise, ladies and gentlemen. If in the next 2.5, 3 years, rupee hits 82, place of your choice, Mitesh ji, in Mumbai, we'll go out for a great meal. The bill is on me.
Okay, so it's like Vanakkam Vihar near Opera House is where I would like to go with you. I'll have what do you call that? A pav bhaji, followed by filter coffee. Sugar separate.
मितेश जी, अभी आप क्या बातें कर रहे हो? पाव भाजी और फिल्टर कॉफी के लिए आप मेरे को मुंबई बुलाओगे?
You love the place. I love the place, sir. Vanakam Vihar is such a great place. Second place which I love in Bombay is Maji Sagar near that Tajili. That is the place which I love. Again, Green Center is the one place where I love. So don't want to go to a Taj or Oberoi. I think these are the places which are good to go.
Okay, so I'll go to 3 places of your choice and 1 place of my choice you'll have to go. Bill is all mine.
Yeah, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's a public bet.
Sir. Pleasure is mine.
Public promise that I have made. Mitesh ji is forecasting the rupee to be at 82. This will take time, but that's good. There are few people, actually a minority, which are looking for the rupee to appreciate over the longer term. That will undoubtedly change the complexion of the Indian macro balance sheet. Let's hope it happens. Mitesh bhai, as always, thank you so much. What a pleasure.
Yeah, sir, in the closing remarks, just would like to highlight one more thing. Sir, bearing stocks are coming back. We have already released a special report. If you look at Timken, it is at a 52-week high. So NRB bearing, Timken's copper and Rolex rings are in the pipeline. So just watch out for those stocks on that space as well. Yes,
early morning I had highlighted the bearing sector coming out of a long-term consolidation, and the best stock here in terms of fundamentals, ladies and gentlemen, is Timken India. Fresh record high for you at 37.31. About 40% of Timken India's revenue comes from the railway space, which itself is perking up. Mitesh ji, we'll call it time here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mitesh Panchal in the markets. A very strong student of long-term charts. We'll be back shortly. Have a nice day and stay glued to Business Today Television.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
End in sight for the West Asia war, and with fuel and food prices surging, all eyes have been on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's tour of 5 nations. With the last leg ending on May 19th as he visits Italy. Prime Minister Modi's visit to United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway and Italy signify a change in India's foreign policy, where India is trying to look forward to strengthening technology and ensuring supply chain security. first stop was UAE, where he held talks with President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, a country which has been the target by Iran since the beginning of West Asia War. Modi condemned the attack on UAE and said India stood shoulder to shoulder with the country while emphasizing that the Strait of Hormuz should be free, open and safe.
हॉर्मुज़ को फ्री, ओपन और सेफ बनाए रखना ये हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। इस विषय में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानूनों का पालन आवश्यक है। ब्रदर, भारत हर परिस्थिति में यूएई के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़ा है और आगे भी खड़ा रहेगा।
The stop was less than 3 hours, during which both the countries agreed on a framework for the strategic defense partnership and signed pacts on strategic defense cooperation, petroleum reserves and supply of liquefied petroleum gas. Modi then travelled to Netherlands, during which both the countries elevated bilateral ties to a full-fledged strategic partnership, announcing 17 major agreements spanning semiconductors, green hydrogen, defense cooperation, mobility, critical minerals and emerging technologies. One of the major deals was between Tata Electronics and Dutch semiconductor firm ASML. ASML makes specialized machines without which modern chip fabrication is essentially impossible. Modi's visit to Sweden aimed at targeting electronics, deep tech manufacturing, AI green energy, infrastructure, mobility, urban transformation, healthcare and life sciences. Modi also addressed the European Roundtable for Industry in Gothenburg. Modi's next destination was Norway, where he held bilateral talks with his Norwegian counterpart focused on green energy, maritime cooperation, Arctic engagement, trade and investment. In fact, Modi's visit to Norway is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the Nordic country in 43 years. India and Norway signed a series of agreements covering climate action, maritime cooperation, digital development, healthcare, science, technology and renewable energy.
पिछले वर्ष भारत और यूरोपियन फ्री ट्रेड एसोसिएशन के एक ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड एंड इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट लागू किया। यह एग्रीमेंट भारत और नॉर्वे के बीच शेयर्ड प्रोग्रेस और प्रॉस्पेरिटी सुनिश्चित करने का ब्लूप्रिंट है। इस एग्रीमेंट में अगले 15 वर्ष में भारत में $100 बिलियन इन्वेस्टमेंट और 1 मिलियन जॉब्स क्रिएट करने का लक्ष्य है।
Nordic countries are global leaders in green technologies, sustainable urban planning, innovation ecosystems and clean energy transitions. India's need to enhance its advanced technology in hydrogen energy, climate resilience, smart manufacturing and digital governance has prompted this engagement. This is also being seen by many as a subtle balancing of geopolitical equations by diversifying partnership and reducing dependency on China and the US.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Hello from the Melody team. It
is not just about diplomatic association, rather one of the most talked about friendships in global politics, melody. Modi's visit to Italy from May 19th to 21 at the personal invitation of Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni comes at a moment when the India-Italy relationship is quietly but decisively acquiring strategic depth. But beyond strategy, it is their personal bond that has captured imaginations worldwide. Interestingly, Prime Minister Modi has written the foreword for the Indian edition of Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's memoir titled "I am Georgia, My Roots, My Principles." Prime Minister Meloni and Prime Minister Modi have often caught the internet's eye for the camaraderie. They first met in November 2023 on the sidelines of G20 summit in Bali. But what fueled the internet was Meloni's arrival in India in March 2023 for bilateral meet with Prime Minister Modi. Many Indians began to pour their love for Meloni on her Instagram posts. What really created the sensation was the chemistry between both leaders at the G20 summit in New Delhi. The smiles and the handshake between the two world leaders became the talk of the town.
Hello from the Melody team!
Months later, another video went viral. Hello from Team Melody at the G7 summit broke the internet and racked up over 40 million views, instantly becoming a social media sensation. Even Prime Minister Modi has acknowledged that he is aware about viral Melody memes on social media. In September last year, the duo had a productive meeting in Johannesburg on the sidelines of the G20 summit. Each Modi-Meloni meeting deepens a friendship that is as personal as it is powerful. Most importantly, the cordial question between the two leaders is not without substance. India-Italy bilateral trade has reached nearly $16.77 billion, making Rome New Delhi's fourth largest trading partner in the European Union. From summits to book prefaces, Modi and Melody camaraderie is fast becoming one of the defining diplomatic friendships in our times. With Atishay Jain, Bureau Report, India Today.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today. From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today. Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is What's Hot, a show that focuses on the biggest buzz on the D Street. Well, yet again, we are seeing some strong moves on the D Street, 23,787, just about 130 points higher as far as the markets are concerned. You do see across the board a lot of pockets where a lot of buying is taking place. You have the real estate sector, that's the top moving sector today. Metals are higher, over by 1%. Small caps and the mid caps are also doing well. You also see infrastructure stocks and even the banking names that are hovering higher in trade. All the sectors seem to be in trading in the green. Let's also look at the top movers on the Nifty. At this point in time, you have Grasim, that's up by 4%, Indigo, that's up by nearly 3%, Apollo Hospitals, BEL, Max Healthcare, head of numbers, is also up, and Hindalco. These are some of the names that are doing well at this point. But on the downside, you have a lot of FMCG names like Tata Consumer Products, Nestle, that's declining. Some profit taking even on the IT pack after last couple of trading sessions, which have seen some positive move there. So you do have Infosys, TCS as the stocks that are declining. And even Reliance Industries has reversed some of the gains that it clocked in even in yesterday's trading session. That's where some pressure is building up. Let's actually welcome Vineet Bulinchkar, our guest on the show, to help us understand what exactly to be expected in the markets as we move along. Vineet, hi. Good morning to you. Good to have you with us. First up, give us an understanding of how do you see this current move in the markets. It's been very, very volatile on an everyday basis. What exactly do we expect going forward? Vineet, if you could hear me.
Actually, your voice went away. So, yeah.
On the markets outlook, yeah.
Yeah. So, I think the bill that was passed in the US for stopping the war is a very positive. Markets reacted to that. And if that actually plays out and there is no further escalation, then, we are going to see the market rally. And, the government has been doing a lot of positive steps to tide over the crisis of the fuel shortages, and number of measures that are being put in is like doing 100% ethanol blending and other kind of measures is going to really help. So I believe that the markets are at a point where we will see more positives and negatives come out, and that is the view going ahead. So we've seen a lot of negatives being built into price. Expectations have come off. And, if this plays out, then we will see a rip-roaring valley take place.
Okay. Vineet, let's also understand from you, which are the pockets that are offering you good value despite this kind of a volatility in the markets? Are you taking benefit of the dips that we are seeing off and on in some of the pockets where you do believe the worst is already penciled in? And once things get clearer, the sector or specific stocks in that sector will start to re-rate?
So, if we talk of sectors, they are the usual devils, and, we like the electrification theme a lot. FMCG is also coming coming of age and maturing. I think the trend is getting strong and we will see things get better out here. Apart from that, I think the FMCG, I think pharma also looks very good. There are a number of stocks which have done very well. We like Wokhard, which is a stock which is still under the radar, and we think that that is one that will do well. And apart from this, I think that the rally in your brokerage stocks could also be a dark horse.
Brokerage stocks could also be a dark horse. Any specifics there that you'd like to name at this point in time post the earnings? Where are you seeing more promise?
Angel broking is looking very good. Motilal Oswal is also kind of shaping up quite nicely. So I think these two stocks are something that will, catch fancy with the markets.
Okay, let's also focus on a few results that are in focus and the reactions that we are seeing. We'll start off with Lenskart, which has come out with the numbers, and what we've seen is that in its Q4, the company's posted about an 8.5% year-on-year decline in its net profit to 200 odd crore rupees. What we've also seen is that it had logged in a profit of 218 crores in the previous year same quarter. The revenues from operations have soared by 45% nevertheless at 2,515 odd crore rupees. And we have seen constant volume expansion, new customer addition constantly helping the company in its adding its top line there. In Q4, the India revenue has grown by 44% and international revenue has also grown by 35% odd. For Lenskart, the stock is up by 2.4% post the earnings. How have things panned out? Remember the time when the IPO came in, and post the IPO, there was so much of question around the valuations of the stock, and whether they justify the kind of earnings, that the company will be posting. Now with the Q4 numbers coming in, what do you think is the fresh, approach going to be on Lenskart?
See, there is a notable change that is happening in the market is that even in the smaller growth centers, we are seeing Lenskart take the fancy of the market, and there is a market churn happening from the optometrists to branded names like Lenskart. So that trend is a pan India kind of phenomenon, and we are seeing that play out very strongly. We continue to be very positive on this company, and we think that this kind of performance will only get stronger, and as the profitability measures settle down, I think we will see the profitability improve in line with the promise that the revenues have unfolded before us.
Okay, let's also take a fresh view on Ola Electric. The last time I had spoken to you, Vineet, on Ola, you clearly had said that Ola Electric has somehow lost the plot. At some point in time, you were covering the stock and you saw some promise, but thereafter, the kind of decline that the company showed, you also thought that, the company is not going anywhere with its plans. The company now has reported its numbers. A net loss of 500 crores, even though it has reduced from 870 crore rupees recorded in the same period last year. We still have a lot of brokerage houses covering the stock. Still, we have Citi with a sell rating on the stock and a target price of 26, far lower than what the company is trading at right now, 35.3 odd levels. So there is a lot of pain that brokerage houses are also penciling in after the Q4 performance has been missed, and estimates also have been missed due to lower ASPs, gross margins remaining strong despite the lower volumes. And the management, however, continues to remain positive on EV demand. And they also believe that the market share is expected to improve, and better services, cost reduction and cash flow generation will remain the key focus areas for the company, is what they have mentioned as well. But the stock has also declined post the earnings, 4.3% lower despite the lowering of the bottom line. What exactly is your fresh approach here on Ola?
Over the last couple of quarters, two things that really stood negatively out was the fact that, the promoter as well as one of the largest investors was looking to sell stock, and this is along with missed estimates, brand erosion, and when you have a very fledgling sector like EV two-wheelers, which has got a huge runway of it, if your investors are bailing out from the market, it tells you that something is not right out there. And you can see as the market share has been going up, Ola has been losing market share, and that to my mind is a stark negative. And given that, I think its losses are only mounting, and it will be very difficult for the company to grow and justify its valuations given all the negatives that are priced in.
Okay. Let me also bring up to you one more company that's been somehow underperforming from the QSR space, and that is Jubilant FoodWorks. This quick service restaurant chain operator has reported a 66% year-on-year jump in its consolidated profit now at 79.7 crores in the Q4 quarter. And what we've seen is that the company, of course, operates chains like Domino's, Popeyes, Honk's Kitchen. Now it's posted a consolidated net profit of around 48 crore rupees. As per the corresponding, it had posted a profit of 48 crore rupees in the last year same quarter, and now that has jumped, but the stock has declined by almost 7%. Now, what are some of the brokerage houses saying? Brokerage houses do have a buy call on the company, but they have cut the target prices. Jefferies has slashed the target price to 600 from its 850 target price earlier that it had. They do believe that the Q4 results have provided limited triggers for a re-rating. The flat triple SG growth and the weak margin commentary definitely suggest that turnaround may take time, and the management is therefore opting for calibrated price hikes to protect the growth at this point, and EBITDA estimates from them have also been deducted by about 10 to 12%. Your sense of Jubilant Food, what really went wrong? What will it be needed for Jubilant FoodWorks to come back to its glory days?
So, there's nothing that has gone wrong with the company. What has happened is that food by itself is a celebration for people, and they like to, Indian consumers like to flirt with different brands. And ever since the Swiggies and the Zomatos of the world have opened up options for everyone, there is a plethora of, eateries offering you options similar to pizzas. Pizza was a luxury then because very few people were manufacturing that. But now it's available in every nook and corner, and so there is, there's a flood of eateries that are there, and people are trying everything different. And this is where Jubilant is, I think, losing out. They need to reinvent their product offering, make it more snappy, jazzy, make it more exciting for the Gen Z consumers. And then also, pricing is an important aspect. So if they're able to build on this, then only we will see the heady growth come back. But otherwise, I think it will purely be a value buy, and you will see the PE derate over a period of time until and unless they're able to get their mojo back in terms of growth.
Okay, got that. And what about the food delivery giants? How are you looking at Zomato and Swiggy at this point, especially at a time when there's a lot of contemplation going on that these companies will also hike, their fee, looking at how the crude oil prices have been spiking, the delivery of food will become more expensive, with the energy prices going up, is that going to be the strategy? And then how would we be looking at these food delivery giants at this point?
So earlier it was a comfortable duopoly. Swiggy and Zomato were burning cash and building growth. But now, we've seen that this food delivery and rider kind of networks are becoming an increasingly a commodity. So we've seen also Zomato come throw in their hat in the ring. There is Jio also coming in. And suddenly from a duopoly, we are seeing 4 to 5 or maybe more players come in. So that is kind of, reducing the moat that these companies had. And to that extent, I think, these companies are consolidating. That is not to say that they will not outperform, but I think we are seeing a kind of a consolidation going on. And once the valuations catch up, I think the growth will come back.
Okay, got that. Let me also bring up to you some of the other aspects. Nykaa will be coming up with the results, and from the tech space in the beauty segment, that will be another company that will be watched. Over the last couple of quarters, things have started to improve for the better for Nykaa. What do you think is the expectation on the results this time around and on the stock performance too?
So, unlike my commentary on the, the Swiggies and Zomatos that I spoke to you about, Nykaa is one company which has only been deepening its moat, gaining market share and performing against global majors. So I think they have got their model figured out right. And I think this company will continue to grow at robust pace, and the valuation will also be justified given that they are increasing the gap between their competitors and their growth strategy.
Okay, so that's as far as Nykaa is concerned. Any thoughts on Honasa Consumer?
I think that company is also doing well. They have their, it's a very large market. That is the beauty pageant market. And I think that they will also do well in their own way. Nykaa is predominantly a platform and Honasa is known for its consumers. So they're a good fit for each other and don't necessarily compete with each other.
Okay, let me also bring up to you, of course, a conglomerate that's going to be reporting its numbers today, ITC. Brokerage houses believe the cigarettes business revenue is expected to decline by 2%. Volume is expected to be flattish on that one. Just very recently, we heard that the companies are going to be resorting to price hikes again to, of course, pass on the impact of the excise duty to the consumers as well. And of course, it has been impacted by the increased taxation in Q4, and somehow we may be able to see that impact in the earnings. Q1 onwards, we'll have to see whether that impact has been mitigated with the price hikes announced. But the FMCG business, they expect that it's likely to post healthy growth. And of course, across the board, the various aspects that we have. What's your own sense on ITC at 309? How would you approach the conglomerate minus the hotels business now?
So, if you purely focus on the FMCG business, I think they're doing too many different brands and launching too many test markets and not really going anywhere in terms of consolidating them, growth. It's very important that, the businesses that you have already spun out should get traction, and they are purely managing to show growth because they're getting into multiple diverse sectors, multiple markets. And to my mind, that is not something that the market likes. We've seen some decent break-even and better growth numbers also come out in terms of EBITDA. But compared to the other FMCG stocks, I think this is going to underperform. Cigarettes also, they've lost market share with players. And given all these things, I don't think that, the underperformer tag is going to go away for quite some time.
Okay, fair point. Let's talk about some of the buzzing spaces. I wanted to discuss the pharma and healthcare space with you. Over the last couple of sessions, we've been speaking to a lot of analysts and most of them are now looking at pharma space and healthcare space promisingly. What do you think is in the offing for the sector for those who do not have much exposure here? What should be their approach? Is this sector turning around in a manner that one should definitely focus on it to include some of the stocks within the core portfolio?
Yeah, I think the entire sector will do well. Focus more on CDMO stocks. There are a lot of exciting opportunities there. There are a number of stocks that you can search from. You can do your due diligence and buy them. Sometimes, you might find the valuations quite expensive. But Laurus Labs comes to mind, looks very good. Natco Pharma is another which holds a lot of promise. And there are a host of other names, Senoris Pharma, number of that I can point out. So, if you can do your due diligence around this pack of CDMO packs, they are going to be the growth engine going forward. As far as the health pack is concerned, I think the hospital space will continue to do well. And selectively in the diagnostics, we like Vijay Diagnostics a lot. That company has done really well. And there is a lot of alpha still to be discovered by the market. So, these are some of the plays that I like.
Okay, got that. I wanted to also bring up within the healthcare pack, Apollo Hospitals post the earnings. How are you looking at that one? This has been an outperformer over the last couple of months and over a year also when we compare with the other healthcare names that we have. It has been constantly reporting positive results. Even in Q4, we've seen a net profit of 529 crores, 36% growth year on year. A large part of the profit after tax is attributable to the owners of the parent as well. And hospital chain has actually posted 18% revenue growth at 6,600 crores for Q4 versus 5,592 crores in the year ago quarter as well. Your sense of how should one look at Apollo Hospitals at these valuations at 80 to 79?
So I think it's a steady compounder. They've got all the boxes ticking right, the metrics of growth, margin expansion, and their uh, the business on your medical delivery is also picking up. They've turned around, and I think that that business will also be spun off. So I think there is one more event upside kicking in, and while the steady growth engine of hospital occupancy and growth plays out, I think that this stock will continue to do well and should be a bellwether for you know investors who want to play the blue chip stocks.
Okay, got that. Let's also shift focus and speak about the IT names. Vineet, we've discussed the IT sector for a large part of the entire last year. Are things finally turning better? Or is it just the fact that the rupee is depreciating, so the sentiment is higher on the IT pack? Or are things considerably around the corner because we've seen a lot of underperformance? And or is it like valuation-led purchases that we are seeing on the sector? What are you seeing in the IT pack right now?
So I myself keep dabbling a lot around the agentic AI processes. And it is increasingly becoming apparent that the employee-driven model is not going to work. You have to build in agentic processes, and agentic processes are evolving rapidly, making things more automated. And once you figure out the pipeline, what is the incremental that you will do with that? There's a level to which a business can be fully automated. Once that automation is achieved, how do you grow from there? And that to my mind is a singular question. So unless and until these companies themselves evolve as platforms or come out with new offerings, then they're going to face a lot of competition. I can give you some ideas like Salesforce. Became a strong platform for tech. We've not seen any of the Indian software services company do anything like this with their imagination. And now, you're seeing a couple of agentic plays like Hermes and OpenClaw, catch the mind of the market. I think these agentic platforms are evolving at a breakneck speed. Every day there's a new evolution. And to that extent, all these companies which do not have the passion for, doing this kind of thing are going to fall behind. So unless they are able to constantly keep on evolving and matching and outperforming and staying ahead of the growth curve of AI intelligence, I think they will keep on falling back. And hence, I continue to remain negative on these stocks and completely stay away from them.
Okay, fair point. Let me also just bring up to you some of the other spaces that are in focus. I wanted to talk about the real estate space. Any fresh trigger that one should be looking at the real estate sector for?
I think real estate, is a very, very tricky sector because, bulk of the consumer demand is being driven by IT professionals. And if you see the number of IT professionals or wannabe IT professionals or professionals from, colleges like the IIMs and IITs are suffering in terms of getting placements. Placements is a very difficult situation. And, and this thing is then going to trickle down into the IT space, which has been the fulcrum of demand at premium pricing. There will be challenges on paying EMIs and stuff, and so if the growth slows down from there, then real estate will also take a breather, and it could be a while before the growth comes back. So to my mind, it's a gradual keep booking your profits in the realty space, and you have to be very selective with the names that you are looking to buy.
Fair point. All right, Vineet, we'll ask you then to help us understand your own approach in the equities vis-a-vis other assets at this point in time. What are you doing with the fresh clients purchase? Are you going aggressive? Are you saving up on some cash? What exactly is your current strategy and what are you advising clients?
So, my personal view is that we've seen the worst of times. We've seen a Ukraine war, which is coming to culmination. Iran war is just about, more noise than actually anything happening. Iran is limping along. There's nothing going to happen. Iran is just creating drama by, hitting a few missiles in the Middle East and keeping the oil prices sentimentally higher. They've already damaged the system and it's only going to come back. Third thing is, if you look at the China-Taiwan kind of problem, I think it is going to be a cakewalk for China because, America doesn't have the muscle to go 4,000-5,000 miles away and, fight a war with China when they already have got very crippling kind of financial problems. Given that, I think this is the time when you invest in a weak market scenario. And if you have a patience of holding out for 6 to 8 months, I think, we will see the markets a lot higher. There would be challenges. There could be a couple of episodic negative moments that play out, but they will get retraced very quickly. So you need to kind of start investing and deploy capital gradually, hoping that, if ever that event happens, then, you got a screaming buy opportunity to load up completely. With this kind of outlook and then you zero in on the sectors, I think the sectors that I mentioned to you, FMCG, pharma, your AI and your electrical segments and manufacturing offer significant upside potential for consumers. And if you just be with the sectors and with the leaders, I think you are going to be sailing away to profitability over the next 5 to 7 years.
Fantastic. I hope this helps out all our viewers to really understand what should be their approach into the markets. But let's also talk about Adani Group. That's in focus today, Vineet. We are seeing big buyout at this point in time for Adani Power, the acquisition of 24% stake in JP Power, and the stake purchased from JP Associates for 2,994 crores. 180 megawatts of thermal power unit will be taken up by the company now, and other JP Associates assets will also be part of the deal. The thermal plant, the asset acquisition has been valued at around 1,200 crore rupees as well. We've also seen Adani Ports acquiring, the JP Fertilizers, 100% stake in JP Fertilizers there, valued at 1,500 crore rupees. How are you looking at these big M&A deals at the Adani Group that we've been waiting for long and finally they are coming through? Your sense of how will this help the group and what would your approach be on some stocks like Adani Power and Adani Ports?
So, if I were to, recommend how to invest in the Adani Group of companies, I think exposure to all the companies, should be there. The reasons are that, all the companies are into the infrastructure space, be it physical infrastructure or you talk about the future infrastructure, which is going to be around AI. And also the renewable resources pact. So, for example, you talk of copper, you talk of airports, you talk of ports, you talk of renewable energy, you talk of fossil energy like coal, etc., and you talk of gas. All these are multi-decadal growth opportunities, and in many of the businesses, the ROE is regulated. High ROEs, regulated ROEs, and, the company has done a lot of investment over, and continues to invest up to 1.5 lakh crores of capex every year. And, they're expecting that they will generate significantly higher cash flow generation coming from here because they're not able to deploy the capital. So the surplus that is generated is now going to be, come back to the company in the form of dividends and buybacks. And, for a group which was about 24 months ago expected to, whether it would even, survive. And this kind of narrative that is playing out is a complete volte-face. And I think that, if you were to only invest in the Adani group of companies, diversify a bit, I think, you will find that this entire group is going to go places over the next few years. Even as we speak, we believe that the valuations of the group are significantly under their fair values. So consider all these aspects that I've spoken about, a sip with your surplus money invested across these companies is phenomenal. And you tell me one group in the country who has got young lads at the helm of affairs and with the growth hunger that they have, absolutely mature team of next generation, which not many people can really boast of.
Okay, got that, Vineet. We'll thank you then. Out of time with you on the discussion, but we'll continue to speak with you on various other editions on Business Today to keep seeking your insights for our viewers as well. Thank you so much, Vineet, for being with us on the program. Viewers, we are now getting into the second segment of this show, What's Hot, where we are going to be discussing something entirely different, but something that is definitely important for you to know. We all know how the labor laws have been changed, and because of that, most of us have been looking at the renewed salary structure that all of our companies are showing us. What became absolutely viral on social media was the way TCS, India's largest IT company's employees, the kind of statements they made, the posts they made on social media, and that became viral, which indicated that despite the hike that they have already got, that TCS announced that it is rolling out for its lakhs of employees in the new fiscal year, their salaries have got reduced. And that is something that is led to understand whether the labor laws are in favor or detrimental to all employees. Is there a change only for the IT sector? Is there a change, all the sectors across? Whether your own salary structure has changed or will change as well? What should you know about this change, and how can you continue to mitigate taxation on this kind of a new structure is something that we will try and understand. Let's welcome our guest on board. We have Gauri Chadha, tax expert, joining in on the program with us. Hi Gauri, good morning to you. Good to have you with us. Well, I'm sure you were coordinated in the color as well, Gauri, but hopefully you're in the pink of your health too. Give me an understanding of, in the last couple of days or last month itself, has your phone just not stopped ringing? Looking at how, most of your clients are coming up and saying what exactly really happened with my salary. Tell us, what is your experience so far?
Definitely, Sakshi. A lot of people have been calling, and but when this time they got the salary, there was a change, massive change, because of the increments and the labor codes being implemented. But it also depends on how you explain them, why this impact has been done. And I feel that it is for the employees also to understand their salary structure and what has gone wrong or maybe right. It's a different way of looking at it. But so it's very important to look at the salary structure, the implementation, the changes, how it is benefiting them and how it is affecting their take-home salary. So now what has happened is that because these 29 old labor laws have been discontinued and 4 new labor laws have been introduced, there are major changes in these laws, and mostly these laws are in favor of the employees. Now, one of the major changes is the change in the salary structure. So now it is mandatory to have 50% of the salary as your basic pay. Now, how it affects you directly, it doesn't. But because all the statutory payments like PF, gratuity and all others are calculated on the basic pay and DA at times. So basic pay forms a major component of the calculations for your retirement benefits. Now, once basic salary has increased, the calculations of the retirement corpus and the deductions for that have also increased. Now, if we talk particularly about the TCS employees, what has gone wrong is that on an average, they have received 5% increment. In few cases,
I was
it is
about
higher.
to come to that, Gauri, that most of these TCS employees have said that their appraisal has been about 5%, but their salaries have got reduced by 3,000 rupees. So what has the math really, gone wrong here?
See, this is a 5% is average. We are talking about people in general. There are people, I suppose, who have received 10, 11, 12% increment as well. But if we see the average, it's too low. It's not even kind of beating the inflation. But at the same time, let's not talk about that. But 5% increment versus your change in your basic pay, which in turn makes you, liable for more deductions for your retirement corpus. So the take-home salary reduces. Now, in on the one side, you will see a lesser take-home salary, less cash in hand, less liquidity, and I understand that everybody has their expenses pre-planned. Mostly expenses are fixed, like your EMIs, your daily household running expenses. They're all fixed, and when you are expecting an increment and your take home in turn decreases, definitely it is a pain point. But at the same time, if you look at the other side of it, your retirement corpus is increasing, and when you retire, you get a major corpus for your retirement to be able to run the household. So it's the other side of it. But see, the employees did see a reduction, but I think there are few employees who maybe got higher increment, or maybe in some other companies, if we talk about any other company apart from TCS, maybe where the increment was higher, or maybe where the basic pay itself was already 50% or 40%. So the impact may be lower. So it will depend on case to case.
It will depend on case to case. Let's actually try and understand, with an example as to what were the salaries before this labor law came in, and what is the difference that most of us are likely to see now, and is it going to be across the board, not just the IT sector, across the board this will be implemented? So most of us have already got some salaries, 1 or 2 salaries of the new fiscal year from the time that the new labor laws have been implemented. So what exactly has changed in our salary structure?
So I'll explain with the help of an example, and I'll take some rounded off figures just for example.
Okay.
So suppose a person is getting 1 lakh rupees as salary, that is the CTC. Now, suppose initially the basic pay was say 30% of that.
Okay.
So, or 35%. So, basic pay was 35,000. Now, 35,000, 12% is 4,200. So, that was the PF deduction. And this is just one deduction I'm explaining just to make you understand in the easy manner. Otherwise, there are a lot of other deductions also. So, your take home becomes 95,800. Now, at the same time, now everything remains constant, but your structure changes. So, salary is still 1 lakh. We'll ignore the increment as of now for better understanding. So on this 1 lakh, now your basic pay becomes 50,000 and 12% of your basic pay is 6,000. So now your take home becomes 94,000. And in this case, I've kept all other factors constant. Now, this is not just about PF. The gratuity is also calculated on your basic pay. In fact, every reduction you have to make is dependent on your basic pay. So see, take home has increased in this case. Now, because you asked about other companies, TCS came in the limelight because employees came out and shared this case. But if you see the other companies, see everywhere this will be happening because the salary structure has changed for all employees. Now, it depends on the existing salary structure that how much impact the employees will see on their salary. If in existing salary structure, the basic pay was higher, like say it was 50 or near about 250, then it will remain the same. The impact won't be much. Or maybe if in cases where the increment is much higher, then even after the change in the salary structure, the increment will take care of the take home salary. So they won't feel that their take home has reduced. So it is for your understanding, you have to see how your structure is and how much take home has been reduced. But at the same time, also understand that in a way, your take home has reduced, but your retirement corpus is building up.
Okay, got that. Let me also ask you, when it comes to the key changes, so the minimum has to be 50% basic. Now, after the labor law changes, what you're saying is that initially also, before these labor laws came in, we will have to check with our employers what used to be the percentage of our basic pay of the entire CTC. Some companies had 50%, some companies even had higher, some companies had lower. So those companies which had lower percentage of basic pay will have to raise it to 50%. That's where the maximum change would be felt in the salary structure. That's clearly the point that you're talking about. What about gratuity? Has it been a mandate with all the salaries across the sectors, and has that percentage also changed?
There is no change in the percentage of gratuity. So, see, first of all, you have to see your CTC once you are joining. When you get your offer letter, this is the first thing you have to check. So, you should know what are the deductions, what is your basic pay percentage, and what is your HRA percentage. And it was more relevant earlier when people were opting for old regime also. So, but still, it remains relevant. You have to check your CTC. Now, if we talk about the gratuity, so there are two concerns in this. Actually, one is a concern, the other is a positive thing for the employees. One is that TCS employees mentioned that the gratuity part has been removed from their CTC. Now, on papers, it has been removed. It is not the case where the employer will not give the gratuity payment to the employees. They will still get their gratuity benefits. But what has happened is that employees are saying that when they change their job, when they negotiate for a better job with another employer, they have to, of course, share the salary slips and the earlier salary which they were drawing. So in that case, the negotiation power becomes less because they will be unable to show their gratuity amount which they were supposed to get. So this is one concern. Apart from that, there is no other major change in gratuity calculation per se. But in calculation, in the 5-year limit, there is a change. So there is a concept where a person is fixed term staff of the employer, and it was a very common practice to hire people for 1 year so that you can avoid the statutory payments. So now gratuity has been made mandatory for even a fixed term employee when the employee is serving for more than 1 year. But for all other employees, the permanent employees and all other employees who were falling under gratuity, they are still liable to complete their 5 years of continuous service. So there is no major change in that sector, but a little change in the fixed employee case.
Okay, but one thing that a lot of people are asking is that has the in-hand salary per month got reduced because of these changes that have been implemented in labor laws? And what does that mean? Does it mean that whatever you are giving up as part of your in-hand salary now is actually getting contributed to your PFs or to your retirement benefits, but it has not gone out completely? If you could give us that clarity that a lot of people are seeking, that what truly has happened in the per month in-hand salary.
So if you see, if you for a minute forget the increment and keep everything constant, you just change the basic pay percentage, your in hand will reduce. And if we are ignoring the increment for a minute, then we have two sides to it. One is your in-hand salary has reduced. The other is that your retirement corpus will increase. So I see it as short-term pain for long-term gain, and your enhanced salary will definitely reduce. But what you can do is that I'm assuming that most of us will be voluntarily contributing to many investments and schemes for our retirement. We may reduce that a bit because our retirement corpus is already building up through the employer. So a retirement corpus will compound at a better rate. And I think, Sakshi, it is very important to look at it also in a way that in India, mostly people are not saving enough for their retirements. Our government is not going to sponsor your retirement. They are not going to give you fixed pensions, unlike the government employees get. So we are talking about the private sector employees. So private sector employees have to fund for themselves. So when they are going to retire, their corpus usually is not as much. So I think in a way it's good for us, provided as of now we can run our households with a lesser in-hand salary. I see it as a positive thing.
आपने तो कहा पॉजिटिव थिंग, बहुत सारे लोगों को ये लग रहा है कि शायद ये नए लेबर लॉज जो हैं डेट्रीमेंटल है एम्प्लॉयज़ के लिए। उनको आप क्या कहेंगे कि क्यों डेट्रीमेंटल नहीं है? जैसे कि आपने बताया कि अगर आप कम इन हैंड सैलरी के साथ भी अपना घर चला सकते हैं तो शायद ये चेंजेस उतनी बुरी तरीके से नहीं देखे जाने चाहिए। तो ऐसे में क्या क्या पॉजिटिव हुआ है जिससे कि उस लाइट में इनको ये नए चेंजेस को देखना चाहिए सभी एम्प्लॉयज़ को?
I think बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग की कमी है, बिकॉज यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड योर सैलरी स्ट्रक्चर। अगर आपका सैलरी स्ट्रक्चर ही ऐसा है कि आप टेक होम सैलरी आपकी कम हो रही है, रिटायरमेंट कॉर्पस आपका इंक्रीज हो रहा है, एंड एट द सेम टाइम यू आर गेटिंग इंक्रीमेंट ऑल्सो। मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल मस्ट हैव रिसीव्ड इंक्रीमेंट, चाहे वो लिमिटेड इंक्रीमेंट रहा बट इंक्रीमेंट हुआ। तो थोड़ा सा आई थिंक फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग की जरूरत है, एंड इट इज काइंड ऑफ अ फोर्स्ड सेविंग जो शायद आप खुद से नहीं करते, अब आपको फोर्सफुली ये सेविंग करनी पड़ेगी। सो मे बी वी आर नॉट रियलाइजिंग कि बाद में हमारे लिए इसका जो बेनिफिट होने वाला है, बिकॉज सी ऑल दीज गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स लाइक पीएफ एंड अदर स्कीम्स आर ऑल्सो गिविंग यू अ गुड फिक्स्ड रेट ऑफ रिटर्न, एंड इट इज कंपाउंडिंग दैट मच ऑल्सो, because Sakshi, you cover the stock market also, so आपको पता है कि कितने लोग हैं जो स्टॉक मार्केट से एग्जिट कर रहे हैं, दे आर इनकरिंग लॉसेस। उन्होंने छोटा छोटा अपना सेविंग्स इन्वेस्ट किया, लेकिन दे आर इनकरिंग लॉसेस बिकॉज दे कांट होल्ड इट फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म। स्टॉक मार्केट में पैसा वही बना सकता है जो लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए होल्ड करे, एंड वो होता नहीं है, बिकॉज व्हेन वी सी आर पोर्टफोलियो गोइंग इन नेगेटिव वी एग्जिट द पोर्टफोलियो। बट यहाँ पे आप एग्जिट नहीं कर सकते हो, एक तो आपको फिक्स रिटर्न मिल रहा है, इट इज कंपाउंडिंग ऑन ईयरली बेसिस, एंड आपके पास ऑप्शन नहीं है उसको टाइम से पहले निकालने का। सो ये फोर्स सेविंग है आपकी, और इवेंचुअली इट विल हेल्प यू ओनली।
इस तरीके से सेविंग की पहल है सरकार की। जब उन्होंने ये नए लेबर लॉ चेंजेस लाए हैं तो शायद जो आप सेविंग अपने आप नहीं कर पा रहे थे, अगर आपकी सैलरी पूरी तरह से ख़त्म हो जाती थी और कहीं सेविंग या इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं कर पा रहे थे, तो शायद आपके लिए बेनिफिशियल है कि रिटायरमेंट के लिए आपका कुछ कॉर्पस यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुआ नज़र आएगा। लेकिन गौरी, यहाँ पर ये सवाल भी बनता है कि सरकार ने अभी हाल ही में पिछले कुछ सालों में ही नया टैक्स रेजीम लेकर आया, जहां पर कहीं पर भी निवेश के ऊपर टैक्स बेनिफिट्स ज़्यादातर नहीं है, और सरकार की तरफ से, फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर की तरफ से लगातार ये स्टेटमेंट्स आए कि अब हमें ऐसा लगता है कि लोग काफ़ी जागरूक हो चुके हैं अपने पैसे को देखते हुए, जहां पर उनको निवेश करना चाहिए, फ्यूचर सेविंग्स करनी चाहिए, और इसलिए अब वो चाहते हैं कि डिसीजंस वो खुद लें, और इसीलिए नए टैक्स रेजीम में इन हैंड सैलरी बढ़ती हुई नजर आई, टैक्स कम घटा, लेकिन सेविंग्स के ऊपर कुछ बेनिफिट नहीं नजर आया। और उसी के बाद ये लेबर लॉ चेंजेस आते हैं जिसमें एक बार फिर से ये बोला जाता है कि हम आपकी सैलरी काटेंगे जिससे कि आपका लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए बेनिफिट हो। तो क्या ये कॉन्ट्रडिक्टरी नहीं है?
इसमें साक्षी मुझे एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज ध्यान आ रही है, मे बी यू विल अग्री, कि जब हमारा न्यू रिजीम इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया उस टाइम पे हमारी टेक होम सैलरी बढ़ गई, एंड अभी रिसेंटली लोग मूव इन कर रहे हैं इन द न्यू रिजीम और उनकी टेक होम सैलरी बढ़ रही है। टैक्स आउटफ्लो कम हो रहा है, इन्वेस्टमेंट्स कंपलसरी उनको नहीं करनी है, और उनके पास ज्यादा कैश इन हैंड है। आई फील कि आपने अपने खर्चे उसके बाद भी इतने बढ़ा लिए कि अब छोटा सा एक हिट फॉर द रिटायरमेंट कॉर्पस, जहाँ पे आपके बेसिक पे का परसेंटेज रिटायरमेंट कॉर्पस पे जा रहा है, आपको दोबारा से वो एक हिट फील हो रहा है. सो आई थिंक यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग की जरूरत होती है. एंड आई डोंट अग्री विद द गवर्नमेंट और हुसोएवर इज सेइंग कि हमारे सिटीजन इतने अवेयर हैं अब कि वो खुद अपनी प्लानिंग कर लेते हैं. डेफिनेटली अवेयर हैं, प्लानिंग करना चाहते हैं, बट डेफिनेटली ऐसा भी एक केस होता है कि जब, और स्पेशली अभी ऐसा हो रहा है जब हमारी मार्केट्स ऑल टाइम लो हैं, 1.5 से 2 साल में कोई रिटर्न नहीं आया है, लोग वहां से पैसा निकाल रहे हैं, वो ये भी नहीं देख रहे कि उनको लॉस हो रहा है या प्रॉफिट हो रहा है. मोस्टली पीपल लॉसेस में एग्जिट कर रहे हैं. तो इतनी अवेयरनेस अभी लोगों की नहीं है. तो ये जो फिक्स्ड आपकी जो रिटायरमेंट सेविंग्स हैं जो फोर्सफुली आपके साथ आपकी हो रही हैं, आई थिंक ये एक पॉजिटिव स्टेप ही है आपके लिए. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट आई वुड लाइक टू ऐड कि हम अगर अपने एम्प्लॉयर के साथ बैठे एंड वी कैन रीस्ट्रक्चर द CTC और द होल पैकेज, तो आप कहीं पे थोड़ा सा आप देख सकते हैं कि कहाँ से आपका टेक होम इंक्रीज हो जाए एंड रिटायरमेंट कॉर्पस अगर आपको इतना नहीं चाहिए वहां से कम हो जाए. ऑल्दो आई डोंट थिंक सो इसमें बहुत ज्यादा आप कुछ कर पाएंगे, बट मे बी लिटिल बिट हियर एंड देयर एंड यू कैन मैनेज समथिंग.
ओके, गॉट दैट. लेकिन ये भी समझाइए गौरी कि अगर हमें टेक होम सैलरी कम होने का इम्पैक्ट मिटिगेट करना है तो हमें क्या करना चाहिए एज एम्प्लॉयज़? व्हाट इज़ द ऑप्शन अवेलेबल इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस? कैन वी स्पीक टू आवर एम्प्लॉयर्स, restructure something which will benefit us in case somebody wants higher take home pay, or otherwise this is the only option that we have to accept the new structure?
One is this, definitely you can sit with your HR team and restructure your CTC, although इसमें कितना आपको benefit होगा I am not sure. Secondly, see, all employees are not falling under the compulsory deduction band of most of the statutory deductions. Like if you talk about PF, PF is applicable up to 15,000 of basic pay. But companies, it is a company policy as well to deduct it. So company won't agree in your case that as an exceptional case they are not deducting your PF, so that won't happen, but you can still discuss with them. And in few cases I've seen that people ask for more employee contribution, so that they increase their employee contribution and they want to build up the retirement corpus in PF. You can reduce that, and if you are doing some other investments on the side, you can reduce those as well. So it is a completely personal finance decision how you want to plan your retirement and how you want to run the household. But definitely once you look into your salary structure, you will be able to manage something.
What about the tax outgo? In this new structure, will we have to incur higher taxes or lower taxes from the time that we were incurring taxes before? Say somebody, most of the people, I've spoken to you so many times, you've said that about 80-90% people have already switched to the new tax regime. So compared to that, what is the change as far as the tax outgo is concerned?
See, as far as the tax outgo is concerned, I think it will depend on case-to-case basis. There can be no one answer for everybody. But if we see all factors, again, if I take the same and only the basic pay is changing and increasing for this particular case, so your deductions will increase and probably your taxable income will be reduced and the tax outflow will be lower. But also it depends on other factors. See, if you've received an increment, if your other income has increased, so of course your tax outflow can increase as well. But in such a case, like the example I gave of 1 lakh rupees, probably you will see a dip.
Okay, got that. That's a good thing. Thank you so much then, Gauri, for being with us on the show and for helping all our viewers understand about this new salary structure. There's nothing to panic about, at least at this point in time, is what we gauge from understanding from Gauri. She's only pointing out that this may be in a way beneficial for you in case you are unable to do savings and investments for yourself. You are incurring that money that you're letting go of your in-month, in-hand salary per month. That's actually getting contributed contributed to your long-term savings in PF. So don't worry about it. Plus, there could be some more benefits also that will be incurred. In case you still want higher in-hand salary, do speak to your employees. There is nothing wrong by finding out if there is a way to continue to increase that salary, and if you are confident about constantly saving for your long-term retirement plans and your future as well. Thank you so much, Gauri. Good to have you with us.
Thank you.
All right, viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note. As far as what's hot is concerned, do stay tuned on to Business Today Television. A lot more coming up on your screens next.
With no end in sight for the West Asia war, and with fuel and food prices surging, all eyes have been on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's tour of 5 nations. With the last leg ending on May 19th as he visits Italy. Prime Minister Modi's visit to United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway and Italy signify a change in India's foreign policy, where India is trying to look forward to strengthening technology and ensuring supply chain security. The first stop was UAE, where he held talks with President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, a country which has been the target by Iran since the beginning of West Asia war. Modi condemned the attack on UAE and said India stood shoulder to shoulder with the country, while emphasizing that the Strait of Hormuz should be free, open and safe.
हॉर्मुज़ को फ्री, ओपन और सेफ बनाए रखना, ये हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। इस विषय में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानूनों का पालन आवश्यक है। ब्रदर, भारत हर परिस्थिति में यूएई के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़ा है और आगे भी खड़ा रहेगा।
The stop was less than 3 hours, during which both the countries agreed on a framework for the strategic defense partnership and signed pacts on strategic defense cooperation, petroleum reserves and supply of liquefied petroleum gas. Modi then travelled to Netherlands, during which both the countries elevated bilateral ties to a full-fledged strategic partnership, announcing 17 major agreements spanning semiconductors, green hydrogen, defense cooperation, mobility, critical minerals and emerging technologies. One of the major deals was between Tata Electronics and Dutch semiconductor firm ASML. ASML makes specialized machines, without which modern chip fabrication is essentially impossible. Modi's visit to Sweden aimed at targeting electronics, deep tech manufacturing, AI green energy, infrastructure, mobility, urban transformation, healthcare and life sciences. Modi also addressed the European Roundtable for Industry in Gothenburg. Modi's next destination was Norway.
The much-awaited India-UK Free Trade Agreement has hit a sudden roadblock, and the reason is steel. The landmark trade pact known as the India-UK Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA, was expected to come into force this month after years of negotiations. But now, new steel import restrictions introduced by Britain have delayed the rollout. The UK government recently announced tougher safeguards to protect its domestic steel industry. Starting July 2026, Britain will slash tariff-free steel import quotas by nearly 60%. And once those limits are crossed, exporters will face a massive 50% tariff, double the earlier rate. That move has triggered concern in New Delhi. Indian officials say these measures were never part of the original negotiations and could weaken the benefits Indian exporters were expecting under the trade deal. India exported nearly $900 million worth of iron and steel products to the UK last year, making the issue economically significant. Commerce Secretary Rajesh Agarwal says India and the UK are now working on a creative solution to resolve the steel dispute and operationalize the deal quickly. The India-UK FTA has been described as one of Britain's biggest trade agreements since Brexit. The deal aims to more than double bilateral trade to $120 billion by 2030 and promises major opportunities across textiles, automobiles, technology, services, whiskey, and manufacturing. Negotiations began back in 2022. Now, with the finish line finally in sight, one sector, steel, has become the final hurdle in a deal both countries say remains strategically critical. The big question now, can London and New Delhi break the deadlock before economic momentum slows down? With Shorik Shah, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The markets continue apace, as does volatility across asset classes. How to navigate this particular phase of how stocks are moving, what to do for your long-term portfolio, how to allocate fresh money to all existing assets, and more importantly, what to do with gold. To discuss this and a lot more, we are joined by Mr. Feroz Aziz, joint CEO at Anand Rathi Wealth. Mr. Aziz is a long-term watcher of the markets, of course of mutual funds, and has a great amount of data to convince you to discuss gold as well as dollar appreciation with us. Good morning, Feroz ji, a very warm welcome. Let us address this 8,000 pound gorilla in the market, which is what to do with your gold assets. The Prime Minister has made an appeal to all Indians to not buy gold for at least a year. As an allocator of funds into gold ETFs as well as physical gold and equities, how do you understand the gold market as of now?
Shailji, namaskar. Yes, what I see, of course, the Prime Minister submitted to each one of them not buy gold for a year. But then when I do the math, I would have ideally wanted to be positioned differently, because people have this. Some people will not listen, and they will still buy an asset at the peak. See, जब gold dollar में 1,500 पे था, 1,500, 1,000 कोई खरीदने वाला नहीं था. There was only 40 crore purchase in 2023 April, if I'm not wrong, in a gold ETF. But in Jan 2026, when the gold was at $5,600, 3 times more in dollar market, people bought 24,000 crores. So people have this tendency of buying things which have already appreciated. Now people want to put money in Korean market. When Bitcoin runs, after it runs, people like to believe. So there will be some people who will overpower and buy stuff which has gone up, because that's called the FOMO trade. Now, Modi ji has told us not to buy gold. I think it's a very sensible, financially right thing to do. Irrespective, why we have, हमारे पास gold at 27,000 ton है, 27,000 tons, $4 trillion, and we are importing. Last year we imported 76 billion. That is 1.5% of my holding. 1 point. We all Indians should sell 1% average gold of what we own. 1% average. कोई डीट होगा नहीं बेचेगा. मैथमेटिक्स भी कहती है बेचो, प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी कहते हैं बेचो, देश की $96 बोलती है कि भाई तू भी कंट्रीब्यूट कर, बट नहीं, आरबीआई सब कुछ करेगी, डिफॉल्ट स्वैप भी वही लाएगी, इंटरवेन भी वही करेगी. So one institution can't save it. So my submission has been for the last few days, 1% of profit booking kar lo desh ke naam pe, and probably I'll stop here and look for follow-up questions, and I'll give you some math to that effect.
Feroz ji, this is such a practical thought process that whatever gold you hold, whether in physical form, in bars, in coins, jewelry, gold ETF is the easiest to sell. आपने 2 बटन दबाए और खेल हो गया. उसका आप 1% बेच दो, देश का भला होगा, आपकी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग होगी, because gold is at its peak. I think I have yet to hear of a better practical suggestion to solve this problem that we are facing, because all that we do is, buy maybe a net buy of 700 tons of gold a year, and we lock it in our almirahs and cupboards. Yes, the balance sheet has improved dramatically as far as households are concerned, but it's an unproductive asset. You were giving me some data on gold.
Yes, Shelji, like you said, ETF is the easiest to sell. If I give some things in perspective, there is 1,76,000 crores of ETF alone in the mutual fund industry. फिर वो multi-asset fund में कहीं ना कहीं मिला मिलू के 2.5-3 लाख करोड़ is there in physical form, where you just need a click of a button, you can sell it in a unitized form and feel happy that you contribute. Second is your balance of payment projected for this year is $65 billion. That's your deficit. So that as a proportion of gold holding is 1.5% for the year. One is you can see it as a gold import ki proportion. You can also see what is your projected balance of payment ki problem. Second. Third, now let's look at Anand Rathi's Akada. Very simple, we said that let's put an objective. We always like to put an objective in our company. Objective is solve 1% of gold import problem for this year. If this is our objective as a 403 relationship managers, which I count myself and my CEO also into one, what is the amount of gold each of my client average needs to sell? We solved for it and we came to anywhere between 100 to 120 grams per client if we got them to sold average. कोई client आधा केजी बेच देगा, कोई client कहेगा नहीं मैं बेचूंगा, तो average 120 बिकवा दूंगा, तो मैं देश का 1% प्रॉब्लम 403 प्रोफेशनल सॉल्व कर सकता हूं. RMs देश भर में, I would not be surprised that there are 4 lakh distributors, RMs, all of those who have their clients' ears and eyes. So if they also did this for the country, will we be able to solve 30% of the problem, 40% as a group, and not be worried about company का कैसे फायदा होगा, इससे हमारी revenue कैसे बढ़ेगी, वो सब छोड़ दें थोड़ी देर के लिए, बढ़ जाती है, ऊपर वाला दे देता है, कर्म करो, फल की इच्छा मत करो. So that's where we did the math. 13,800 people, 1,020 grams will give us almost about 3,500 crores of sale value. 3,500 crores of sale value is going to be 1% of the 3.5-4 lakh crores which I project as the gold import this year.
अच्छा, कमाल की बात ये है अजीज साहब, इस वक्त you need to have an habit to at least capture the all-time high as a profit booked. It could be any asset. We are talking about gold now, but we have always trimmed gains in equities to either meet immediate demands or, move towards bond funds, move towards fixed deposit. And this is possibly the right time to shift money into equities. March में आपने 800 करोड़ रुपए के अपने clients को funds खरीदवाएं, they are very happy.
Yes, Shailji, that is of course true. जैसे आपने कहा ना, रीबैलेंसिंग, इसको प्यार से रीबैलेंसिंग भी कहते हैं, राइट? किताबों में देख लीजिए, जैसे आपको मैं क्या बता रहा हूँ, राइट? ऑफ कोर्स किताबों में लिखा हुआ है फाइनेंस की, भाई रीबैलेंस कर लीजिए. बट एक चीज इस बार मैं थोड़ा डिफरेंट करना चाहूंगा कि देखो, गोल्ड से और एफडीओ से इंडियंस का इतना जज्बाती प्रेम है, क्योंकि कोई ऑर्नामेंट होता है, जैसे कल से हम रिसीट लेने लग गए हैं क्लाइंटों की जब बिक रहा है, ताकि दूसरों को प्रोत्साहन मिले. जब हम ये इंटरनेट पे डालेंगे, हर दिन मैं रिसीट आफ्टर रिसीट डालूं, यहाँ आज ज्ञान बांट दूं, और 3 महीने बाद कोई मुझे पूछेगा नहीं कि तूने बिकवाया कि नहीं बिकवाया. तो आई वॉलंटरीली एज अ कंपनी वांट टू पुट रिसीट्स and testimonials of those people. So here I want to not compare two assets, because if I compare with mutual fund, लोग कहते हैं यार मेरा तो गोल्ड से जज्बात ही है रिश्ता, म्यूचुअल फंड से जज्बात तो है नहीं. तो गोल्ड से ज्यादा आपको एक प्रश्न अपने एज अ व्यूअर आपको एक ही चीज पूछनी है, आपको गोल्ड से ज्यादा प्रेम है देश से?
बिल्कुल।
गोल्ड से वापस प्रेम दिखा सकता हूं मैं 2 साल बाद, कोई क्या हो जाएगा? वापस खरीद लेना, 4% वापस गिरेगा तब खरीद लेना 2 साल बाद।
नहीं, और फिरोज जी ये तो हमने देखा ही है कि जैसे कि गोल्ड है वो झटकों में बढ़ता है। 10 साल कुछ नहीं किया गोल्ड ने, और हम ये मान के चल रहे हैं कि जो पिछले 3 साल से चल रहा है वो आगे भी 3 साल चलेगा। ऐसा कभी नहीं होता। रिटर्न
बिल्कुल सही फरमा रहे हैं सर, आप इतना सही फरमा रहे हैं शैल जी, बट समझाए कैसे, जज्बात में आ जाता है आदमी, बट बिल्कुल सही फरमा रहे हैं। देख लीजिए ना आप आज भी रुपी में फिर भी ठीक ठाक है गोल्ड, क्योंकि ड्यूटी बढ़ गई, राइट, और डॉलर अप्रिशिएट हो गया। गोल्ड आज भी थोड़ा पीक पे ही लग रहा है, ऑलमोस्ट 179 तक गया था, पता नहीं जितना भी है 1.5 लाख के ऊपर ही है। बट ग्लोबल मार्केट इज द राइट मार्केट टू लुक एट गोल्ड। आप कोई भी इंटरनेट खोल लीजिए, गोल्ड प्राइस पीक इन डॉलर टर्म्स 5620 कुछ आएगा, और आज की क्या वैल्यू है? 4500 है। ऑलरेडी वो 20% गिर चुका है, इंडिया में दिख नहीं रहा है, दिख नहीं रहा है क्योंकि इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी का प्रीमियम आ गया, रुपये की डेप्रिसिएशन आ गई।
करेक्ट। अच्छा, दूसरा बात मैं ये अपने दर्शकों को बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारे यहाँ जो गोल्ड बढ़ रहा है और गिर रहा है, बढ़ रहा है, वो इसलिए बढ़ रहा है क्योंकि सरकार ड्यूटीज पे ट्वीकिंग कर रही है। जिस दिन सरकार को लग गया कि बाबू हो गया, ये ड्यूटी हट जानी और ये धड़ल्ले से गिरेगा, तो मौका यही है। और अजीज साहब, आप इस पर थोड़ा और चर्चा हम लोग करेंगे। मैं एक बहुत बढ़िया ग्राफ अपने दर्शकों को दिखाना चाहता हूं, ये दिखाने के लिए कि गोल्ड की रैली झटकों में आती है। 10 साल कुछ नहीं करेगा, बैठ जाएगा, बढ़ेगा, उसके बाद 4-5 साल कुछ नहीं करेगा। तो अभी हम उसी दौर में हैं कि आप इसको प्लीज कम से कम 1% तो बेचिए। अच्छा अजीज साहब, एक बात और बताइए, क्योंकि आप लंबी अवधि के खिलाड़ी भी हैं और आपने भी लंबी अवधि से बाजार देखा है, कोई ऐसा कंपाउंडेड नंबर है? जैसे हम अक्सर कहते हैं कि भाई 15-17% तो है ही CAGR अगर आप अच्छे इक्विटी फंड में इन्वेस्ट करें। आप और हम बड़े खुशकिस्मत हैं, कुछ हमारे पास ऐसे फंड हैं जो 20% भी बढ़ते हैं। बताइए गोल्ड का क्या हाल है? अगर उसको हम 25 साल से देखें तो कोई उसका CAGR निकलता है क्या?
चल जी, जो आपने डेटे की बात की, बहुत इतना सही फरमाया। बहुत सारी एसेट्स जिसमें रोज कोई काम करने नहीं जाता है ना। अब आनंद राठी वेल्थ में 1300 लोग रोज आ रहे हैं, काम कर रहे हैं, वो शेयर है। इन्फोसिस में कोई जा रहा है, काम कर रहा है, शेयर है। गोल्ड में कोई जाके आप अंदर कोई मेहनत नहीं कर रहा है उस गोल्ड बार को बढ़ाने के लिए, तो उसमें ऐसी एट्रीब्यूट्स होती हैं कि शार्प रैली, स्टैग्नेशन, शार्प रैली, दैट इज अमेजिंग डेटा। अब मैं आपको एक डेटा देता हूं, और मेरी तो माने ही मत, क्योंकि मैं तो ये अभियान चलाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं शैल जी के साथ, तो आपको ये पिंच ऑफ सॉल्ट से लेना पड़ेगा। आपको खाली इतना करना है, कोई भी AI जो आप यूज कर रहे हैं उसमें बोलिए 10 ईयर की रोलिंग रिटर्न इन डॉलर टर्म्स ऑफ गोल्ड, एवरेज ऑफ दैट। किसी की ना माने, आपने चैट GPT की मानी या फिर जेमिनाई, जो भी यूज कर रहे हैं आप, किसी का प्रचार नहीं कर। मैंने ये किया, फिर उसको वैलिडेट कराया। ये कराया कि भाई 1980 से 10-10 साल की रोलिंग पे अगर कोई एक इंसान खरीदता और 10 साल बाद बेच देता, दूसरा इंसान अगले दिन खरीदता और एग्जैक्टली 10 साल बाद बेच देता, तो क्या रिटर्न आती? उनकी एवरेज इन्वेस्टरों की रिटर्न कितनी है? गोल्ड में आती है 4.1% डॉलर टर्म्स, 4.1% डॉलर टर्म। रुपी के 4% की डेप्रिसिएशन अगर मैं जोड़ दूं तो हो जाता है 8%। 10 ईयर में 8% से ज्यादा की संभावना ना के बराबर। जरूर ऐसा हुआ है, चैट GPT आपको बताएगा कि एक 10 साल की इतनी अच्छी पॉकेट आई गोल्ड की, जहां 20% की कंपाउंडेड रिटर्न दे दी गोल्ड ने डॉलर टर्म में, तो रुपी टर्म में 24 भी दे दी। ऐसा एक बार 2 बार हुआ है। अब संभावना का खेल है ये। संभावना तो ये है कि भाई आज के डेट से सुकन्या समृद्धि योजना को बीट कर लेना गोल्ड अगले 10 साल तक।
करेक्ट।
कंपाउंडेड 6 महीने में शायद 20% बढ़ जाए, उसकी कोई रोक नहीं। तो आई वुड बी सरप्राइज।
हाँ, एक मैं आपको बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात फिरोज जी याद दिलाता हूँ। जब ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस समाप्त हुआ तो एक बड़े जाने माने ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर थे, उन्होंने हाउसिंग बबल में खरबों रुपया कमाया। खरबों मतलब खरबों। और उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा भाई अब मेरे को लगता है ये दिक्कत है, अब मैं ये सारा पैसा गोल्ड में डाल देता हूँ। उन्होंने एक ETF बनाया, गोल्ड में पैसे डाले और बाजार से भी ब्याज लिया, मतलब लेवरेज किया। और वो 4-5 साल अजीज साहब इंतजार करते रहे, ना गोल्ड की रैली आई और जो उनका असल था वो चरमरा गया। ऊपर से जो ब्याज दिया कई गुना, उसमें जो उन्होंने उधर कमाया ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस में, वो इधर लुट गया। तो इस बात का जो भी दर्शक, और ये डॉक्यूमेंटेड है, मैं अभी अपने अजीज साहब को टैग करूंगा और ट्विटर पे भी डालूंगा उस व्यक्ति का नाम और फंड जो बर्बाद हो गया था। और जैसे ही उन्होंने बेचा, फिर 5-6 साल बाद गोल्ड की रैली शुरू हो गई। तो ये जो हम एक धमाकेदार चीज़ देख रहे हैं रैली का, इसमें ध्यान दीजिए देवियों सज्जनों, ये सरकार की ट्वीक्स की वजह से हैं और रुपी के डेप्रिसिएशन पे हैं। तो कुछ ना कुछ कम से कम 1% तो बुक कीजिए।
बिल्कुल शैल जी, जैसे आपने कहा ना, वो बड़े दिग्गज जो थे जिनका ब्याज का भी नुकसान हो गया।
हाँ।
गोल्ड बहुत अनप्रेडिक्टेबल होता है, हम भाव देखते नहीं है। किस इंसान ने ये कभी भी सोचा होगा? चलो मैं बहुत पुरानी बात नहीं कहता हूं, आप 4 महीने पहले अगर किसी एक्सपर्ट को इंटरव्यू कर लेते कि भाई ईरान की वॉर होगी, तेल, कच्चा तेल इतना ऊपर चला जाएगा, क्या होगा गोल्ड का भाव, तो वो इंसान आपको यही कहता कि भाई गोल्ड पीक पे होगा। आज ही लोगों को जो गोल्ड के इतने बड़े जानकार हैं वही शॉक में है कि ईरान वॉर हो रही है, कच्चा तेल 100 के ऊपर है और गोल्ड प्राइस 20% नीचे है ग्लोबल मार्केट में। ये कैसे हो गया?
हाँ, वो मैं बताता हूँ क्यों हो गया। क्योंकि सेंट्रल बैंक को चाहिए डॉलर महंगा तेल खरीदने के लिए। डॉलर कहां से मिलेगा? वो गोल्ड बेच के ही तो मिलेगा।
करेक्ट। तो ये अनोखी चीज देखने को मिली पहली बार दुनिया में। जो सब अपने आप को सोच रहे थे कि गोल्ड विल बी अ हेज टू इक्विटी, वो क्या गया हेज? गोल्ड में भी नुकसान में बैठे हैं, इक्विटी में भी नुकसान में बैठे, राइट? सो दैट्स वन थिंग व्हिच आई एम हाइलाइटिंग।
अच्छा, अब चलिए एक बात मेरे को और बताइए फिरोजी, क्योंकि आपके पास लंबी अवधि का डेटा है, आपने क्या देखा कि लॉन्ग टर्म में अगर हम निफ्टी का कोई अच्छा डाइवर्सिफाइड फंड लें और उसे 15-17 साल रखें, 20 साल रखें, तो लंबी अवधि में गोल्ड वर्सेस इक्विटी क्या रहता है?
लंबी अवधि में गोल्ड विज़र्व इक्विटी आप पीरियड्स देख लें, ऑफ कोर्स 1-2 एक्सेप्शंस मिल जाएंगे, बट 90-99% टाइम 10 ईयर रोलिंग में आप कोई भी मशहूर फंड, चैल जी का फेवरेट फंड HDFC फ्लेक्सी कैप ले लें, मैं उसका आंकड़ा कर चुका हूं, वो गोल्ड को लास्ट 10 साल बीट कर चुका। निपॉन स्मॉल कैप, सबसे बड़ा स्मॉल कैप, 22% की कंपाउंडेड रिटर्न दिया। इतनी रैली के बावजूद गोल्ड ये 2 फंड को बीट नहीं कर पाए, ये हकीकत है। आप कोई एज ए नॉर्मल निवेशक आप तुलना करके नहीं देखते, आप देखते हैं यार मैंने खरीदा था 50,000 में और 1.5 लाख है, वाह 3 गुना हो गए। बट यार स्मॉल कैप में अगर 3 नहीं 5 गुना हुआ है, कोई तुलना करके देखेगा नहीं, क्योंकि हमारा काम ही यही है, हमारा फर्ज ये है, हम तुलना करके देखते हैं। तो HDFC फ्लेक्सी कैप हैज फॉर द लास्ट 10 years beaten, last 10 years after this rally has beaten, and शैल जी's फेवरेट फंड, मैं ऐसा नहीं सबसे बेस्ट फंड नहीं बोल रहा हूँ लास्ट 10 year का, बट फेवरेट फंड 30 साल से चल रहा है, 40 साल से, दिमाग ही नहीं लगाना, फ्लेक्सी कैप में डाल। बट इस बार मैं ये चाहता हूं कि आप देश के लिए बेच, अपने रिटर्न के लिए ना बेच। रिटर्न आ गई बहुत बड़ी बात है, अपॉर्चुनिटी लॉस हो गया और अच्छी बात। ये सोच के अगर कोई करता है ना, वो एक भाव जो है वो इन्वोक करना चाहता हूं। एक दिन ऐसा आ सकता है, अगर हमने सबने ठान ली तो गवर्नमेंट तक पहुंचेगी बात, और गवर्नमेंट ने अगर कैपिटल गेन माफ कर दिया फॉर एग्जाम्पल 3 महीने के लिए, पहले हम अवाम अपना काम कर लें, फिर विनती करें ना गवर्नमेंट से, तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
जी फिरोज साहब, अच्छा मैं अपने दर्शकों को बताना चाहता हूं कि फिरोज साहब के पास एक संटी है, वो जो स्कूल में केन पढ़ती थी ना, प्रिंसिपल कभी कभी पिटाई करते थे, उस संटी का नाम है HDFC फ्लेक्सी कैप फंड। वो हमेशा मेरे ऊपर चलाते हैं, उसकी जरा बाद में बात करेंगे। लेकिन मैं फिरोज जी आपके लिए ख़ास ये मैंने चार्ट बनवाई है, गोल्ड इन डॉलर्स एंड इन मंथली, ये आपके सामने हम लोग प्रस्तुत करते हैं। सितंबर 2011 में गोल्ड का प्राइस था $1800 प्रति आउंस, और जनवरी 2021 में भी $1800 था। तो आप समझिए इसने 10 साल कुछ नहीं किया। ये है और ये जो आप ये जो सर्प के भांति आप इसको बढ़ता हुआ देख रहे हैं, ये डिसलोकेशन है, इसको इस तरीके से समझिए। और ये डिसलोकेशन गोल्ड एब्जॉर्ब करेगा, मतलब जो उसने इतनी तेज रैली दी है, आगे से खींच के दी है, और वो अब उसको हजम करेगा। जैसे हम बहुत बढ़िया पार्टी करने के बाद फिरोज जी के साथ जब करते हैं 2 दिन खाना नहीं खाते, ये होगा। क्यों होगा ये समझ में नहीं आता, लेकिन होगा जरूर। हर एसेट क्लास में हमेशा ये हुआ है कि एक बबल बना है, उसके बाद वो बबल डिफ्लेट हुआ है, और फिर 4-5 साल कुछ नहीं हुआ, फिर एक नई जनरेशन आती है, नए नियम कानून आते हैं, और उसके बाद फिर वो एसेट क्लास बढ़ता है। अब चलिए कब होगा वो तो बात की बात है। अब रही HDFC फ्लेक्सी कैप फंड की बात, जो कि मेरे सामने फिरोज जी हमेशा प्रस्तुत करते हैं। तो जब बहुत ही बुरा टाइम था, और फिरोज जी सितंबर 2001 की बात मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, 14 रुपए की नेट एसेट वैल्यू थी जब लिया गया, तब इसे HDFC इक्विटी कहते थे, एक्चुअली ज्यूरिक इक्विटी कहते थे। तब आप शायद स्कूल में थे, और तब इसे ज्यूरिक इक्विटी कहा जाता था, HDFC फ्लेक्सी कैप को। फिर HDFC ने ज्यूरिक AMC खरीदी, तो वो फंड उनको एक्विजिशन में मिला, और 14 रुपए का खरीदा गया, जो कि अब भी है। 2100 रुपये प्राइस है, तो 2100 को आप 14 से भाग करेंगे तो उतना मल्टीप्लायर रिटर्न है फंड का, मैं स्टॉक की बात नहीं कर रहा। तो अगर आप लंबी अवधि में रखेंगे, और अब भी बहुत ऐसे फंड हैं जो 11-14 रुपए में आपको मिल रहे हैं, और अच्छे लोगों के हैं। और फिरोज जी, आपकी बदौलत हम उन फंड्स की चर्चा बहुत करते हैं कि भाई ये खरीदिए, ये खरीदिए, ये खरीदिए, लेकिन रखिए लंबी अवधि के लिए। मेरा सबसे बड़ा अफसोस ये है कि मैंने उसमें सिप नहीं किया, तो जो लमसम डाला वो 150 गुना बढ़ गया, गुना, और सिप करते तो पता नहीं कहाँ होते। तो जो अजीज साहब कहते हैं कि इन्वेस्ट करो और सिप करो, वो बहुत बढ़िया राय है।
सैल जी, आपने इस फंड में इन्वेस्टमेंट की है, राइट? एक होता है कि भाई बोल देना कि 20 साल तक होल्ड करना, आपके पास फोलियो है कि भाई 20 साल होल्ड किया, 150 गुना, मतलब 15,000%
जी।
अब मुझे याद है कि 2000 के जब स्टार्ट हुआ था
जी,
गोल्ड का भाव था 3000
जी।
आज कोई भी 1.5 लाख देख के आश्चर्यचकित तो हो ही जाता है, 50 गुना है ना। बट आप 50 गुना को 150 गुना से कंपेयर करो तो 3 गुना ज्यादा पैसा HDFC फ्लेक्सी कैप में शैल जी का बना है
जी। और ये डॉक्यूमेंटेड है,
और बना है में बहुत फर्क होता है।
मैं ऑफिस में बहुत बच्चों को दिखाता हूँ जो 22-22, 23-23 साल के हैं, जो नए आए हैं। वो पूछते हैं भाई क्या करें क्या ना करें, तो मैं कहता हूँ भाई फंड तो खरीदना है, सिप जरूर करना। जो हम गलती करिए वो आप मत करो, नहीं करो, लेकिन हमसे सीखो। चलिए फिरोज जी, एक बात मैं आपका और समय लेना चाहूंगा, मुझको बताइए ये डॉलर कहाँ जा रहा है और क्यों?
यस शैल जी, देखिए डॉलर का क्या है कि 96 पे आज आ गया, 97 कल गया था। अब आरबीआई ने कल क्या किया, $5 बिलियन की स्वैप लॉन्च कर दी। स्वैप है कि वो एक डेरिवेटिव कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है। स्वैप आप इंडियन रुपी के बदली डॉलर में कर सकते हैं। तो ये स्वैप की वजह से बैंकों के पास डॉलर की लिक्विडिटी आ जाएगी, पैनिक बाइंग खत्म हो जाएगी। क्योंकि अगर किसी ने अगर समझो कुछ इंपोर्ट करना है, समझो कि आप एक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आइटम इंपोर्ट करने के बिजनेस में, तो आपको पेमेंट करनी है इंपोर्ट करने के लिए डॉलर में। अब उसको डर लग रहा है यार मेरा इंपोर्ट का कॉस्ट बढ़ता जा रहा है, राइट? तो इसीलिए फटाफट डॉलर खरीद लेता हूं। तो बैंकों के पास जाके पैनिक बाइंग करता था, क्योंकि हर दिन अगर डिप्रिशिएट होता है तो और इंसान भागता है खरीदने के लिए, और डिप्रिशिएट होता है, सब लोग साथ में। सो देयर वाज अ रन ऑन द डॉलर। तो ये डिफॉल्ट, मतलब नॉट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप, वो दूसरे टाइम के होते हैं, ये करेंसी स्वैप इंट्रोड्यूस करके रिलीफ रैली जरूर मिली। पैनिक बाइंग अब थोड़ी खत्म होगी। $5 बिलियन इज ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल टू 8% ऑफ द बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट। आज इस साल हमें $65 बिलियन का डिफरेंस है। बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट है। $65 बिलियन मतलब 6.5 लाख करोड़ की हमारी इनफ्लो कम और आउटफ्लो ज्यादा है डॉलरों की। वही को तो गोल्ड के लिए सॉल्व करने की शैल जी भी आपसे विनती कर रहे हैं, राइट? 2% बेच दो तो ये सॉल्व हो जाएगा। सो ये कहां जा रहा है? अगर हमने बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट को ठीक कर लिया तो वापस आ जाएगा 90। अब ये किसके हाथ में है? आपके और मेरे हाथ में ज्यादा है, बिकॉज आरबीआई के पास तो लिमिट है। सो आई थिंक आई एम वेरी पॉजिटिव if we become very sensible with unwanted imports. Like यार क्रूड ऑयल मैं बोलता नहीं यार, अब तुम घर में बैठो तो रोजी रोटी कैसे कमाएगा इंसान? रोड पे जाके गाड़ियां नहीं चलाएगा, वो कंपलसरी वाला है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक में थोड़ा सा 2-5 कर सकते हो कि कम कर लो, गोल्ड तो करो ही कर सकते हो। सो आई थिंक 90 could be a level if we become very sensible in spending our dollars at these times.
अजीज साहब, आपसे पिछली बार मुलाकात हुई तो मैंने खुद एक सीरीज चलाई 5 टॉप फ्लेक्सी कैप फंड्स और उसको मैंने ट्विटर में पोस्ट किया। अब आपसे दोबारा मुलाकात हो रही है तो ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि आपको जाने दें, आपके अजीज फंड्स जाने बगैर? तो हुक्म कीजिए, कौन कौन से अच्छे लगते हैं, फिर नोट किया जाए और फिर एक पहल शुरू होगी कि भाई पैसे डालो और सिप करो।
यस, थैंक यू शैल जी। जो ये आप कर रहे हैं ना मुहिम, सिप बढ़ाओ, ये बहुत फायदा करती है लोगों के लिए। आप देख लीजिए, जैसे आपको मैं वापस आई एम डाइग्रेसिंग, आई विल गिव यू द फंड नेम्स कि सेम स्कीम में मैंने देखा कि एक स्कीम थी जिसकी नेगेटिव रिटर्न थी 5% की 1.5 साल की, बट एसआईपी की रिटर्न 7% पॉजिटिव है। तो ये धीमे धीमे पैसे डालते हैं जो रिटेल लोग, उनकी वही स्कीम में रिटर्न ज्यादा है जाके एचएनआई की कम है। सो प्लीज एसआईपी करें। आपको मैं स्कीम नेम्स बता देता हूँ शैल जी। अगर मैं मल्टी कैप से चालू करूं, कोटक मल्टी कैप एक अच्छा स्कीम होगा। मिड और लार्ज कैप में एसबीआई लार्ज एंड मिड कैप। अगर फोकस कैटेगरी हो तो आईसीआईसीआई फोकस कैटेगरी। अगर डिविडेंड यील्ड कैटेगरी चाहिए तो आईसीआईसीआई डिविडेंड यील्ड। फ्लेक्सी कैप में मैं बोलूंगा नहीं क्योंकि शैल जी की सिर्फ आप सुन लें, 5 की सीरीज कर चुके हैं, मैं वापस क्यों अपना तिकड़म लगाऊं, राइट? सो इन्वेस्को स्मॉल कैप इज अ गुड स्मॉल कैप फंड, कोटक मिड कैप इज अ गुड मिड कैप फंड। तो मैंने 6-7 स्कीम पढ़ा दिए। जितने आप ज्यादा खरीदेंगे उतने ही आपकी हेज हो जाएगी, क्योंकि 1-2 स्कीमें साल 2 साल के लिए नहीं चलती। अगर आपके वही 2 स्कीमें होती है तो मायूस हो जाता है इंसान।
जी जी। ये जो आपने एक आंकड़ा दिया, सिर्फ 10 सेकंड आपने चर्चा करी कि लमसम जिसने लगाया उसके -5% रिटर्न है, सिप लगाया तो उसके +7 है। ये कौन सा फंड है
सर? ये है कोटक मिड कैप।
अच्छा, ठीक है। कल उपाध्याय जी हमारे साथ ही थे।
सितंबर 24 से देखो, अवधि सेम है, फंड सेम है, रिटर्न डिफरेंट है।
करेक्ट। तो बेसिकली, हाँ देखिए, बेसिकली फिरोज जी ने कितनी बढ़िया बात कही। आप बुरे से बुरा क्या कर सकते हैं कि किसी फंड को पीक पे खरीद लें, इससे बुरा नहीं हो सकता, हो ही नहीं सकता इससे बुरा। तो आपने पीक पे खरीद लिया और बाजार गिर गया वहां से। मिड कैप इंडेक्स तो 20-22% करेक्ट किया, ऑब्वियसली फंड भी करेगा, थोड़ा कम करेगा, लेकिन आपने अगर उस गिरावट में फंड में पैसे आप डालते रहे तो एक दिन ऐसा आया कि वो एवरेज हुई अर्निंग और फिर वहां से ग्राफ दोबारा शुरू ऊपर हुआ। ये होगा, ये गणित है, इसमें कोई सोच वोच नहीं है। आप सोचे कोई फिलॉसफी है, कोई स्ट्रेटजी है, नहीं, ये गणित है। गणित में हमेशा 2 और 2 4 ही होते हैं। तो इस पे ध्यान दीजिए। अजीज साहब, हमेशा की तरह बड़ा अच्छा लगता है आपसे बात करके, और कोई करे ना करे, मैं अपनी तरफ से 1% गोल्ड अपने ETF निकालूंगा।
मैं भी एक वादा करना चाहूंगा शैल जी।
जी।
2-3 महीनों में हमारे पास इतनी रिसीटें होंगी हमारे क्लाइंटों की बिकी हुई
जी
गोल्ड की, तो मैं आपको भेजूंगा ताकि आप देख पाए कि हम खाली इधर बात नहीं करेंगे, हम भी अपनी तरफ से जो मुहिम हो सकती है वो करेंगे। ऑलरेडी हमने कलेक्ट करनी चालू कर दी है रिसीट, सेल रिसीट। वी विल डू आवर बिट।
और फिरोज जी, ये बात भी बड़ी पसंद आई कि हम अगर हम अपने देश के लिए नहीं करेंगे तो कौन करेगा।
वाह।
चलिए, वापस मुंबई में मुलाकात होती है जल्द।
थैंक यू सर, प्रणाम।
चलिए, Firoz Aziz Saab, joint CEO, Anand Rathi Wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful discussion on why it matters to look at equity in the longer term, because it compounds at 15-16% CAGR. Gold compounds at 9%. You've seen a very sharp rally. perhaps it's time to book some of it and capture the all-time high in this precious metal. We normally tell you to buy quality, but we also tell you when to sell and how to sell. Thank you for watching.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Tech here on Business Today Television, your favorite tech and auto show. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is where I bring to you Tech It Easy, your weekly dose of all things technology. First up, look at how Google has held its most anticipated Android show this week, and it has definitely given us the first ever look at Android 17 and Gemini Intelligence, among a lot more other features which will now soon arrive this summer. First up, of course, for the flagship phones of S series of Samsung as well as the Google series of Pixel as well. Remember, this is where you will get to see how users will be able to automate a lot of tasks, and a lot of AI's ability will be able to be used to understand visual context, and everything that you see now on your screens can get AI-fied. Google also wants to change the way how you use your laptops. Google has announced Google Book, a new category of laptops that's built around AI, in particular Gemini Intelligence, and a MacBook Neo competitor, a product that has already seen so much success. And with this new approach, Google aims to bring the best of Android apps from Google Play Store into a modern OS designed around AI and intelligence. The company also says the Google Book is all set to launch this fall. Next up, it's Uber, which is set to launch its first ever India data center with Adani Group. Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi has announced the company's first data center in India in collaboration with the Adani Group, which is set to launch later this year. And this facility will be instrumental in testing and deploying Uber's technology at scale. Well, are you someone who can't help but scroll for hours and hours on your phone, endlessly watching random stuff on your smartphones? Well, then Google may have a solution to that. Google has also launched its new digital well-being feature with Android 17 called Pause Point, which claims to reduce smartphone usage by adding a short delay before selected apps open. This places a 10-second pause between a tap and the access to the app. Also, in the world of largest music streaming platform Spotify, which has turned 20, it's also celebrating its anniversary by gifting users a fully personalized look at your entire music history. So you can go back in time on Spotify from the day first that you joined on the app. You'll be able to see what you listened to on the first day and the total number of unique songs you've listened to, the first ever song streamed, and your all-time most streamed artists as well. Well, up next, you can be getting ready for Aryan, and he's going to get you the Gadget Garage and a very unique keyboard at that. Stay tuned for that.
Hello all and welcome back to the Gadget Garage, the place where we talk about the latest gadgets and the latest garages. Actually, no, it's the place where we talk about the latest gadgets and the latest vehicles in the world of automobiles. You know, the things that go inside the garage? Yeah, that. We have a packed episode for you today. We have the OnePlus Nord CE6, we have the unboxing of the Oppo Find X9s, we have the Toyota Wellfire MPV, and to start it all, we have a product जो जैसा दिखता है वो वैसा है नहीं. यानी it may look like something simple, but it is something much more advanced. Okay, so innovative products straight from the future, and good luck explaining to your manager why you can't work on any other keyboard in the office because your files are on your keyboard at home. But I joke, obviously, this is a very, very advanced piece of technology that we can't wait to get our hands on. This is the HP EliteBook G1A Next Gen AI PC, a computer inside the body of a keyboard. You get an AMD Ryzen 300 series processor inside with up to 64 GB of RAM and 2 TB of storage. For AI functions, there's a 50 TOPS neural processing unit inside as well. Essentially, this is a plug-and-play device which works with any USB-C display. Plug it into any monitor and it becomes your PC. It's the same basic concept as a Mac Mini or a Mac Studio, except that it's in the form of a keyboard, so you will only need to connect a mouse and an external display for this to work. This device is coming soon. Would you buy it? Would it make your setup less clutter-free as HP claims? What are your thoughts? Tell us in the comments and keep watching Tech Gear. But next up, something we did get our hands on last week and have been reviewing it for the last week or so, the OnePlus Nord CE6. How good is it? How bad is it? Is it your next phone to buy? Time to find out. The OnePlus Nord CE6. ये वो under 30,000 rupee phone है that Indians have been waiting for a long time. Well, we've had it with us for over a week, and now let me tell you what's good about it, what's bad about it, and whether you should buy this device or not. Now, this phone is a bit of a mixed bag. इसमें कुछ अच्छी बातें हैं, कुछ बुरी बातें हैं जो कि हर फोन में होती है. लेकिन this does something for this price point that no other phone is doing. The display, however, is a major highlight. It's a 6.78-inch 1.5K sunburst AMOLED panel with a 144Hz refresh rate. Scrolling through social feeds feels incredibly buttery and fluid. When it comes to watching content, it hits a peak brightness of 3600 nits. Now, while that sounds amazing, and for bright images and light-themed content, it is amazing, watching anything dark in direct sunlight is a bit of a task. In fact, I tried watching the latest episode of The Boys on this phone. I was sitting in a cab, the sunlight was directly on the screen, and I could not tell anything that was going on. बहुत dark scenes थे, I get that, but even then, the only thing I could clearly make out was my own reflection. So while this is a beautiful screen, and for the most part you will be able to make out what's going on, so if you are watching movies or TV shows जिनमें बहुत सारे night scenes हैं या dark scenes हैं, this phone might struggle. But if you're someone who uses light mode a lot and loves to read, even in direct sunlight, आपको ज़्यादा problem नहीं होनी चाहिए. It is only the media consumption that might be a problem, that too in direct sunlight. On the bright side, no pun intended, you get solid performance from the Nord CE6. Usually at this price point you expect a low to mid-range chip, but OnePlus tucked in the Qualcomm Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 with 8 GB of RAM. We tested it by playing 2 heavy games at once to see if it would falter. It did not. No lag, no crashing, no heating. Performance is punchy and stays smooth. But one solid reason to buy this phone is the 8000 mAh battery. ये genuinely 2 दिन तक चलता है, even with moderate to heavy usage. But to push it to the limit, I did something called a help test. Now the help test stands for high endurance, lasting and performance, where I push this phone to its limits. I call it that because when your battery drops low, you tend to feel helpless and need help in the form of a charger, but you can't always get one. You have no other option but to hope that your phone lasts a while longer. Most phones start to feel the strain under 20%, but when I hit that mark and switched to light usage, the OnePlus Nord CE6 lasted for more than half a day. That kind of endurance is incredible, especially when you're in a pinch. And like I said, it's not all perfect though. ColorOS still leaves some things to be desired for. I am a classic OnePlus fan. I still miss the Oxygen OS. I think OnePlus has never been able to match up to that original Oxygen OS vibe. So that is something you will have to deal with. The cameras on this are usable but nothing to write home about. You get a 50 megapixel main sensor, the OmniVision OV50D40 with OIS paired with a 2 megapixel assistance lens. You'll get a decent shot for social media and good lighting, but it's definitely not a pro photography tool. So what's the verdict? Well, if you're looking for a phone under 30,000 that is powered by a Snapdragon 7 series processor, has a massive battery that refuses to die and has a super smooth 144Hz refresh rate wala screen, then the OnePlus Nord CE6 is a phone that you can't go wrong with at all. However, if you are considering buying it, make sure you keep in mind the software and also this fingerprint magnet of a back. Moving from OnePlus to Oppo, let us show you what you get inside the box of the Oppo Find X9s in another one of our Dabba Khol videos. Fair warning, the phone might look familiar, but the color is simply breathtaking. This Hasselblad will have you down bad. And now it's time to open the garage, but this time instead of 2 wheels, we have 4. Take a look at the Toyota Wellfire Executive Lounge, an MPV that celebrities like Ranbir Kapoor own, but it's not just the actors. Let us tell you why even CXOs today are choosing the Wellfire over luxury sedans. It's a hot summer day. I'm sitting inside the Toyota Wellfire Executive Lounge. I'm getting my back massage from the seats. I have my beverage right here that only the rich and affluent can afford at the current given moment. और साथ ही मेरे सामने एक स्क्रीन भी है. मेरे पास एक detachable remote control है, which is as good as almost a smartphone right here. Everything inside this car is controlled by this remote control. We've got JBL speakers all around. We've got a sunroof, a big panel here for a lot of luxury amenities. And joining me in this leisure/work executive lounge is Mr. Karan Dhar, who is the associate editor for Business Today. Karan, so glad for you to join me.
Glad to be with you.
अब मेरे को एक बात बताइए कि बड़े-बड़े एक्टर्स तो ये गाड़ी यूज करते ही हैं. जो आजकल के बिजनेसमैन और CXO लेवल एग्जीक्यूटिव्स हैं, वो ये गाड़ी क्यों प्रेफर कर रहे हैं?
See, Aryan, a lot of these businessmen, promoters, startup founders, and CXO level executives, you know, they're preferring this car over sedans and SUVs because the ample amount of space that is in here and the ottoman seats that I'm sitting on, you can recline them, you know, as much as you can. Yeah. And if you can just see, there is a folding tray table. You can just if you can open it like this, and you can put it like this, and you can work on your laptop. Keep your laptop here and work on this. Okay. So these are some of the features, and there is a reading light if you want to read something. So these are some features. There are some HDMI ports. There's one over there. If you just open this, you know, you can connect your laptop with it, and you can cast whatever you want to see over here.
So essentially, from a work perspective, this is essentially an office on wheels for them. Yeah. Like you said, you can connect your laptop, you can work on it, you can, I'm sure you can eat on this as well. Yeah. There's a lot of amenities in this car that make them, I mean, if we can even call it a car.
This is kind of a rolling boardroom.
Right.
So earlier boardrooms used to be in offices where you would have a oval shaped table surrounded by chairs. Now, you know, the people spend a lot of their time in traffic, stuck in traffic. You know, cities in India have so much traffic now. You know, executives don't want to waste their time, and they want to work in the car while they are on the move. So this car is by this and other luxury MPVs are why why businessmen are choosing it is because of the the space as well as the comfort and the utility that is here in this car that they can use while they're here.
This car perhaps solves the one biggest problem that most 6-seaters and 7-seaters have, and that is third row comfort. Let me show you how easily you can get into the third row and how spacious it actually is. I'm seated back here and there is no shortage of amenities here either. You've got a sunglass holder. This is, by the way, the third sunglass holder this car has. There are buttons and toggles for sunshades right here. There are coat hangers back here as well, along with the grab handles. You've got cup holders, 2 cup holders on each side. Along with that, the release handle for the seat is right here as well. Now, as you can see, this seat is reclined quite fairly back. I am still not uncomfortable. मेरे पास काफी जगह है यहाँ बैठने की. I am about 6 feet in height. But if I want to move these seats ahead, all I need to do is simply press one button here and these will start moving ahead. But that is not where the amenities stop for the rear third row seat. There is also a USB Type-C port here on each side for you to charge your phone, and there is a third set of AC vents right here along with controls for the reading light as well. So that makes sure कि भले ही आप आगे बैठे हैं या पीछे बैठे हैं, your comfort does not have to take the second seat or the third seat either. You are sitting in prime locations all around this car with a lot of features and amenities ready to take you to a next level of comfort and supremacy. Now, after that super relaxing segment, time to fast forward into the AI future with Business Today's very own AI anchor, Sana.
Tech fans, the floodgates are officially open. Some big launches happened this week, with more yet to come in the coming one. First, the long-awaited Oppo Find X9 Ultra has finally arrived. It's officially their most ambitious camera flagship yet, featuring a massive 1-inch sensor and Hasselblad tuning. Next, OnePlus just expanded the Nord family. The Nord CE6 Lite is now live, packing a massive 7000 mAh battery and a 144Hz display. And in the premium segment, the Motorola Razr Fold is here. It's thinner, smarter, unfolds into a massive 8.1-inch screen and is powered by the Snapdragon 8 Gen 5 processor. Finally, mark your calendars for May 22nd. Realme is set to drop a double header. The Watch S5 with 20-day battery life and the Buds Air 8 Pro with flagship-grade noise cancellation.
Okay, thanks for that update, Sana. Time for you to go delete some M dashes. और अभी time है to answer some burning questions in our final segment, which is of course the FAQ segment. Hello all. एक बार फिर आपका स्वागत है to the FAQ segment where we answer all your burning questions and I answer all her burning questions, and I am joined by none other than मेरी सवालों की सहेली साक्षात मानिता.
What is your problem with introductions यार? मेरा नाम मानिता रल्हन है guys, बाकी सब भूल जाओ तुम लोग, मानिता याद रखना, ठीक है?
Maiden of curiosity,
वो ठीक
सवालों की सहेली. Well, Manita, welcome back to the FAQ segment. Please tell us आज आपके क्या सवाल हैं? आपने पूरा एपिसोड देखा है, I'm sure. क्या सवाल है आपके?
मेरा ना फोन बहुत पुराना हो गया है, मतलब मैंने इसे इतनी बार गेट दिया तो I need to buy a new phone. तो कुछ 30,000 के अराउंड अंडर मुझे चाहिए, तो क्या मैं ये वाला ले सकती हूँ? OnePlus Nord CE6 आपके पास आया, मैं ले लूँ ये?
मतलब ये वाला तो नहीं, ये तो वापस जाना होता है. This is a review unit.
Okay.
But yes and no. Not because आपको ये वापस देना पड़ेगा, but the problem is, yes, if you like good-looking phones, if you like phones with long battery, and you want a beautiful display, go for the OnePlus Nord 6 with your eyes closed. But if you want the best photos and you want to use this phone for content creation, maybe look somewhere else.
देखो इन्फ्लुएंसर तो मैं हूँ, मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और इन्फ्लुएंसर मैं नहीं भी होती तो फोटो और वीडियो ही मेरे को लगता है, कैमरा एक फोन है मेरे लिए सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो आई थिंक मैं आईफोन ही खरीदूंगी फिर। बट मैंने देखा है कि तुमने कोई कीबोर्ड भी इस बार किया है, जो तुम कह रहे हो कि वो कीबोर्ड नहीं है, उसके अंदर पीसी है, ये क्या मैटर है?
ओके, सो इन्फ्लुएंसर तो आप हो, मैं ये बिल्कुल अग्री करता हूँ। as far as the keyboard is considered, yes, it is the HP EliteBoard Gen 1A AI PC inside a keyboard. Yani it looks like a keyboard, it works like a keyboard, but it is also a PC. मतलब इसका ये है कि उसके अंदर ही प्रोसेसर लगा हुआ है, उसके अंदर ही रैम है, उसके अंदर ही स्पीकर्स भी हैं और उसके अंदर ही कनेक्टिविटी पोर्ट्स भी हैं। सो इट इज़ एसेंशियली योर ऑल इन वन सोल्यूशन। आपको बस कीबोर्ड लेके जाना है, एक डिस्प्ले या एक मॉनिटर से कनेक्ट करना है, एक माउस लगाना है जो कि HP कहता है, उसके साथ में प्रीपेड आता है, एंड दैट्स इट। No CPU, nothing. सारा कुछ is inside the keyboard itself. Very similar to the Mac Mini or the Mac Studio, except Mac Mini में क्या होता है, आपको कीबोर्ड लेना होता है, आपको माउस लेना होता है, you have to get another display. But with this,
one question, sir, क्या ये मैं iPad में लगा सकती हूँ?
Technically you can, because there is a USB Type-C port there. You can connect it to your iPad and use that iPad as a display, and entire data आपका सारा जो PC का है वो उस iPad के अंदर आपको डिस्प्ले होगा, just like a PC and a monitor.
Cool. और what is this Wellfire MPV, ऐसा ही कुछ था ना? ये तो मुझसे बोला, एक तो मुझ सवाल ऐसे आते हैं जो मुझसे बोले ही नहीं जाते हैं, मेरे को जवाब समझना तो सेकेंडरी हो गया है, पहले सवाल बोलना मेरे लिए इतना मुश्किल। क्या है Wellfire MPV? तो टेक्निकल टर्म्स टेक्नोलॉजी शो में, चलो ठीक है।
मान्यता नाम है उस गाड़ी का Wellfire।
मारुति होता है गाड़ी का नाम यार, सुजुकी होता है, i20 होता है, Wellfire क्या नाम होता है गाड़ी का?
It is the Toyota Wellfire, and let me make this more relatable to you. रणबीर कपूर के पास ये गाड़ी है।
ओह वाओ यार, अभी लिए क्या?
नहीं हो गया, काफी टाइम के पास हो गया है, गाड़ी को लॉन्च हुए टाइम हो गया। बट व्हाट्स स्पेशल अबाउट दिस कार, इट्स एन MPV, यानी इट्स अ मल्टी पर्पस व्हीकल, एंड आसान भाषा में मैं तो बोलूंगा इट इज अ लाउंज ऑन व्हील्स। It is a very long car. It has lots of room inside. It's got 6 seats. Of course, captain seats है दोनों मिडिल रो में और पीछे वाली रो में। मसाज फंक्शन है गाड़ी के अंदर।
फुट मसाज हो जाएगा?
नहीं, बैक मसाज हो जाएगी आपकी।
मेरे कमर में भी बहुत दर्द
हाँ, सो बैक उम्र हो गई वो वाली, अभी कमर
मेरी हो गई।
ठीक है, तो there will be a back massage function.
Fridge?
No, but you have cup holders in it.
Okay.
There's a lot of storage. आप लगवा सकते हो, उसमें बहुत जगह है, फ्रिज वगैरह भी। You can get a mini fridge put inside that car, no problems.
TV?
Yes, there is 2 displays. एक आगे की तरफ, there is one TV display that comes in the rear end, in front of the middle row, and you can use that to play music, watch something on it. There is an HDMI port to connect a PS5 or an Xbox. मतलब gaming भी आप full on कर सकते हो, but that's not why you should use that. आज की डेट में I was joined by Karan Dhar. He is associate editor here at Business Today, and he told us that is a vehicle, the Toyota Wellfire is a vehicle that is being used by CXOs, by senior executives more than celebrities actually. You know, एक time हुआ करता था where CEO level people used to drive sedans, luxury sedans. They are all shifting to an MPV, and especially to the Toyota Wellfire, because उसमें एयरप्लेन की तरह आप डेस्क बाहर निकाल के यूज कर सकते हो। You can keep your laptops, you can do your meetings from inside the car. You have, like I said, massage functions.
अब इतना पैसा उनके पास है तो कहीं तो खर्चेंगे ना?
It is close to 1.5 crores to buy that car, but it is literally a palace on wheels. You will love sitting inside that car, and it is something that if you're a CXO level, you've achieved that much in life, you truly deserve.
एक दिन मैं भी लूंगी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। So that was all the questions that we have today in the FAQ segment. Thank you so much, Manita, once again for joining me.
मैंने आपकी हेल्प करी है इतनी इसमें,
बिल्कुल।
ये जो फोन है ये मैं लेके जा रही हूँ। थैंक यू।
बट नेक्स्ट वीक रिव्यू करना है इसको, आप कर दोगे रिव्यू?
हाँ, मैं कर दूंगी।
ठीक है। Next week we'll be reviewing the Oppo Find X9s. Make sure you subscribe to Business Today Television and are watching and commenting on the Tech Gear Show. Thank you so much for joining once again.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
With no end in sight for the West Asia war, and with fuel and food prices surging, all eyes have been on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's tour of 5 nations. With the last leg ending on May 19th as he visits Italy. Prime Minister Modi's visit to United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway and Italy signify a change in India's foreign policy, where India is trying to look forward to strengthening technology and ensuring supply chain security. The first stop was UAE, where he held talks with President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, a country which has been the target by Iran since the beginning of West Asia war. Modi condemned the attack on UAE and said India stood shoulder to shoulder with the country while emphasizing that the Strait of Hormuz should be free, open and safe.
Hormuz को free, open और safe बनाए रखना ये हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। इस विषय में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानूनों का पालन आवश्यक है। ब्रदर, भारत हर परिस्थिति में यूएई के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़ा है और आगे भी खड़ा रहेगा।
The stop was less than 3 hours, during which both the countries agreed on a framework for the strategic defense partnership and signed pacts on strategic defense cooperation, petroleum reserves and supply of liquefied petroleum gas. Modi then travelled to Netherlands, during which both the countries elevated bilateral ties to a full-fledged strategic partnership, announcing 17 major agreements spanning semiconductors, green hydrogen, defense cooperation, mobility, critical minerals and emerging technologies. One of the major deals was between Tata Electronics and Dutch semiconductor firm ASML. ASML makes specialized machines without which modern chip fabrication is essentially impossible. Modi's visit to Sweden aimed at targeting electronics, deep tech manufacturing, AI green energy, infrastructure, mobility, urban transformation, healthcare and life sciences. Modi also addressed the European Roundtable for Industry in Gothenburg. Modi's next destination was Norway, where he held bilateral talks with his Norwegian counterpart focused on green energy, maritime cooperation, Arctic engagement, trade and investment. In fact, Modi's visit to Norway is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the Nordic country in 43 years. India and Norway signed a series of agreements covering climate action, maritime cooperation, digital development, healthcare, science, technology and renewable energy.
पिछले वर्ष भारत और यूरोपियन फ्री ट्रेड एसोसिएशन के एक ऐतिहासिक का ब्लूप्रिंट है। इस एग्रीमेंट में अगले 15 वर्ष में भारत में $100 बिलियन इन्वेस्टमेंट और 1 मिलियन जॉब्स क्रिएट करने का लक्ष्य है।
Nordic countries are global leaders in green technologies, sustainable urban planning, innovation ecosystems and clean energy transitions. India's need to enhance its advanced technology in hydrogen energy, climate resilience, smart manufacturing and digital governance has prompted this engagement. This is also being seen by many as a subtle balancing of geopolitical equations by diversifying partnership and reducing dependency on China and the US.
Hello from the Melody team.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is your favorite show, Daily Calls, a show that answers your specific stock queries on the program with top market experts guiding you through your queries on the stocks that you own in your portfolio and those that are coming onto your watch list as well. Of course, you can send us your questions on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screens. Don't forget to mention your own name, location and your contact details, as we can give you an opportunity to speak live to our top market experts and get a custom made advice. You can also log on to our Business Today YouTube channel in case you're watching us there. Do go to the Daily Calls Live, use the comment section there to send me your queries. I'll be happy to pick up all those questions and address it with our top guests as well. Let me quickly look at how the markets are shaping up. Well, as we are nearing the halftime trade, you can see 23,725 onto the Nifty, about 66 points higher in trade. Let's also look at the 0.3% move that we are seeing trickling down below the surface. Real estate infrastructure stocks are doing well today. Broader markets, you have the small caps that are up by 7-10% higher. PSU banks, oil and gas story is also looking strong, but pharma and FMCG and some weakness in the IT stocks can actually be seen in the session today. Let's also look at the top movers as far as the Nifty movers are concerned. You do see Grasim as the top mover today, now up by nearly 5%. Indigo is pulling up over 4% higher. Apollo Hospitals post earnings is up by 2.3%. You also have Max Healthcare ahead of numbers, that's up in trade. Bajaj Auto, BEL, these are some of the other stocks that are doing very well in the session today. Let's actually welcome our guest on board. We're joined by Nilesh Jain on the program from Centrum Broking to share with us a fresh take on the markets. Hi Nilesh, good afternoon, good to have you with us. Well, as we are inching closer to the end of the week, this has largely panned out to be a very volatile one as far as the markets are concerned. So much of overhang of the rising crude prices, the weakness in the rupee that we have seen all through this week. But what is it that your fresh stance is on the markets? Are we still in a very dicey, volatile zone? And what is the best way to approach this kind of a market scenario?
Very good afternoon, Sakshi. Absolutely extremely volatile week this has been so far. If you look at the levels now, as far as Nifty is concerned, once again, Nifty is facing resistance at the high level. Now, the important support, which was earlier acting as a resistance, that's 50-day moving average, which should now act as important support, that's placed at 23,700 level. So, from a closing perspective, today, if Nifty manages to close about 23,700, that will be considered as a positive close. Going forward, then probably we can expect a move towards 24,000 plus. So, that's our view. Buy and decline. As long as Nifty trades about 23,500, the overall undertone remain bullish. We have seen some positive development coming in on geopolitical front, where some cooling off can be seen in the Brent crude as well. The volatility index index also corrected 3.5% today at 17.8, and also some bit of appreciation can be seen in the rupee as well from the highs. So we are likely to see further appreciation going forward in the rupee. Maybe 95.5 to 95 kind of levels can be seen going forward. But as of now, looking at the overall setup in the market, we expect this volatility to continue. There will not be any strong uptick on immediate basis, but yes, gradual uptick is something that we are expecting. The focus should be on the broader markets. Mid-cap select, mid-cap index is something that is looking very strong on the chart. And also a small cap index, somewhat we can expect a follow-up more to continue. So overall, the strategy should be to stock specific, to focus on stock specific and sector specific move within the broader markets.
Okay, let's take the next query. Then we have a lot of our viewers joining in, Nilesh, for you to advise them on their questions. Moria is the first viewer from Bengaluru. He says, Nilesh sir, I need an outlook on Bharat Forge from the current for the current series. Okay, so I think just about 7-8 odd sessions remaining for this series. What is your current approach on Bharat Forge?
After recent correction that we have seen, yesterday was the first day of a reversal, and today we are witnessing a follow-up move. For this May series, I think Bharat Forge has a potential to move towards 1950 to 2000 kind of zone. So, uptick can be seen provided it should defend 1880 level on the upside. So, 1880 is a very strong support, and we can expect a move towards 1950 to 1980 in the May series.
Okay, got that. Let's take the next question. This is KD Pradhan, who says, sir, could you please advise me between Tata Power and Adani Power? Which stock is advisable to invest for the next 6 months? Nilesh, we couldn't hear you. By any chance, have you gone on mute?
Yeah, sorry for that. So Sakshi, out of these two, if I have to pick anyone, that would be Tata Power, given the kind of stable move that usually see we in this particular counter. So I believe Tata Power has a potential to move towards 440 to 450 on the upside. It has a very strong support at 390. That's its 100 as well as 200 moving average support. So keeping that as a stop loss, one can buy this particular counter at current level and not decline for a potential target of 450 to 460. Coming to Adani Power, see comparatively, we have seen more volatility in this particular counter, but the undertone remains strong in this particular counter as well. So if you want to play a momentum with a high risk, then yes, Adani Power can also be looked at, keeping a stop loss below 215. A short-term momentum can be played towards 230 to 240.
All right. Okay, let's move on and take the next query. This one is from Amit Kumar, who says, hi, could you please advise me on Pace Digitech? This stock is also in focus after, I think the numbers have come in as well. Let me quickly pull up the stock and see how the share is performing. We do see 1.3% up move at 182 odd levels for Pace Digitech. And in fact, the company has been in focus because it's actually won some contract from BSNL. 264 odd crore rupees contract in Sikkim is what the company has actually, looking at. In fact, the earnings are going to be seen on May 25, not immediately. But there is this order win impact that the company is showing today. Pace Digitech, how do you see the stock?
Well, so actually the stock has been, quite a bit of volatile. We have seen recently it has made a top near about 202 to 203 zone. This correction, in fact, has given a good opportunity. If somebody wants to take a contra bet, then 173 should be your stop loss. And yes, pullback can be played all the way towards 190 to 195 once again. But one should keep in mind that given the kind of volatility of this particular counter, one should keep a strict stop loss now at current level. If somebody is making a fresh entry, then keep a stop loss at 173. And yes, we may see a pullback move towards 190 to 195.
Okay, got that. Let's take the next question. This one is from Vinita Gupta. She says, good afternoon to you, Nilesh sir. Could you please guide me with a short-term target of HBL Engineering? I have this stock at 807 in my portfolio. Where do you see the stock going forward from here?
Well, HBL Engineering on technical front, we are witnessing some bit of rebound in last couple of trading session. Although the immediate hurdle, or I would say a major hurdle of its 200-day as well as 21-day moving average, both are coinciding at exactly at near about 800 level. So it is important that it should take out 800 mark on the upside decisively. Then yes, we can expect a move towards 900 to 950 as well. So from a positional perspective, it's a buy and decline structure. I would suggest to stay put in this particular counter, keeping a stop loss below 740. So 740 should be the stop loss, and positional upside can be seen all the way towards 850 to 900.
Okay, fair point. Let's move forward and take the next query. This one is from Sudhir. He says, good afternoon, Sakshi, and good afternoon, Nilesh sir. My question is on Sanman Capital. Should I buy this stock? And also on BHEL, if you could advise for short term, what could be the stop loss and targets for both these stocks? Okay, Sanman Capital and BHEL, two stocks where he needs to invest, and he's asking a target and a stop loss for both. Sanman Capital today is up by about 9.5%.
Samman Capital for the second straight session, we have seen price surge. Today after numbers, we are witnessing an impact where a gap up opening was seen. But overall, see, if you are making a fresh entry at current level, then the risk and reward is not looking favorable. Ideal strategy should be to buy on decline. If you get any dip towards 150, that can be a good entry point. Then you can keep a stop loss at 138 and go long for the upside target of maybe 162 to 170 kind of upside can be seen in the near term. The setup looks sideways to positive, but buy and decline should be the strategy. Now coming to BHEL, it has been in a very strong uptrend, a secular uptrend, I would say, where it has hit a new record high recently. But the overall structure hints that there should be some consolidation before we see another leg on the upside. So use that consolidation as a buying opportunity. So buy and decline should be the strategy. Keep a stop loss at 385, and a positional upside can be seen towards 430 to 450.
Okay, got that. We also know that Sanman Capital rose by almost 10% in the intraday session today. This is in response to the fourth quarterly earnings. And also what we have seen is that the cleanup of the balance sheet has brought the NPAs down to zero, and that's why Sanman Capital has risen sharply in the session today. This information would be just additional for your understanding, Sudhir. Let's also look at the next query. This is Anuj Singh, who says, good afternoon ma'am and good afternoon Nilesh sir. Shelly Engineering and Plastic का शेयर मेरे पास 2250 के रेट पर हैं, 200 शेयर्स मैंने खरीदे हुए हैं. इसका एक साल का टारगेट नीलेश सर क्या एडवाइस कर सकते हैं? Shelly Engineering, currently it's at 2691. You have bought it at 2250, which means that you are in good set of profits, so congratulations on that. Do you think he can continue to build up onto the profits if he continues to hold on for the next 1 year?
Well, absolutely, Sakshi, because the structure is looking very strong. Recently, in the previous high, we saw the counter made a fresh record high as well. So the undertone looks very strong. Counter is trading well above all long-term, short-term moving averages. So keeping that in mind, yes, from a positional upside, 1 year plus kind of time frame, I think the stock has a potential to move towards 3,000 to 3,400. So that kind of levels can be seen in the near term. Yes, there could be possibility in between. You may see some bit of volatility due to which counter may correct to 2,400 as well. So first of all, keep a stop loss at 2250. That should be your trailing stop loss in order to protect your principal as well as your profit. And upside in next 1 year, quite possible we may see 3,000 plus or maybe 3,500 kind of targets.
Okay, got that. Let's take the next query. This one is again from one of our viewers who's joining in on our YouTube, Satya. He says, please let me know about IRB Infra. After the results, I have bought a few stocks at 22. Can I add more? And the expected price for both short and medium term, if sir could advise me on the same. Well, this has been a stock which has been in a painful journey for some time. Investors have felt stuck into this stock, but for those who are actually now taking the benefit of lower prices and again entering, like today the stock has jumped by about 12.5% odd. Is finally the stock coming back to its long term gains that we used to see onto the stock, or is it still going to be dicey?
See, Sakshi, back to back for the second straight session, we have seen a strong momentum, and after number today specifically, the counter has witnessed a spurt of around 13%. So first of all, in terms of making a fresh entry, if somebody wants to make a fresh entry, then I would suggest the ideal strategy should be to buy on decline. No doubt, we have seen a very good breakout coming in from its long-term 200-day moving average, which was seen almost after a span of 1.5 years. So that's a good setup on the chart. Yes, we may see a follow-up on the upside towards 25 to 26 in a very short-term or medium-term time frame. But ideal strategy, as I mentioned, if you have already bought it at a lower price, then wait for some meaningful decline, maybe in the range of 22.5 to 23. That can be a good entry point. Keep a stop loss at 22. Positional upside can be played maybe towards 26 or 28 in the near term.
Okay, let's move forward and take the next query. This one is from Abdish Thakur. विशाल मेगा मार्ट पर इन्होंने पोजीशन लिया हुआ है 124 पर, ये होल्ड करे हुए हैं इस शेयर को और अपने पोर्टफोलियो में मीडियम टर्म के लिए एक टारगेट आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं विशाल मेगा मार्ट में.
वेल साक्षी वेरी गुड सेटअप, वेरी गुड रिबाउंड मैं कहूंगा। इस पर्टिकुलर काउंटर में काफी लंबे समय कंसोलिडेशन दिखा रहा था, बट इन लेवलों पर यस होल्ड करें, अपनी पोजीशन में बने रहें। 119 का एक छोटा सा स्टॉप लॉस लगाएं। 130 से 135 तक की अपसाइड शॉर्ट टर्म मीडियम टर्म में देखने को मिल सकती है।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी की तरफ बढ़ते हैं आगे, और ये सवाल है नितिन आराध्या का। लिखते हैं, आई एम फ्रॉम बैंगलोर, आई हैव कर्नाटका बैंक share in my portfolio, also good luck India shares in my portfolio. I'm sitting on around 5% profit. Should I book my profits or shift to some other stock like Samman Capital, or any other suggestion that you would advise, or should I continue to stay in my position? कर्नाटका बैंक और गुड लक इंडिया दोनों में प्रॉफिट में आ चुके हैं, क्या करना चाहिए?
Well, Sakshi, see, this kind of market जहाँ पे आप देखो तो बैंकिंग स्पेस कंटिन्यूसली अंडर परफॉर्म कर रहा है। लार्ज कैप बैंक्स में हमें पेन देखने को मिल रहा है। आईसीआईसीआई, एचडीएफसी, कोटक, इनफैक्ट these banks have corrected in the range of 10 to 15% from the highs. On the other hand, if you see small banks like KTK Bank, which is trading almost at all-time high level, so this shows that counter काफी strong है और फर्दर अपसाइड यहाँ पर पॉसिबल है, तो बिल्कुल बने रहें। ऑलरेडी इन द मनी है, तो डेफिनेटली मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा कि अपनी पोजीशन को राइट करें। एंड अपसाइड की बात करें तो 290 से 300 तक जाने का पोटेंशियल है, बट you should keep a trailing stop loss which is coming right now at 257. So that's the 21 DMA, that should be your stop loss. और कमिंग टू गुड लक, सी गुड लक का भी सेटअप काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग नजर आ रहा है। काफी लंबे समय बाद द काउंटर हैज गिवन अ मल्टी अप ब्रेकआउट, सो यहाँ पर भी सिमिलर एडवाइस होगी, आप इस रैली को राइड करो। और ऊपर के लेवल की अगर हम बात करें तो 1500 से 1550 तक के जाने का पोटेंशियल है। करंट लेवल पर होल्ड करें, 1380 का ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस लगाएं और बिल्कुल यहाँ पर बने रहने की सलाह होगी।
ओके, गॉट दैट। अनन्या का क्वेश्चन लेते हैं नेक्स्ट। BEL के ऊपर इनका सवाल है कि इस शेयर पर आपका क्या ओवरऑल व्यू है और अभी क्या इसमें निवेश किया जा सकता है भारत इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर?
सी भारत इलेक्ट्रिक इज काइंड ऑफ अ स्लो मूवर। आप अगर थोड़ा लंबा नजरिया है, 1 साल के ऊपर का होल्डिंग पीरियड है, तो यहाँ पर डेफिनेटली ऐड करके चल सकते हैं। थोड़ी सी जगह आपको रखनी होगी क्योंकि काउंटर में अभी भी पोटेंशियल है कि ये 400 और 380 तक के भी लेवल दिखा सकता है। तो एक स्टैगर्ड वे में पोर्टफोलियो में ऐड करने जैसा स्ट्रक्चर है, बट डू नॉट एक्सपेक्ट एनी शॉर्ट टर्म इमीडिएट इम्पैक्ट, बिकॉज ये पर्टिकुलर स्पेस थोड़ा सा कंसोलिडेशन दिखा रहा है, तो हो सकता है कि थोड़ा टाइम वाइज करेक्शन और यहाँ पर कंटिन्यू हो। सो इफ यू हैव अ टाइम होराइजन ऑफ 1 year प्लस, देन यस यू कैन ऐड इन योर पोर्टफोलियो।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं और ये हमारे पास सवाल आया है सक्तनी का। लिखते हैं, नीलेश सर, आई वांट टू नो वेदर यू एक्सपेक्ट वोडाफोन आइडिया टू रीच 14 levels, and if yes, then by what time do you expect that, and what's your outlook in the near term onto the stock as well? We have seen Vodafone Idea improving from its lows quite a bit over the last couple of weeks. The stock is now hovering at around 13.7. So it's very near to that 14 mark that he is requesting you to address. What's your own suggestion?
Well, a very good setup, I would say. After a long time, we have seen such kind of momentum coming back in idea, this particular counter. Last time we saw these prices, that was September 2024. So long time back, we have seen the stock reclaiming the mark of 13. See, 14 is very near. Maybe in a day or two, we may see that level getting achieved. But coming to the near-term outlook, I think the stock has a potential to move towards 15 to 16, or maybe from a little position perspective in next 6 to 8 months, I think stock has a potential to move towards 18 to 20 as well. So yes, given the kind of a breakout and a momentum we have seen, if somebody is already holding the long position, I would suggest to keep a trailing stop loss, which is coming right now at 12.8, and ride this rally from a very immediate perspective 14.5. From a positional perspective, 16 to 18 kind of levels can be seen.
ठीक है, let's take the next query. This one is from Jatin Dave. He says, Sakshi and Nilesh ji, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you also, Jatin. He says, sir, आप Shadow Fox को कैसे देखते हैं? 202 पर मैंने लिया हुआ है, 1500 मेरे पास शेयर्स हैं। इस पर टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस अगले 6 महीने के लिए क्या मैं रख सकता हूँ?
See, first of all, काउंटर recent listing है, जनवरी 2026 इसी साल इसकी लिस्टिंग हुई है, तो डेटा थोड़े लिमिटेड है, 3 months की डेटा है, बट जितने भी डेटा अवेलेबल है, इफ यू कैन सी ऑन द चार्ट एज वेल, काफी अच्छा मोमेंटम आईपीओ की लिस्टिंग के बाद हमें देखने को मिला है। और जहां पर मार्केट में करेक्शन है उसके विपरीत यहाँ पर अच्छा आउट परफॉर्मेंस दिख रहा है, तो अच्छा सेटअप है। नियर टर्म पर्सपेक्टिव से मुझे लग रहा है 230 240 तक की अपसाइड यहाँ पर बन सकती है, बट ट्रेडिंग स्टॉप लॉस आप जरूर लगाएं क्योंकि आपने काफी ऊपरी स्तर पर खरीदारी की है, हाल फिलहाल की खरीदारी नजर आ रही है, तो यहाँ पर 190 का एक ट्रेडिंग स्टॉप लॉस जरूर मेंटेन करें।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं। ये है अमन का सवाल नोएडा से। ये लिखते हैं, हाय नीलेश सर, कैन यू प्लीज टेक माय स्टॉक क्वेरी? आई वांट टू नो अबाउट KRN हीट एक्सचेंजर and I wanted to know how do you view this stock and what should I do as a strategy on this stock?
राइट, KRN दिस पर्टिकुलर काउंटर, सी यहाँ पर अगर हम स्ट्रक्चर देखें तो काउंटर थोड़ा सा ऊपर से कंसोलिडेशन दिखा रहा है। Recently we have seen some bit of profit taking at the high level, but yes, after this recent correction, if somebody is looking to make a fresh entry, then wait for a dip towards maybe 1000 kind of levels. If at all you get, that can be used as a buying opportunity. 906 is a long-term 200-day moving average, so ideally that should be your stop loss. As long as it trades above 906, there are high possibility that we may see a rebound once again towards maybe 1100 to 1200.
बिल्कुल, और ये एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो आईपीओ के समय से इस स्टॉक ने काफ़ी बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस दिया, ऑलमोस्ट 400% तो ये बढ़ चुका है। और देखा जाए तो कंपनी के प्रॉफिट्स भी अच्छे आए हैं, अभी पिछले 2 दिन पहले ही रिजल्ट्स भी आए हैं, 57% तक का प्रॉफिट जो है वो बढ़ता हुआ दिखा है। इनफैक्ट कंपनी ने नए CFO को भी अभी इंडक्ट किया है। साथ ही अगर आप देखें प्रॉफिट्स आए हैं 23 करोड़ के आसपास के Q4 में, रेवेन्यू जो है वो भी बढ़ता हुआ आपको नजर आया, एबिडा भी यहाँ पर बढ़ता हुआ नजर आया और मार्जिन्स भी इम्प्रूव हुई हैं, 18.6% तक की अब मार्जिन्स आई हैं कंपनी की। और पूरे साल FY26 की अगर बात करें तो उसमें भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो इम्प्रूवमेंट डेफिनेटली आपको देखने को मिला है। Let's move across now to the next question. We have some queries coming in on our WhatsApp, so let's take some questions there. We have this question from Deepak Malhotra who says, sir, Fredun Pharmaceuticals 1900 पर मैंने ये लिया हुआ है लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए, 3 साल के लिए मैं इस पे ऑलरेडी होल्ड कर सकता हूँ, इस पर आपका क्या व्यू है? फटाफट से इस शेयर को देखते हैं, 2535 पर चल रहा है, आज 4.5% ऊपर है ये शेयर। और अगर हम देखें पिछले 1 महीने में 24% ये बढ़ता हुआ नजर आया। बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज लिस्टेड स्टॉक है ये, फ्रेडून फार्मास्यूटिकल्स का शेयर 6 महीने में कुछ लगभग अगर आप देखेंगे तो 36% का इम्प्रूवमेंट नजर आया है। नीलेश, क्या आप इस शेयर को ट्रैक करते हैं?
फ्रेडून फार्मा जो फिलहाल 2500 पर ट्रेड हो रहा है, इज इट करेक्ट?
बिल्कुल,
राइट, so it's only PSC listed counter first of all. यहाँ पर सी टेक्निकली द काउंटर हैज गिवन अ ब्रेकआउट, फ्रेश ब्रेकआउट आई वुड से। उस ब्रेकआउट के चलते काउंटर में पोटेंशियल है कि 2600 से 2700 तक की अपसाइड यहाँ पर देखने को मिल सकती है, बट गिवन द काइंड ऑफ वॉलेटाइल इन नेचर यहाँ पर यू हैव टू कीप अ स्ट्रिक्ट स्टॉप लॉस दैट्स कमिंग एट 2400 राइट नाउ। सेटअप काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग है, मोमेंटम 27-2800 तक जा सकता है, बट 2400 का स्टॉप लॉस लगा के लॉन्ग पोजीशन है तो होल्ड करें।
ठीक है, let's take the next query. This one is from Shrikant from Bengaluru. He says, hi Sakshi, good afternoon. I'm grateful for the valuable program as always that you deliver with helping investors with the knowledge. So please continue doing such shows. Thank you so much, dear Shrikant, for your warm words. And I truly hope that with the guidance of experts like Nilesh, you are able to definitely take all the control of your finances, your investments, and continue to make, profitable trades and investment as we continue to go along together. Of course, we'll continue to be with you and keep getting such interesting insights and fascinating insights from all our guests for you. We have this question now coming in from you on Shilpa Medicare. He says that I've bought it at the price of 213 and I want to know, should I book my profit or further accumulate these stocks for medium term? Good part is that you're in profits. Good to hear that. You're at 474 now. You bought it at 213. Very good entry price that you got into. Nilesh ji, can he continue to make greater profits going forward?
Well, absolutely. A very good return. Almost it has given more than 100% kind of return.
Yeah.
See, at current level, I think there is still more room left on the upside. The counter has a potential to move beyond 500, and quite possible in the near term, it may test 600 plus kind of levels as well. So first of all, keep a trailing stop loss since he's very much in the money. So keep a trailing stop loss which is coming at 440. And on the upside, if it breaks above 500, then wait for a target price of 550 to 600. So stay put. That's the advice. But keep a trailing stop loss.
Okay, let's take the next question. This one is from Lavisha. She says, I want to know about Aris Infra. इसमें entry level क्या होनी चाहिए नीलेश sir?
Iris Infra, is it trading at 245?
I'll just quickly pull up the stock in front of you now. Aris Infra का share है currently 117.9 पर. 3.7% तक की आज वीकनेस है. आरएस के नाम से, ARIS के नाम से कोड है इसका, जो NSE पर आपको दिखेगा. Aris Infra Solutions.
Right. Is it at 117?
Correct.
Right. That's Aries. So overall, the structure is looking slightly weaker because recently this counter has made a high of 160. In last 8-10 session, we have seen a sharp decline, and because of that, Aries has came down all the way towards 118. I think और भी नीचे आ सकता है. It has a potential to test 110 to 100 level as well. So ideally, one should keep a tight stop loss at current level. अगर already long position है तो 110 का stop loss लगाएं. अगर पुल बैक के चलते 130 और 140 के लेवल आ जाते हैं, देन आई वुड सजेस्ट कि एग्जिट करें, क्योंकि स्ट्रक्चर थोड़ा सा साइडवेज टू वीक लग रहा है.
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं, और ये सवाल हमारे पास स्वाति का है यूट्यूब के ज़रिए. ये लिखते हैं, वेरी यूजफुल शो फॉर अस, थैंक यू सो मच डियर स्वाति. इनका जो सवाल है मेडी असिस्ट को लेकर है. 376 के भाव पर इन्होंने ये शेयर होल्ड किया हुआ है. क्या एवरेज कर सकती हैं या नहीं, ये आपसे पूछना चाह रही हैं. मेडी असिस्ट
वेल काफी ऊपर के लेवल पर खरीदारी की है और काफी लंबे समय से हम इस काउंटर में पेन देख रहे हैं. जब से लिस्टिंग हुई है तब से थोड़ा बहुत कंसोलिडेशन के बाद से लगातार गिरावट देख रहे हैं. जिस हिसाब से स्ट्रक्चर स्पैन आउट हो रहा है, चांसेस है कि काउंटर में पुल बैक 400-450 तक का देखने को मिल सकता है. बट डू नॉट बी इन अ हरी टू एवरेज एट करंट लेवल. जल्दबाजी ना करें एवरेज करने के लिए, क्योंकि आपको थोड़े और नीचे के लेवल मिल सकते हैं. सिर्फ पोजीशन लिहाज से काउंटर में पोटेंशियल है कि एक रिबाउंड दिखा सकता है. 500-550 तक के लेवल फिर से आ सकते हैं. बट आइडियली यू शुड वेट फॉर डिसाइसिव ब्रेकआउट. या तो फिर 400 के ऊपर निकल जाने दीजिए, या तो फिर 350 के नीचे अगर मिलता है तो ये एवरेज करें.
Okay, let's take the next question here. We have this question coming in from one of our viewers, Saktani, who says, hi Nilesh sir. Okay, Saktani's question has already been taken, pardon me. I'll take the next query. This one is from Raju Tiwari, who says, sir, Sagar Cements की fundamentals और technicals क्या कहते हैं और किस level पर इसे accumulate करना चाहिए?
Sakshi, could you please repeat the name of the counter?
Sagar Cements, currently at 180.
Right. So this counter right now is trading at 180. Okay. So recently we have seen some bit of consolidation, but overall structure is not looking that promising. कहीं ना कहीं एक बेस बनाने की तैयारी हो रही है इसके अंदर. मेरे ख्याल से अगर ऊपरी स्तर पर 185 के लेवल ब्रेक होते हैं, तब यहाँ पर फ्रेश लॉन्ग बना के चल सकते हैं. उसके बाद हो सकता है 220 तक के लेवल देखने को मिले. जो इमीडिएट हर्डल है 200 या मूविंग एवरेज का, वो 188 का है. तो 188 का नेक्स्ट मेजर हर्डल है, उसके ऊपर निकलता है तब पॉसिबिलिटी है कि 220 तक जा सकता है. बट मेजर स्ट्रक्चर अभी भी उतना प्रॉमिसिंग नहीं लग रहा है. करेक्शन हमने देखा है all the way from 300 to it has corrected to 160, 155. More than 50% kind of correction we have already seen. So some consolidation at current level that can be seen going forward. अगर लंबा नजरिया है तो ही यहाँ पर लॉन्ग पोजीशन है तो बने रहे, अन्यथा अवॉइड करें.
Okay. Let's take the next one. This one is again from a WhatsApp viewer. बिहार से ब्रिजेश राय हैं, जो कि लिखते हैं, सर निपॉन इंडिया लाइफ में बताइए, 1103 में बाई किया है, इसका स्टॉप लॉस और टारगेट क्या हो सकता है, और अगर लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए होल्ड करना हो तो क्या राय रहेगी?
निपॉन दैट्स नाम इंडिया जो फिलहाल ट्रेड कर रहा है 1090 पर. सो निपॉन लाइफ एसेट मैनेजमेंट, जस्ट करेक्ट मी
जी
इफ आई एम
जी जी
नॉट.
बिल्कुल ठीक।
राइट. सो ये काउंटर काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग अप ट्रेंड में रहा है लगातार. यहाँ पर जो भी गिरावट हमें देखने को मिली है वहां पर खरीदारी देखने को मिल रही है. स्ट्रक्चर पॉजिटिव है. आज थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट टेकिंग जरूर है, बट अगर लंबा नजरिया है तो भी यहाँ पर बने रह सकते हैं. शॉर्ट टू मीडियम टर्म के लिहाज से भी स्ट्रक्चर पॉजिटिव है, बट फ्रेश खरीदारी के पर्सपेक्टिव से अगर 1050 या उसके नीचे मिलता है तो यहाँ पर फ्रेश एंट्री करें, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा ओवरबॉट है. थोड़ी प्रॉफिट टेकिंग यहाँ पर देखने को मिल सकती है. तो गिरावट पर खरीदारी करने की सलाह होगी. 1000 के स्टॉप लॉस से 1150 1200 तक की अपसाइड शॉर्ट टू मीडियम टर्म में देखने को मिल सकती है.
ठीक है, क्वेरी हमारे पास है नेक्स्ट स्पेसिफिकली गगन की दिल्ली से. ये आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं and style mind. Okay, let me first look at this stock. In the meanwhile, we'll just take another query. जब तक मैं ये वाला शेयर निकालती हूँ. ये क्वेश्चन है आशु का और ये पूछना चाहते हैं सियान एग्रो के ऊपर. ये कहते हैं कि मेरे पास 40 शेयर हैं और इस पर मैं काफ़ी स्टक फील कर रहा हूँ 1904 पर. सियान एग्रो में अभी आप कैसे देखते हैं आगे मूव? फिलहाल ये शेयर 1448 पर आज 5% तक के अपर सर्किट पर ट्रेड कर रहा है, लेकिन ज़्यादातर ये स्टॉक जो है सर्किट टू सर्किट ही मूव करता हुआ नजर आया है. बीएससी लिस्टेड काउंटर है सियान एग्रो इंडस्ट्रीज.
बिल्कुल ठीक कहा आपने. देखिए सियान एग्रो आज अपर सर्किट पर है, 1450 के आसपास ट्रेड कर रहा है, बट मेरी सलाह होगी कि इस काउंटर को थोड़ा सा बी कॉशियस, अवॉइड करें तो बेहतर होगा. बिकॉज इसका पैटर्न देखें, पिछले लगभग एक महीने में कॉन्टिन्यूसली अपर सर्किट, उसके बाद कॉन्टिन्यूसली लोअर सर्किट. सो नॉट एडवाइजेबल टू ट्रेड इन दिस पर्टिकुलर काउंटर. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, अगर आपके पास पोजीशन है तो यहाँ पर अगर आपको प्रॉफिट मिल रहा है तो बुक कर लें, या तो फिर ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस 1430 के ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस से पुल बैक का वेट कर सकते हैं, बट अवॉइड ट्रेडिंग दिस पर्टिकुलर काउंटर.
ओके नीलेश जी, आप अपनी तरफ से भी कुछ स्टॉक आइडियाज़ देना चाहेंगे हमारे सभी दर्शकों को, जहां पर आप फ्रेश रिसर्च करके बता रहे हैं कि अभी बढ़िया मौका है निवेश करने का?
बिल्कुल. देखिए यहाँ पर अगर हम ओवरऑल ब्रॉडर सेटअप देखें, जहाँ पे ब्रॉडर मार्केट्स का सेटअप काफी अच्छा नजर आ रहा है, स्पेसिफिकली निफ्टी मिड कैप एंड स्मॉल कैप इंडेक्स हमें बेटर प्लेस नजर आ रहा है. तो फोकस करना चाहिए स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक मिड कैप एंड स्मॉल कैप आइडियाज पर. सबसे पहले जो काउंटर हमारे रडार पर है वो है दीपक फर्टिलाइजर्स. काफी अच्छा सेटअप है, मोमेंटम अच्छा है. 1380 से 1400 तक के मूव के लिए इसे लॉन्ग करके चल सकते हैं. दैट्स दीपक फर्टिलाइजर्स जो फिलहाल 1360 पर है. स्टॉप लॉस रखना होगा 1330, 1330 की स्टॉप लॉस से इस पर्टिकुलर काउंटर को लॉन्ग करने की सलाह होगी. इसके अलावा जो दूसरा स्टॉक हमें पसंद आ रहा है वो है टाटा केमिकल. केमिकल स्पेस में से भी एक पुल बैक का ट्रेड यहाँ पर लेके चल सकते हैं, जहां पर 780 800 तक की अपसाइड देखने को मिल सकती है. 725 का स्टॉप लॉस रखना होगा.
ऑल राइट, ओके. उम्मीद करते हैं इन दोनों ही शेयर्स को आपने नोट डाउन कर लिया है जहां पर निवेश की सलाह आपको नीलेश जी की तरफ से मिली है. इसी के साथ बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया नीलेश जी बने रहने के लिए आज के इस खास प्रोग्राम में, सभी दर्शकों के जो क्वेरीज हैं उन्हें एड्रेस करने के लिए और बहुत सारी गाइडेंस देने के लिए. ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर टू हैव यू विद अस. होप यू हैव अ फैंटास्टिक वीकेंड अहेड एंड वील ऑफ कोर्स सी यू इन द नेक्स्ट वीक. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग विद अस ऑन द प्रोग्राम. Let's move forward into the next segment, but before that, keep an eye out on the Nifty viewers. We have slipped to the day's low point now, just about 5 points lower at 23,653. That's where we are at as far as the Nifty is concerned. 5 to 6 points lower. We were hovering higher for the large part of the session today. We've had two instances where we have seen sharp drops, and now we are at the same low point of the session. What is causing this pressure? IT stocks, that's where the weakness is coming in from, 0.5% lower. FMCG, even the Nifty Bank is lower now. Nifty Bank, private banks and financial services both are contributing to the declines. Even the pharma stocks have slipped into the red. There is also some cool off from the higher levels from the real estate pack. Even the small caps are just about 0.5% higher right now. So there is some increasing pressure building up. This is despite the fact that India VIX is down by about 3.2%. There is some more weakness that's coming in. Let's in fact welcome Ruchit Jain on the program to help us understand what exactly is happening in the markets, why so much volatility suddenly. And Ruchit, yet again, we are toggling with the flat line. We are at the day's low point. So what took off the gains in the session today, and where do you see the markets headed?
Yeah, hi, Sakshi, very good afternoon. Well, if we see the recent past, then the market seems to be going through some time-wise corrective phase of consolidation, where although the index has formed a base of 23,300, it is not able to surpass the 20.
All right, okay. Rujit, we'll come back to you. We are facing slight issue with your, audio at this point in time. We'll quickly try and fix that. But let me quickly look at how the markets, are trading. And let me also get you some broad market understanding right now. Where is the momentum plus where is the weakness coming in? Let's talk about the big momentum stocks. Samman Capital, Precision Camshafts, those are higher in the session today. You also have names like Dynacon Systems that's doing well today. Then you also have names like Exicom Telesystems, those are higher. These are the stocks that are definitely doing well. Then you have Go Fashion that's doing well today. So those are some names, J Bharat Maruti, Honeywell Automation. These are some names that are definitely in the smart zone in the session today, rising anywhere between high single digits to even double digits higher in the session today. Some are even at circuits as well. Protein eGov Technology is also at a circuit today. Those are some stocks that are definitely moving very smartly. But the pain points in the Nifty 500 basket, EPAC Durables is down in the session. Jubilant Foodworks is sharply down post the earnings. You also have names like PI Industries that's lower. Anu Pharma is down in session. Then you also have names like Sadbhav Engineering that's down in the session as well. Those are some of the names that are truly seeing a lot of weakness. Even Bosch post the earnings is down by almost 5% odd. That's where the pain point is being seen at this point, right? Let's also look at some of the other big momentum winners and losers on the F&O space where the weakness can be seen. Voltas, CDSL, Bajaj Finance. These are the pockets which are showing decline as far as the F&O movers are concerned. Ruchit is back with us. Ruchit, yes, please help us understand with your fresh take on the markets. What are you doing amidst this entire volatile zone? Entire week, we've seen so much of volatility. We start off in the positive, we end in the negative. We start off in the negative, we end in the positive. One day higher, one day lower. This kind of an absolute crazy move that we are seeing into the markets, yet the range remains limited. What should one do?
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon, Sakshi. So yes, as you said, although we are seeing intraday volatility, but overall market continues to remain in the range. We have formed immediate support base around at 23,300, but still are not able to surpass the 23,800 mark, which is the 20-day MA resistance. So I think a directional move should be expected only on a breakout either below 23,300 or above 23,800. Till then, I think markets continue to remain in a range, and this could be a time-wise corrective phase. Now, important factors that markets are watching for. One is the crude oil prices. Yesterday, we did see some dip from the highs, but sustainability at lower levels is important. And second is INR. We have seen a very sharp depreciation in USD INR over last 2 or 3 weeks, and we need to see a reversal in that. So in case if we see today, we have seen some appreciation over there, but again, the sustainability remains the key. So I think for next 1 or 2 trading session, market participants would watch out for whether crude remains at lower levels or sees further correction, and whether we see a complete trend reversal in USD INR. If that happens, then we would see a breakout about 23,800. But for now, I think the trend remains sideways with 23,300 being a good support base.
Okay, got that. I hope that this has also given you a framework as to how to look at the markets in the current zone. Richard, we'll start taking some questions. We have so many viewers joining in afresh. We have Ravi Kalra from Delhi asking the next question. On NLC India, his question stands that he has 1,000 shares at 323. He can continue to hold for the next 6 months. Would your advice be to stay on?
Yeah, I would recommend to continue to hold on. The stock has already gone through a huge consolidation phase over past few months. In fact, if you see it right from February 2024 till March 2026, so almost 2 years the stock was within a range. And recently the stock has given a breakout above that 300, 320 resistance zone. So I think over next few months the stock should continue to do well. Definitely some volatility could be there in the near term since the stock has already seen a rally over last 2 months. But overall trend remains constructive. So continue to hold on your existing positions.
Okay, got that. Let's take the next query. This one is from Kamla, who says, please suggest on buying Hindustan Copper at the current levels. Would that be an advice?
Not at current levels. I think we have seen a back move in the recent past, but the volumes at high levels is completely seems to be missing. and the momentum readings are not showing that positive kind of traction. So I think maybe the stock would continue to consolidate within the range. Supports are placed around 520 to 525 range. So if it comes in that range, you can take a review again.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from Gunjan from Jaipur. She says, Ruchit sir, would you advise a fresh entry in Trent from the current levels? Well, I think the best time to be in Trent was in 2024 when it was like, rallying on a one-way move. 2025 panned out to be a rather, underperforming consolidative zone. What's the stance in 2026? We've already seen first 5 months pass on. How has the stock performed, and are these the levels that one should again look at investing in?
So after that long uptrend, the stock ended its trend in October 2024 around the highs of 8,300, 8,400 range. From that 8,000, the stock has corrected to 4,000, almost 50% correction. It seems that the price-wise corrective phase is done for the stock, as that lower top, lower bottom structure which it was forming has been negated. But more time-wise correction could be there in the near term. So price-wise, we do not expect much downside from here on, but some time correction can be seen. So expect some consolidation to happen in the near term. In case if the stock manages to surpass the 200 DMA resistance, which is around 4,400, now the stock has not closed above 200 DMA since a long period of time. So it needs a closing above that first for the complete change in the trend. So I think some sideways trend could be expected. Wait for a closing above its 200 DMA before initiating fresh longs.
Okay, let's take another query. This one is from one of our viewers, again, Mohit from Ludhiana. He says, good afternoon to you, Ruchit sir. I have 300 shares of Campus Activewear in my portfolio. I bought it at 284. My time horizon is 2 years. What would your advice be?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mohit. See, the stock has been an underperformer in the market rallies. When the broader markets have done well, still we have not seen any kind of price move with good volumes or any outperformance in the stock. So I would suggest to make a switch to some other sector or some other names itself, as there are no signs of trended phase coming in going ahead as well. The immediate support is there around 200, 220, but if the stock stays sideways or remains within a range for a longer period of time, you could miss out some good opportunities. So my suggestion would be to switch to some other sector.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from Namish. He says, it's a great TV show. Thank you so much, dear Namish, for writing in. He says, I want to know from Ruchit sir on NIIT. I have the position at 110 levels. What level should I look at exiting my position?
So already the sector has been in a downtrend since a long period of time. We have seen some pullback move in the IT stocks of late, but I think it will take some time for the entire sectoral uptrend to come in. So stocks like NIT won't be the leaders when the sector goes up. So I think they would be the followers. So no, don't expect any early signs of any uptrend coming in the stock. So my advice would be to make a switch even at current levels you can do. In case if you want to stay within the same sector, look at stocks like Coforge, which are not correcting now when the sector was going down. I think even the post the results which it posted, the stock has witnessed a good buying opportunities. So downside would be limited in such stocks where leadership would come when the IT sector as a whole would go up. But not from stocks like NIT where don't expect any leadership from them. So you can exit at current levels also, and if you want to invest in the same sector, then Coforge would be a better option.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from Gagan. He's from Delhi. He says, Ruchit sir, I have Stylum Industries in my portfolio. I bought it at 2506 levels and I want to know for short term what should my strategy be. Okay, so it's trading at 2731. So he's in profits right now. Any suggestion on this?
I would recommend to hold on. The stock has seen good momentum over last 1.5 weeks. And overall, when we see such trended up moves, what the stock has shown in last 2 weeks, the 20 DMA usually acts as a good support and that should not be breached. The 20 DMA for the stock is now placed around 2520 to be precise. So till the stock is up above that level, I don't think you need to worry much. So keeping a stop loss below 2500, you can hold your existing positions.
All right, okay. I hope that this has also advised you well. Rohit Bathia, he's from Nagpur. He says, hi Sakshi, I'm holding Home First Finance at 1218. Could you please get me an understanding of how should I go about my loss? Should I book it or should I hold on? I don't want to hold on for more than 6 months into my position. So he bought it at 1218. Currently the stock is at 1077. Is there any kind of an indication on the charts that the stock will be able to come back to his price over the next 6 months, because he does not want to hold on beyond that?
Some pullback moves can be expected towards 1170, 1180 kind of levels, but no signs of uptrend yet in the stock. It did see some up move from the low of 900 to 1250 recently, but again that up move was not supported by any kind of high volume based buying. So in case of in absence of such volumes along with the price up move, the stock usually the trend does not usually last for long. So keep a sell on rise approach. Any up move towards 1180, 1200 if comes, just take a review. If that up move is again without volumes, then take an exit over there.
Okay, let's take some questions on our YouTube. We have Varun writing in. He says, hi Sakshi, I have GE Vernova TND and KEI Industries. ये दोनों में मुझे बाय करना है, तो क्या अभी खरीद सकते हैं इन दोनों शेयर्स को, KEI Industries और GE Vernova TND?
So gradual buying can be done. No doubt about the trend for both the stocks are much positive, especially for both the sectors are much positive and the stocks are also doing well. But the stocks have already shown a good run up over last 2 or 3 months. So in terms of risk reward ratio, it would be prudent to buy some quantity at current levels. And in case if we see any consolidation or small bit of declines, then use dips to add more quantity to the portfolio.
Okay, let's take the next question. This one is from one of our viewers. Okay, we don't have your name, but he says, thank you Sakshi for patiently taking all our queries. Thank you so much, dear viewer, for writing in. Of course, that's the show. This is your show. We have to take your questions. That's how we've built it. We want to address each one who really watches the show because we want all of you to be aware that not relying on social media tips is extremely important. The way why we started this show was we were already looking at how so much of misinformation is being spread across because of social media, and we thought this should be one show where anyone should be able to take the right guidance from top market experts like Ruchit, who've been tracking the markets for so long, and they do it as a profession, with the topmost brokerage houses of the country. So that's how we are, we built this show to get you the best of the market guidance on Business Today television. Nothing can be better than this. You directly get it from the experts who do this for a living and who actually track markets for so many years. So you're at the right place. Keep asking your questions. Taking informed decisions will definitely help you in your long-term investment goals. So your question today is on, he wants to ask you, Ruchit, on Keynes Technologies. The current market price, how do you look at the stock and what would your advice be on Keynes Tech?
So overall, the stock has been in a downtrend over last few months. No signs of trend reversal as of now. Even when the markets had done well in the month of April, we did not see stock surpassing its resistance levels. And of late, again, the volume-based selling has been seen post its numbers. So this clearly indicates lack of buying interest even at lower levels in the stock. So better to avoid any kind of bottom fishing over here. In case if you have existing positions, then keep a sell on rise approach. In between, if you get such pullback moves along with the market, then exit in pullback moves.
Okay, let's take the next query. We have Arihant Pavpant writing in. I'm a big fan of Ruchit sir. So please advise me on Adani Total Gas. What is the fresh entry level that you can advise me here?
Thank you, Arihant. Well, overall, we have seen a good up move in the Adani Group stocks in last 1.5 to 2 months. But frankly, if you compare Adani Total Gas with the other names within the same group, then relatively it has not done that well. Technically, the support is around 580. So overall, it's not negative. It's good till it's above 580. But for an outperformance, the stock needs to break out above 700 level. So 580, 700, this is the trading range for the stock. If you have determined to buy this stock only within the group, then I would suggest to buy some quantity only rather than buying all what you want to buy, and keep a stop loss below 580 on those levels. And whenever the stock gives a breakout above 700, then add the full position so that you can take the benefit of the trended phase when the breakout comes.
Okay, I hope that this has also advised you better. Let's take some questions from our WhatsApp too. Kalpesh Kacharia from Mumbai says, Sir, I have a short sell for May expiry on IDFC First Bank at 69. I want to know whether my target of 45 or 40 can be seen on IDFC First Bank for May expiry.
So the stock has been in a downtrend, but last 1 or 2 weeks, you see the stock has completely turned no sideways. So 66 to 70, 71 has been the trading range for the stock. So trend is definitely not positive, but more of a sideways trend. So if you have short positions, you can keep a stop loss above 70 rupees and see what happens, at the end of the expiry. So if you get at lower levels, then 66 is the level with where the support lies.
Okay. Next we have Krishna writing in the query. He wants to know about Union Bank future position at 169 for the May month. क्या इसमें rollover किया जाए या losses को book किया जाए? ये इनका सवाल है.
मैं रेकमेंड करूंगा लॉसेस बुक करना और दो स्टॉक सपोर्ट के आसपास है, बट आप पीएसयू बैंकिंग एज ए स्पेस देखेंगे तो ये लेग ऑफ अप मूव जो हमने देखा अप्रैल महीने में, अप्रैल के स्टार्ट से या मार्च एंड से, उसमें पीएसयू बैंक्स का पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं था और पीएसयू बैंक्स आउट परफॉर्मर थे फरवरी मंथ तक. फरवरी के बाद में पीएसयू बैंक्स में आउट परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आ रहा है. सो अगर आप सपोर्ट पे ऑल्दो है बट लेकिन अगर सेक्टरल परफॉर्मेंस नहीं है, सो बेटर है कि अगर आप फ्यूचर्स में ट्रेडिंग कर रहे हैं तो ऐसे सेक्टर्स के साथ जाइए कि जहाँ पे मार्केट के अप मूव में पार्टिसिपेशन है. सो मेरी सलाह रहेगी कि इसको रोल ओवर ना करें. इन केस आगे चल के देखें पीएसयू बैंक्स में पार्टिसिपेशन आता है तो फिर आप वापस री एंट्री के लिए डिसीजन ले सकते हैं, बट करंट सिचुएशन के हिसाब से तो रोल ओवर इसमें नहीं करना चाहिए.
Okay, got that. I hope that this has also given you an understanding of how should you go about it. We have the next question from Ayush Agarwal. He's from Ghaziabad and he says, Ruchit sir, please help me with Jubilant Food. What should I do for the next 6 to 8 months? Jubilant Food has today cracked after the earnings have come in. A flattish triple SG growth that continues to be an overhang for the company. Most of the brokerage houses, even though they have a buy rating, they are reducing the target prices to around 600 levels for Jubilant Food Works. The stock has crashed sharply, 7.5% lower at 437. What's your own understanding of Jubilant Food? What should be done here? Is it a stock that will continue to be, painful for the next 6 to 8 months?
Quite possible, because when the markets are going up, the stock is not going up. Post numbers, the stock is going down with high volume. So all these factors clearly indicates के lack of buying interest, and whoever long positions are there, whoever traders are there with long positions, they want to exit. So clear, I think that underperformance could continue going ahead also. So my advice would be to book losses and take an exit from this.
Okay. I hope that this has also helped you out as well. We'll take one more question from our viewers. This is one of our viewers, Ankur Modi. He says, hi Sakshi, good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. Very well, Ankur. Thank you for asking, and I hope the same for you. He says, Ruchit sir, can you give some capital markets stocks that one could watch out for in the future for good returns?
So we have seen that the entire capital market as a segment has done quite well, starting with the exchange stocks like MCX, BSE. Then even the AMC stocks have done well, and even the broking stocks have done well. So within this entire segment, Angel One is one stock which technically is looking positive. Post the recent price up move, the stock consolidated, and again today we have seen a breakout from that consolidation, so indicating a continuation of the uptrend. So this could do well. Rest stocks like BSE and MCX, you can keep a buy on dip approach in case if you get any kind of some declines in the near future at lower levels, look to add. And within the AMC segment, stocks like SDFC AMC has seen a long consolidation phase. So downside there also seems to be limited. So that also can be added to the portfolio.
Okay, I hope that this has also helped you out in understanding what your true strategy should be here. We'll try and take one more query on the program. Okay, we have this question coming in from Umang. He says, good afternoon. I want to know from Ruchit sir on Asgard. I have this stock at 52 levels. What should I be doing now?
Actually, I didn't got the name. Which stock was it?
This is Asgard. Let me quickly pull up the stock and help you understand with the current price as well as this is Asgard Alco Bev. If you could look at it again, a BSC listed stock, I think. Okay. This used to be called as Banganga Papers once. Asgard Alco Bev.
Yeah,
You
I
have
think
the stock?
the volumes are also quite low in the stock. So
Yeah.
usually on such liquid stocks, performing technical analysis is very difficult.
Yeah.
So won't be able to form much view on this.
Okay, Anshu Patel has the next question. Wants to know, sir, would you advise any entry level for SMS Pharma?
The pharma as a segment has done well in last 1 month, and we are positive or constructive on the sector. Now, within this, SMS Pharma has also seen an up move. The 50 DMA has been acting as a good support. So 400, 420, 400, 410 is a good support zone for the stock. So if you get in this range, then you can look to add long positions, and the stop loss on long should be then placed below 380.
Okay, got that. I hope this has also advised you well. Let's now come to you, Ruchit, to understand from you any top choice of stocks that you can advise.
So I think Siemens Energy is one stock that we like, and we have also advised to our clients to go long yesterday itself. So we can clearly see that after a recent breakout of cup and handle pattern, the stock retested that breakout levels. And last couple of trading sessions, the volumes have increased, significantly compared to its daily average. So it's just a resumption of uptrend that we have seen. So definitely it's already up in last couple of sessions, but still I think the stock has long way to go from current levels also. So if any positional trading one has to do, then Siemens Energy Enrine can be bought at current levels, with of course some scope to buy if we get any kind of minor declines in the near future.
Okay, I hope that this has also, given you a sense of where should you be looking for specific opportunities. Thank you so much, dear Ruchis, for being with us on the show and for guiding so many of our viewers, connecting with your fans as you always do week on week. Thank you, and I hope you have a fantastic weekend ahead.
Thank you very much, actually.
All right, viewers, we've not recovered from where we started the show at, 0.1% lower. But let's see how the second half really plays out for the markets. Still 2.5 hours remaining. So let's see whether we do see a buying at those lower levels on the markets. But for now, 23,630 is where we are at. Stay tuned on to Business Today Television. We continue to get you more insights from the world of markets, business and finance. Stay tuned.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
So as multiple challenges stare at the Indian economy and the Modi government, joining me now is a special guest joined by Geeta Gopinath, former managing director of IMF and a professor now at Harvard University. Appreciate you joining us, Professor Gopinath. You and I were in conversation exactly a month ago, and your concern was if this war goes into end May, June, that's when its economic consequences will get very serious. And that's exactly what seems to be happening at the moment. How do you see the situation now as we enter the end of May with no clear end to the West Asia conflict and indeed what's happening at the Strait of Hormuz and the blockade there?
Hi, Rajdeep. Indeed, this global supply shock of oil and also LPG and LNG, fertilizers, all of this is just increasing in scale. And while countries have relied on their reserves to help them during these times, and you've seen, for example, China has really cut back on its imports of oil, but similarly Korea and Japan have also done so. It's becoming a bigger strain for countries around the world. And we certainly see that in India, which is being hit also because it relies a lot on the Middle East for its fuel. And this is very consequential. So it's not just about the prices, but it's about the shortages. I actually now worry that this continues into June, and the estimates are that it's going to take a lot more destruction in demand if prices have to stay at the $110 a barrel that we have right now. It's very likely that we're looking, just given the projected path of supply versus demand, that we're looking, especially in June, at closer to $140 a barrel of oil as opposed to where it is now. So, because of this important tipping point that's coming, that is likely to happen in June, I think just everybody just expects that the U.S. administration is going to figure out a way to open up the strait. But this is not going to happen overnight. It's going to take 2 to 3 months, even if today everybody decides that they're opening up.
So effectively, in this country, we've had 2 fuel price hikes, domestic fuel, in the last week alone, in 5 days. Given that the fears are the worst case scenario that oil goes from $110 a barrel to $140 a barrel, would one presume that India is in for more fuel hikes, that this is something inevitable the government cannot avoid?
Yeah. What we have to recognize is that this is unfortunately an external shock that has hit India, that India has little control over, and that is unfortunately creating hardships for households, for businesses. I mean, this calls for an adjustment. And so while you can have adjustment through voluntary restraint, which is what the Prime Minister has called for in multiple forms, but it's also going to have to work through prices. And so, yes, having fuel prices go up at the pump will deliver the behavioral change that you need in terms of cutting back on use of that kind of fuel. So it is going to be difficult, even more difficult if it goes up to $140 a barrel. Mm-hmm. The pain will have to be shared by the government having a slightly higher fiscal deficit, while at the same time some part of the price increase is passed through to households and companies. I mean, it's going to be shared in that form.
We're already seeing inflation creeping up. If you look at wholesale and consumer price index, March and April. So you expect that to continue as well. So we are entering a phase where inflation will keep creeping up. Growth presumably will slow down. So the challenges are at a multiple level. Is there a priority that you believe the government needs to address at the moment?
So first and foremost, I think just recognizing, which I think the Prime Minister has done by going out and saying that this is a negative shock out of our control and it requires adjustment. It will take a reduction in demand of these imported goods, including the other aspects, including gold and so on. And it will require lower consumption. It is going to slow down activity. It is going to negatively affect businesses. But again, we should just also keep in mind the fact that there are many other things that are going well in the Indian economy. The economy came into this place with relatively strong consumption demand, and public spending and infrastructure was also helping. So there are positive stories to it. India has about $700 billion in reserves. So there are aspects of resilience that come from what India has in terms of its economic strength, in terms of its macroeconomic frameworks. Mm-hmm. But it will take adjustment, and it will take both the government temporarily running higher fiscal deficits so that it can absorb some of this shock, and because it's not going to be able to pass the full cost over through to households. Maybe some help for businesses that are in dire straits, especially small businesses who have liquidity problems. You can help them with that. Again, you have to do it in a limited way because we still have the prospect of oil going up to a much higher level. I mean, that has not been ruled out yet. So you have to move carefully, you have to tread carefully. And yes, it will result in somewhat higher inflation. Producer price inflation is going to go up even further, just given what's happening with energy prices. The important inflation that really does matter is consumer price inflation. That is reflecting also the fact that policy is not allowing prices to rise as much. But, again, because India starts off with a good inflation print before this war has happened, it has space for inflation to move up without having to, worry about how damaging that could be for inflation more generally going forward into the future.
Let's come to specifics. India's currency has weakened from around 91 rupees per US dollar at the end of February 2026. It's almost 97 now, the highest ever. You've done an op-ed where, interestingly, you seem to suggest that a falling exchange rate can curb imports more effectively than austerity measures. So don't intervene in the forex market. India has close to $700 billion in foreign exchange. They will not run out because of higher imports. And the current condition, therefore, provides sufficient grounds to consider allowing the rupee to adjust without actively depleting reserves. So we could be seeing the rupee crossing the century mark, and you're not too worried.
I think what we need to pay attention to is what is the adjustment that's required, right? What policymakers should care about is what's happening with jobs in the country, what's happening with inflation in the country, consumer price inflation in the country, with what's happening with output. Those are the variables you care about. Now, the exchange rate is one factor that goes into each of these variables. And so you pay attention to the exchange rate because you want to see what's going to happen to the variables you truly care about, right? Which is jobs and inflation and output. So what happens when the currency depreciates? When the currency depreciates, it helps you with the adjustment that you need, which is you cut back on imports. And that is usually very quick, and you see that in the data. When it comes to exports, the quantity of exports don't go up as quickly. I mean, this is what we see in research. You don't get a bang for the buck immediately. But at the same time, the profit of exporting firms go up. And we've seen that over time, you can see an increase in exports. And importantly, the price of the exchange rate is not just determined by imports and exports, but it's determined in financial markets. So a lot depends upon how foreign investors are looking at their returns from putting their money in India. And so, again, if the exchange rate was to depreciate, there is a natural point where you say, well, this is now not going to depreciate anymore. You come in, capital flows come in, and the currency appreciates. So you get the adjustment that you need. Now, to the question of the variables you care about, right? So let's talk about inflation, because that's where you see directly showing up. You do want some higher inflation because that's precisely the mechanism through which you get the adjustment. As a central banker, what you worry about is if you just end up with unanchoring inflation expectations and people just assume inflation is going to be very far from the RBI's target. There is nothing in the data right now that points to that says that that kind of unanchoring is happening. And so therefore that should give comfort. The other thing you care about is whether this currency movement, the rupee getting to 100, is going to generate financial instability. There is nothing in terms of financial institutions in India that point to the fact that, okay, well, if this will generate financial risks, you're not seeing it any kind of market pricing. So therefore, I think this is a moment to say, okay, we need the adjustment. This is how the adjustment happens. And of course, in the event that you actually do have disruptive financial conditions, or you see you're getting close to disruptive financial conditions, and there are data points you can stare at to make sure what that moment is, you can use your scarce resources, because you have to keep in mind that the foreign exchange reserves that the RBI has is only that much, 700 billion. You can't print it. You can run out of it. And so it's important to be prudent and cautious.
No, so is there a red flag on exchange rates that you would put? Is there a number you would put as a red flag that's when we should really get worried?
I would not put a number. No, the relevant number is not the actual value of the exchange rate. What matters is looking at, certain kinds of yields in financial markets, the currency bases, interest parity rates. I mean, those are the kinds of variables you want to stare at to see whether you're seeing what looks like disorderly financial conditions. The problem with intervening right now, when this is a fundamental shock, which is you have oil prices going up, it is not a problem that India created. It is a problem that India has to now deal with. When you have that kind of a shock, and it's a fundamental shock, it requires adjustment. If you try to intervene, all that happens is you lose your reserves. And you, for a tiny amount of time, you maybe are able to prop up the currency, but then you just lose it, and you're back to where you would have been without the intervention.
So let me push you one more time. If geopolitical center tensions continue for 3-4 months, will we see the rupee breach the psychological barrier of $100? It's already the worst performing currency in Asia. Should that not worry us? I ask you this again. That's not the priority you're saying. Am I correct?
I think firstly, it should not be a psychological barrier. There is, in a sense, it's not like you want the rupee to be at a particular level for its own sake. You want it to be at a level that's consistent with job creation, with inflation being well contained, with output being, business is not under tremendous stress. That's what you care about. And there is a trade-off. You will have some more inflation, but that's, again, part of the adjustment mechanism that's required. You have to pay attention to problematic situations like financial conditions being disrupted, which, of course, then will affect jobs and will affect output. Those are the things you worry about, not just the sticker number for what the rupee is. And so at the moment, it's about adjustment.
There are those who are, of course, saying, Geeta Gopinath, that the challenge for the government now is not just to sort of ask people to be austere, to save more. The Prime Minister says, don't buy gold, reduce foreign travel, reduce fuel consumption. Those are sermons from the Mount. What about people, particularly at the margins, those whose jobs, livelihoods, stagnant incomes are probably going to take a hit? Are there solutions out there? Is there an example from across the world that you can pick up that maybe India can look at?
Well, there are certainly things that can be done and should be done, which is including when it comes to fuel prices, as and when the government starts passing through more of the world price into the prices that at retail level, you will require to provide more cash transfers to vulnerable households. You could even cover some fraction of middle-income households, frankly. So you have, you want to provide cash transfers. That's one way you do it. There are going to be small businesses that are being affected by the higher cost of their inputs. These are businesses that if you determine that these are otherwise viable businesses, and it's just about the current shock that they're facing right now, then providing them with liquidity either through, a government guaranteed loan. That's a kind of a measure that you can take to prevent otherwise too many small businesses from shutting down. That's a useful step to take. So fiscal deficits will go up more than was projected before, but these are the kinds of adjustments that will help.
Just a couple of days ago, I had someone who was India's executive director at the IMF till not too long ago, Dr. Surjit Balla, who said the economic situation couldn't be worse. He said foreigners are not investing in India. Domestic investors don't want to invest in India. He spoke about FII outflows. He spoke about declining FDI. He spoke about in general, a climate which was feel bad. Do you go along with that? Do you believe it's as dire as that for India at the moment? Or because only 6 months ago, many were speaking about this being India's Goldilocks moment.
I do not agree with that. I think the Indian economy has many areas of strength. Again, we have to make it clear about what are the different forms of shocks. There is what's happening with the West Asia conflict. It's an external shock, not something India created. When it comes to capital flows, what we also have to take into account is the fact that because inflation in the US is now going to be higher for longer, interest rates in the US are going to be higher for longer, which means that from a foreign investor's perspective, it is going to be more attractive to keep money in the US as opposed to sending it outside. What is true about India is that even before this crisis hit, there was a drying up of portfolio inflows into India and not enough foreign direct investment coming into India. And there are multiple factors for that. One is India's stock markets has always been viewed as being somewhat overpriced. There's not those many assets, liquid assets that one can buy that you can get high returns on. Ease of doing business is still complicated. There are still Supreme Court rulings, regulatory rulings that happen, which seem to bring up uncertainty about the rules of the game in India. And so companies and investors are cautious about coming in because of that. So these are all areas that require fixing. And I think it's important to address all of these issues. That's where also the focus should be, kept alongside, of course, helping households and businesses with this current conflict.
In conclusion, the Prime Minister seemed to suggest when he spoke at a gathering that COVID-like, we could be in a COVID-like situation. Of course, the COVID years saw a demand fall as well as, of course, supply side shocks as well. Do you believe it's fair to liken what could be happening in the next few months if this conflict continues to a COVID-like situation, or would that be an exaggerated fear?
You know, if this conflict continues and we're looking at oil at now at $140 a barrel and expected to stay there for the foreseeable future, it's a problem not just for India. Frankly, it's a problem for the world. And we're looking at global growth going to 2.5% or even 2%. So that is a very large, major shock for the world economy. The basic point that when you're faced with a shock of this kind, it's not possible for the government to come in and just, smooth it over and say that we can fix the problems for you. I think that's a fair statement. It requires some adjustment. It requires adjustment. I think that the Indian economy has come into this with enough strength that this is definitely not a moment to panic. This is a moment where, as the Prime Minister says, it requires adjustment, voluntary restraint, but I also think importantly through the signals that's provided through the rupee and through prices at the pump.
I'm going to leave it there, Geeta Gopinath. Obviously, as I said, we spoke last month, and with every month, the situation gets more and more difficult to manage. And of course, if this crisis continues through the summer, then it throws up many more issues, some of which we'll, of course, come back to you to discuss. But I appreciate you taking the time off and talking to us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajdeep.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Tech here on Business Today Television, your favorite tech and auto show. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is where I bring to you Tech It Easy, your weekly dose of all things technology. First up, look at how Google has held its most anticipated Android show this week, and it has definitely given us the first ever look at Android 17 and Gemini Intelligence, among a lot more other features which will now soon arrive this summer. First up, of course, for the flagship phones of S series of Samsung as well as the Google series of Pixel as well. Remember, this is where you will get to see how users will be able to automate a lot of tasks, and a lot of AI's ability will be able to be used to understand visual context, and everything that you see now on your screens can get AI-fied. Google also wants to change the way how you use your laptops. Google has announced Google Book, a new category of laptops that's built around AI, in particular Gemini Intelligence and a MacBook Neo competitor, a product that has already seen so much success. And with this new approach, Google aims to bring the best of Android apps from Google Play Store into a modern OS designed around AI and intelligence. The company also says the Google Book is all set to launch this fall. Next up, it's Uber, which is set to launch its first ever India data center with Adani Group. Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi has announced the company's first data center in India in collaboration with the Adani Group, which is set to launch later this year. And this facility will be instrumental in testing and deploying Uber's technology at scale. Well, are you someone who can't help but scroll for hours and hours on your phone, endlessly watching random stuff on your smartphones? Well, then Google may have a solution to that. Google has also launched its new digital well-being feature with Android 17 called Pause Point, which claims to reduce smartphone usage by adding a short delay before selected apps open. This places a 10-second pause between a tap and the access to the app. Also, in the world of largest music streaming platform Spotify, which has turned 20, it's also celebrating its anniversary by gifting users a fully personalized look at your entire music history. So you can go back in time on Spotify from the day first that you joined on the app. You'll be able to see what you listened to on the first day and the total number of unique songs you've listened to, the first ever song streamed, and your all-time most streamed artists as well. Well, up next, you can be getting ready for Aryan, and he's going to get you the Gadget Garage and a very unique keyboard at that. Stay tuned for that.
Hello all and welcome back to the Gadget Garage, the place where we talk about the latest gadgets and the latest garages. Actually, no, it's the place where we talk about the latest gadgets and the latest vehicles in the world of automobiles. You know, the things that go inside the garage? Yeah, that. We have a packed episode for you today. We have the OnePlus Nord CE6, we have the unboxing of the Oppo Find X9s, we have the Toyota Wellfire MPV, and to start it all, we have a product जो जैसा दिखता है वो वैसा है नहीं. यानी it may look like something simple, but it is something much more advanced. Okay, so innovative product straight from the future, and good luck explaining to your manager why you can't work on any other keyboard in the office because your files are on your keyboard at home. But I joke, obviously, this is a very, very advanced piece of technology that we can't wait to get our hands on. This is the HP EliteBoard G1A Next Gen AI PC, a computer inside the body of a keyboard. You get an AMD Ryzen 300 series processor inside with up to 64 GB of RAM and 2 TB of storage. For AI functions, there's a 50 TOPS neural processing unit inside as well. Essentially, this is a plug-and-play device which works with any USB-C display. Plug it into any monitor and it becomes your PC. It's the same basic concept as a Mac Mini or a Mac Studio, except that it's in the form of a keyboard, so you will only need to connect a mouse and an external display for this to work. This device is coming soon. Would you buy it? Would it make your setup less clutter-free as HP claims? What are your thoughts? Tell us in the comments and keep watching Tech Gear. But next up, something we did get our hands on last week and have been reviewing it for the last week or so, the OnePlus Nord CE6. How good is it? How bad is it? Is it your next phone to buy? Time to find out. The OnePlus Nord CE6. ये वो under 30,000 rupee phone है that Indians have been waiting for a long time. Well, we've had it with us for over a week, and now let me tell you what's good about it, what's bad about it, and whether you should buy this device or not. Now, this phone is a bit of a mixed bag. इसमें कुछ अच्छी बातें हैं, कुछ बुरी बातें हैं जो कि हर phone में होती हैं. लेकिन this does something for this price point that no other phone is doing. The display, however, is a major highlight. It's a 6.78-inch 1.5K sunburst AMOLED panel with a 144Hz refresh rate. Scrolling through social feeds feels incredibly buttery and fluid. When it comes to watching content, it hits a peak brightness of 3600 nits. Now, while that sounds amazing, and for bright images and light-themed content, it is amazing, watching anything dark in direct sunlight is a bit of a task. In fact, I tried watching the latest episode of The Boys on this phone. I was sitting in a cab, the sunlight was directly on the screen, and I could not tell anything that was going on. What dark scenes the, I get that, but even then, the only thing I could clearly make out was my own reflection. So while this is a beautiful screen, and for the most part you will be able to make out what's going on, so if you are watching movies or TV shows जिनमें बहुत सारे night scenes हैं या dark scenes हैं, this phone might struggle. But if you're someone who uses light mode a lot and loves to read, even in direct sunlight, आपको ज़्यादा problem नहीं होनी चाहिए. It is only the media consumption that might be a problem, that too in direct sunlight. On the bright side, no pun intended, you get solid performance from the Nord CE6. Usually at this price point you expect a low to mid-range chip, but OnePlus tucked in the Qualcomm Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 with 8 GB of RAM. We tested it by playing 2 heavy games at once to see if it would falter. It did not. No lag, no crashing, no heating, performance is punchy and stays smooth.
But one solid reason to buy this phone is the 8000 mAh battery. ये genuinely 2 दिन तक चलता है, even with moderate to heavy usage. But to push it to the limit, I did something called a help test. Now the help test stands for high endurance, lasting and performance, where I push this phone to its limits.
I call it that because when your battery drops low, you tend to feel helpless and need help in the form of a charger, but you can't always get one. You have no other option but to hope that your phone lasts a while longer. Most phones start to feel the strain under 20%, but when I hit that mark and switched to light usage, the OnePlus Nord CE6 lasted for more than half a day. That kind of endurance is incredible, especially when you're in a pinch.
And like I said, it's not all perfect though. ColorOS still leaves some things to be desired for. I am a classic OnePlus fan. I still miss the Oxygen OS. I think OnePlus has never been able to match up to that original Oxygen OS vibe. So that is something you will have to deal with.
The cameras on this are usable but nothing to write home about. You get a 50 megapixel main sensor, the OmniVision OV50D40 with OIS paired with a 2 megapixel assistance lens. You'll get a decent shot for social media and good lighting, but it's definitely not a pro photography tool.
So what's the verdict? Well, if you're looking for a phone under 30,000 that is powered by a Snapdragon 7 series processor, has a massive battery that refuses to die, and has a super smooth 144Hz refresh rate wala screen, then the OnePlus Nord CE6 is a phone that you can't go wrong with at all. However, if you are considering buying it, make sure you keep in mind the software and also this fingerprint magnet of a back.
Moving from OnePlus to Oppo, let us show you what you get inside the box of the Oppo Find X9s in another one of our Dabba Khol videos. Fair warning, the phone might look familiar, but the color is simply breathtaking. This Hasselblad will have you down bad. And now it's time to open the garage, but this time instead of 2 wheels, we have 4. Take a look at the Toyota Wellfire Executive Lounge, an MPV that celebrities like Ranbir Kapoor own, but it's not just the actors. Let us tell you why even CXOs today are choosing the Wellfire over luxury sedans.
It's a hot summer day. I'm sitting inside the Toyota Wellfire Executive Lounge. I'm getting my back massage from the seats. I have my beverage right here that only the rich and affluent can afford at the current given moment. और साथ ही मेरे सामने एक स्क्रीन भी है. मेरे पास एक detachable remote control है, which is as good as almost a smartphone right here. Everything inside this car is controlled by this remote control. We've got JBL speakers all around. We've got a sunroof, a big panel here for a lot of luxury amenities. And joining me in this leisure/work executive lounge is Mr. Karan Dhar, who is the associate editor for Business Today. Karan, so glad for you to join me.
Glad to be with you.
अब मेरे को एक बात बताइए कि बड़े-बड़े एक्टर्स तो ये गाड़ी यूज करते ही हैं. जो आजकल के बिजनेसमैन और CXO लेवल एग्जीक्यूटिव्स हैं, वो ये गाड़ी क्यों प्रेफर कर रहे हैं?
See, Aryan, a lot of these businessmen, promoters, startup founders, and CXO level executives, they're preferring this car over sedans and SUVs because the ample amount of space that is in here and the Ottoman seats that I'm sitting on, you can recline them, as much as you can.
Yeah.
And if you can just see, there is a folding tray table. You can just if you can open it like this, and you can put it like this, and you can work on your laptop. Keep your laptop here and work on this. Okay. So these are some of the features, and there is a reading light if you want to read something. So these are some features. There are some HDMI ports. There's one over there. If you just open this, you can connect your laptop with it, and you can cast whatever you want to see over here.
So essentially, from a work perspective, this is essentially an office on wheels for them. Like you said, you can connect your laptop. You can work on it. You can, I'm sure, you can eat on this as well. There's a lot of amenities in this car that make them. I mean, if we can even call it a car.
This is kind of a rolling boardroom.
Right.
So earlier boardrooms used to be in offices where you would have a oval shaped table surrounded by chairs. Now, the people spend a lot of their time in traffic, stuck in traffic. Cities in India have so much traffic now. Executives don't want to waste their time, and they want to work in the car while they are on the move. So this car is by this and other luxury MPVs are why businessmen are choosing it is because of the the space as well as the comfort and the utility that is here in this car that they can use while they're here.
This car perhaps solves the one biggest problem that most 6-seaters and 7-seaters have, and that is third row comfort. Let me show you how easily you can get into the third row and how spacious it actually is. I'm seated back here, and there is no shortage of amenities here either. You've got a sunglass holder. This is, by the way, the third sunglass holder this car has. There are buttons and toggles for sunshades right here. There are coat hangers back here as well, along with the grab handles. You've got cup holders, 2 cup holders on each side. Along with that, the release handle for the seat is right here as well. Now, as you can see, this seat is reclined quite fairly back. I am still not uncomfortable. मेरे पास काफी जगह है यहाँ बैठने की. I am about 6 feet in height. But if I want to move these seats ahead, all I need to do is simply press one button here, and these will start moving ahead. But that is not where the amenities stop for the rear third row seat. There is also a USB Type-C port here on each side for you to charge your phone, and there is a third set of AC vents right here, along with controls for the reading light as well. So that makes sure कि भले ही आप आगे बैठे हैं या पीछे बैठे हैं, your comfort does not have to take the second seat or the third seat either. You are sitting in prime locations all around this car with a lot of features and amenities ready to take you to a next level of comfort and supremacy. Now, after that super relaxing segment, time to fast forward into the AI future with Business Today's very own AI anchor, Sana.
Tech fans, the floodgates are officially open. Some big launches happened this week, with more yet to come in the coming one. First, the long-awaited Oppo Find X9 Ultra has finally arrived. It's officially their most ambitious camera flagship yet, featuring a massive 1-inch sensor and Hasselblad tuning. Next, OnePlus just expanded the Nord family. The Nord CE6 Lite is now live, packing a massive 7000 mAh battery and a 144Hz display. And in the premium segment, the Motorola Razr Fold is here. It's thinner, smarter, unfolds into a massive 8.1-inch screen and is powered by the Snapdragon 8 Gen 5 processor. Finally, mark your calendars for May 22nd. Realme is set to drop a double header. The Watch S5 with 20-day battery life and the Buds Air 8 Pro with flagship-grade noise cancellation.
Okay, thanks for that update, Sana. Time for you to go delete some M dashes. और अभी time है to answer some burning questions in our final segment, which is of course the FAQ segment. Hello all. एक बार फिर आपका स्वागत है to the FAQ segment where we answer all your burning questions and I answer all her burning questions, and I am joined by none other than मेरी सवालों की सहेली साक्षात मानिता.
What is your problem with introductions यार? मेरा नाम मानिता रलन है guys, बाकी सब भूल जाओ तुम लोग, मानिता याद रखना, ठीक है?
Maiden of curiosity.
वो ठीक है.
सवालों की सहेली. Well, Manita, welcome back to the FAQ segment. Please tell us आज आपके क्या सवाल हैं? आपने पूरा एपिसोड देखा है, I'm sure. क्या सवाल है आपके?
मेरा ना फोन बहुत पुराना हो गया है, मतलब मैंने इसे इतनी बार गिर दिया तो I need to buy a new phone. तो कुछ 30,000 के अराउंड अंडर मुझे चाहिए, तो क्या मैं ये वाला ले सकती हूँ? OnePlus Nord C6 आपके पास आया, मैं ले लूँ ये?
मतलब ये वाला तो नहीं, ये तो वापस जाना होता है. This is a review unit.
Okay, well.
But yes and no. Not because आपको ये वापस देना पड़ेगा,
Okay.
but the problem is, yes, if you like good-looking phones, if you like phones with long battery, and you want a beautiful display, go for the OnePlus Nord 6 with your eyes closed. But if you want the best photos and you want to use this phone for content creation, maybe look somewhere else.
देखो इन्फ्लुएंसर तो मैं हूँ, मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और इन्फ्लुएंसर मैं नहीं भी होती तो फोटो और वीडियो ही मेरे को लगता है, कैमरा एक फ़ोन है मेरे लिए सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो आई थिंक मैं आईफोन ही खरीदूंगी फिर. बट मैंने देखा है कि तुमने कोई कीबोर्ड भी इस बार किया है, जो तुम कह रहे हो कि वो कीबोर्ड नहीं है, उसके अंदर पीसी है, ये क्या मैटर है?
Okay, so इन्फ्लुएंसर तो आप हो, मैं ये बिल्कुल अग्री करता हूँ. As far as the keyboard is considered, yes, it is the HP EliteBoard Gen 1A AI PC inside a keyboard. यानी it looks like a keyboard, it works like a keyboard, but it is also a PC. मतलब उसका ये है कि उसके अंदर ही प्रोसेसर लगा हुआ है, उसके अंदर ही रैम है, उसके अंदर ही स्पीकर्स भी हैं और उसके अंदर ही कनेक्टिविटी पोर्ट्स भी हैं. सो इट इज़ एसेंशियली योर ऑल इन वन सोल्यूशन. आपको बस कीबोर्ड लेके जाना है, एक डिस्प्ले या एक मॉनिटर से कनेक्ट करना है, एक माउस लगाना है जो कि HP कहता है, उसके साथ में प्रीपेड आता है, एंड दैट्स इट. No CPU, nothing. सारा कुछ is inside the keyboard itself. Very similar to the Mac Mini or the Mac Studio, except Mac Mini में क्या होता है, आपको keyboard लेना होता है, आपको mouse लेना होता है, you have to get another display. But with this,
one question, sir,
yes,
क्या ये मैं iPad में लगा सकती हूँ?
Technically you can, because there is a USB type C port there. You can connect it to your iPad and use that iPad as a display, and entire data आपका सारा जो PC का है वो उस iPad के अंदर आपको display होगा, just like a PC and a monitor.
Cool. और what is this Wellfire MPV, ऐसा ही कुछ था ना? ये तो मुझसे बोला, एक तो मुझसे सवाल ऐसे आते हैं जो मुझसे बोले ही नहीं जाते, अब मेरे को जवाब समझना तो सेकेंडरी हो गया है, पहले सवाल बोलना मेरे लिए इतना मुश्किल. क्या है Wellfire MPV? तो टेक्निकल टर्म्स टेक्नोलॉजी शो में, चलो ठीक है.
मानिता, नाम है उस गाड़ी का Wellfire.
मारुति होता है गाड़ी का नाम यार, सुजुकी होता है, i20 होता है, Wellfire क्या नाम होता है गाड़ी का?
So it is the Toyota Wellfire, and let me make this more relatable to you. रणबीर कपूर के पास ये गाड़ी है.
ओह वाओ यार, अभी लिए क्या?
नहीं हो गया, काफी टाइम के पास हो गया है, गाड़ी को लॉन्च हुए टाइम हो गया. बट व्हाट्स स्पेशल अबाउट दिस कार, इट्स एन MPV, यानी इट्स अ मल्टी पर्पस व्हीकल. एंड आसान भाषा में मैं तो बोलूंगा, इट इज अ लाउंज ऑन व्हील्स. It is a very long car. It has lots of room inside. It's got 6 seats. Of course, captain seats है दोनों मिडिल रो में और पीछे वाली रो में. मसाज फंक्शन है गाड़ी के अंदर.
फुट मसाज हो जाएगा?
नहीं, बैक मसाज हो जाएगी आपकी.
मेरे कमर में भी बहुत.
हाँ, so बैक उम्र हो गई वो वाली, अभी कमर
मेरी हो गई.
ठीक है, तो there will be a back massage function.
Fridge?
No, but you have cup holders in it.
Okay.
There's a lot of storage. आप लगवा सकते हो, उसमें बहुत जगह है. फ्रिज वगैरह भी, you can get a mini fridge put inside that car, no problems. Yes, there is 2 displays. एक आगे की तरफ, there is one TV display that comes in the rear end, in front of the middle row, and you can use that to play music, watch something on it. There is an HDMI port to connect a PS5 or an Xbox. मतलब gaming भी आप full on कर सकते हो. But that's not why you should use that. आज की डेट में I was joined by Karan Dhar. He is associate editor here at Business Today, and he told us that is a vehicle, the Toyota Wellfire is a vehicle that is being used by CXOs, by senior executives more than celebrities actually. You know, एक time हुआ करता था where CEO level people used to drive sedans, luxury sedans. They are all shifting to an MPV, and especially to the Toyota Wellfire, because उसमें एयरप्लेन की तरह आप डेस्क बाहर निकाल के यूज कर सकते हो. You can keep your laptops, you can do your meetings from inside the car. You have, like I said, massage functions.
अब इतना पैसा उनके पास है तो कहीं तो खर्चेंगे ना?
It is close to 1.5 crores to buy that car, but it is literally a palace on wheels. You will love sitting inside that car, and it is something that if you're a CXO level, you've achieved that much in life, you truly deserve.
एक दिन मैं भी लूंगी.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. So that was all the questions that we have today in the FAQ segment. Thank you so much, Manita, once again for joining me.
मैंने आपकी हेल्प करी है इतनी इसमें.
बिल्कुल.
ये जो फोन है, ये मैं लेके जा रही हूँ. Thank you.
But next week review करना है इसको. आप कर दोगे review?
हाँ मैं कर दूंगी.
ठीक है. Next week we'll be reviewing the Oppo Find X9s. Make sure you subscribe to Business Today Television and are watching and commenting on the Tech Gear show. Thank you so much for joining once again.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good topic.
The Melody Union has once again broken the internet. Pictures that broke the internet on Wednesday already garnered over 2.2 million likes on Instagram within just 2 hours, turning into one of the most talked about global political photo moments of the day. Then came Modi's much talked about car diplomacy moment, adding more fuel to the viral wave. Memes, as expected, flooded the internet within minutes. Some users called it a boomer moment, while others said the reactions were giving them the ick. Meanwhile, social media users have also joked that the pictures resemble more of a glamorous wedding photo shoot than a formal diplomatic engagement, further adding to the viral frenzy surrounding the Melody moment. With Simran Saroa, Bureau Report, India Today.
Arunachal Pradesh CM Pema Khandu is under the scanner. A month after a 3-judge bench of the Supreme Court directed the CBI to investigate government contracts given to firms linked to the CM's family, the Congress is demanding his ouster. Congress MP Jairam Ramesh, in a social media post, called Khandu's continuation in office a gross travesty of Supreme Court verdict. The court in its order had said the award of contracts to CM's family-run companies over the last 1 decade raises serious questions of conflict of interest, transparency and public trust. The order came in a public interest litigation filed by the Save Mon Region Federation and activist Jodik Tali. The court directed the CBI to conduct a preliminary inquiry and submit a status report within 16 weeks. It also directed the Arunachal Pradesh government to preserve all records related to the contracts and work orders.
The allegation is that multiple firms allegedly linked to the Chief Minister family repeatedly secured government contracts across departments such as Public Works, Rural Works, Water Resource and Urban Development.
According to affidavits submitted before the Supreme Court, 4 firms allegedly linked to members of the Khandu family received 121 contracts through tenders and 322 work orders. The tenders and work orders given between 2014 and 2025 were worth more than 1,270 crore rupees. At the center of the case are 4 firms whose ownership the state government itself acknowledged in court filings. They are brand eagles owned by Pema Khandu's wife, Sering Dolma. Frontier Associates listed as owned by Pema Khandu himself during his father Dorji Khandu's tenure. RD Construction owned by Khandu's stepmother Rinchin Drema. An alliance trading company linked to Khandu's brother Sering Tashi, who is the sitting MLA from Tawang. When the SC order came, Pema Khandu said he will cooperate with the CBI investigation.
ये मैटर जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आया था 2 साल पहले,
तो इस मैटर में देखिए मेरा कुछ भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है, जो मैं इतना कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ। आप लोग किसी एडवोकेट से भी वेटिंग करा लेना। हमारा इवन अपना पर्सनल एडवोकेट तक मैंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में खड़ा नहीं किया। सीबीआई को भी हम लोग ने सरकार की ओर से पूरा कोऑपरेशन करेंगे, आप बिल्कुल निश्चिंत होना। करप्शन को लेके मैं पिछले 10 सालों से मैं खुद ही फाइट कर रहा हूँ अरुणाचल में साफ सुथरा कराने के लिए।
The CBI inquiry will now determine whether there is enough evidence to register a formal criminal case. For now, the Supreme Court has only ordered a preliminary investigation. Meanwhile, a CBI team has visited Arunachal Pradesh on May 5 as part of the inquiry process, and the state government has assured full cooperation within the investigation. This case is currently under investigation, given that it involves allegations related to public concerns and firms allegedly linked to the family of the Chief Minister Pema Khandu. The matter carries significant political and legal implications.
Rome roads, Colosseum vibes, chocolatey banter, and the internet's favorite duo, Melody, is back. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi with a selfie and a super friendly message. Welcome to Rome, my friend. And just like that, the internet exploded. The now viral pictures once again brought social media back to its favorite nickname, Melody.
Hello from the Melody team.
From sightseeing to sharing a car ride to dinner diplomacy and to a visit to the iconic Colosseum. The Modi-Meloni chemistry was on full display. And then came the sweetest twist of the evening. Prime Minister Modi gifted Meloni a special box of Melody chocolates, a playful nod to the viral Melody memes that fans can't stop talking about. Meloni thanked Prime Minister Modi for the gift, and the moment instantly became another social media hit.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melody.
The body language between the two leaders looked relaxed, effortless, and warm, more like trusted friends than formal diplomatic counterparts. Their candid smiles, easy conversations, and informal moments have now become a signature talking point in global diplomacy. Call it selfie diplomacy or Melody magic. This India-Italy bonhomie is clearly here to stay. Bureau Report, India Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
world's hottest cities right now are not in the Sahara, not in West Asia, not even in Death Valley. They are in India. For days now, towns in North India have been competing in a terrifying global race who can survive the highest temperature on earth. Banda in Uttar Pradesh is leading the list at a blistering 48.2 degrees Celsius.
बुंदेलखंड में हमारा बांदा इसमें बहुत गर्म हो रहा है। देश भर में सबसे गर्म स्थान के रूप में जाना जा रहा है। तापमान 45 प्लस चल रहा है लगभग एक सप्ताह से। समस्या है रात का तापमान भी बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया है, 30 से कम नहीं चल रहा है और दिन का तापमान सुबह होते ही 44-45 से शुरू होता है, 46-48 तक पहुंच जा पा रहा है।
In capital Delhi, temperatures are at up to 46 degrees Celsius and hospitals are witnessing a surge in patients suffering from dehydration, exhaustion, dizziness and other heat-related illness. Doctors have warned that rapidly fluctuating temperatures may leave people vulnerable to both heat stress and seasonal infections.
Heat-related illnesses काफ़ी rampant हो रहा है। हम लोग OPD में आजकल मतलब डिफरेंट तरीके के मरीज देखते हैं। कुछ लोग तो सिर्फ थकान से आ जाते हैं, कुछ लोगों को रैश हो जाता है, कुछ लोग बहुत सीरियस आते हैं जो कि इमरजेंसी में आते हैं जिसको कि हीट स्ट्रोक होता है। लोग जो इतने सनलाइट में हीट में एक्सरसाइज करते हैं तो उससे इलेक्ट्रोलाइट इम्बैलेंस मतलब सॉल्ट की कमी हो जाती है, सोडियम पोटेशियम की कमी हो जाती है जिससे कि क्रैम्प्स होता है।
It's double whammy for the national capital and the adjoining areas. On one side, Delhi is braving intense heat conditions, heat wave. On the other side, poor air quality triggered responses from the agencies. Today, Delhi's maximum temperature is believed to be around 45 to 47 degrees and the IMD has issued orange alert because of the heat wave conditions.
As the capital swelters under intense heat, the Delhi government has deployed mobile heat relief units onto the streets to provide respite to the public.
Well, it's just getting hotter in Delhi and steps are being taken by the government to do what they can to help the people, to in fact ensure that people are safe, because during this time when temperatures go past the 45 degrees Celsius mark, things get very difficult for humans and for animals, birds, everyone. Now, one of these centers is called the cooling zone. It's one step that has been taken by the Delhi government, one among the few it's taken.
But there is no relief in sight yet. The Met Department has warned that Delhi is likely to get even hotter still this week.
लगातार पूरा नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया, सेंट्रल इंडिया हीट वेव की ग्रिप में है। स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम वेस्टर्न हिमालय रीजन हम बात करें, जम्मू कश्मीर में भी हीट वेव कंडीशंस परवेल कर रहा है, हिमाचल में भी कर रहा है, उत्तराखंड में भी कर रहा है और इसके अलावा पूरा का पूरा जो नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया वो भी हीट वेव की ग्रिप में है। जो हीट वेव कंडीशंस है वो ऑलमोस्ट आने वाले 7 दिन नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया में और सेंट्रल इंडिया में रहने का अनुमान है।
With extreme temperatures becoming increasingly common, towns and cities across the country are not just battling a heat wave, they are learning to live through longer, harsher and more dangerous summers, attempting to adapt to a future where this level of heat becomes the new normal. With Sneha Mordani and Amit Bhardwaj, Bureau Report, India Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Melody chocolates. Of course, they have been around for decades and have been enjoyed by the Indian consumers for so long. But this time around, the way it has been showcased on a global platform, Prime Minister himself taking this as a present for Giorgio Meloni. How do you really see this? Did you already have an information that he's going to be taking this gift to Italy?
No, we had no information. I think we are completely taken by surprise, pleasantly surprised. And can't thank enough, our Honorable Prime Minister for giving this brand a global stage. In fact, Honorable Prime Minister is known for, giving global stage to Swadeshi or Indian brands. And I think, he's done that today by presenting Melody to the Prime Minister of Italy. So, honestly, as I say, pleasantly surprised and can't thank him enough for this.
Absolutely. There couldn't have been probably a bigger ambassador for you and for Melody Chocolates than the Prime Minister himself on a global stage. But give me an understanding right after this. What is the expectation on sales of Melody Chocolates? Do you expect a big boom there? Are you already looking at these packets off the shelf on quick commerce products? What's the initial reaction?
Yeah, so there has been, I think a lot of traction that's seen on QCom or quick commerce platforms since morning, since, the news has been doing rounds across the net for Melody. And we expect, the growth to accelerate. It's a brand that's growing very well, and we would further, see acceleration of the growth. Not just that, it's, it's the largest toffee brand of India. So, probably the kind of growth that you would be seeing would be huge. Not just in India, having, given a global stage, we would see growths happening across the globe. It's currently available in 200 plus countries. We export it. But given this
and
opportunity...
what about Italy? Do you export there already?
Yeah, we do. So, I think, great opportunity to see a lot more traction there as well.
Absolutely. So give me an understanding of what's the ballpark figure that we can expect. What is the annual sale of, Melody Toffees? And after this, what's the kind of growth we can expect?
So we are a private limited company. We don't share numbers. But yes, what I can, share with you is that it's the largest selling toffee brand of India. And since morning, we have been getting, suggestions like, why don't you call it the national toffee brand or national toffee of India?
Absolutely. But also give me an understanding, since you are private at this moment, do you see this couldn't have been a bigger moment for you to announce probably getting listed on the stock exchanges to become even accessible to a lot of investors who may want to cheer the kind of sales that you are logging in?
Well, so currently there are no plans on cards. I mean, we continue exploring, growth opportunities. But currently, there are no plans for listing. I mean, that speculation, keeps happening time and again because it's a big company. We are a very large company, and one of the very few large companies who have not gone public still. So we continue, seeing that speculation happening time and again. But as I said, while we continue exploring the opportunities for growth, that's not on cards currently.
Not on the cards to get listed, but what's your own sense? See, already you've got the biggest ambassadors. You did not have to shell out a penny for marketing on this, but going forward from here to build up onto this campaign, how are you going to go forward?
Well, I think, as they all say, the caption says that, Melody Khao Khud Jaan Jao. And while the brand has been really loved, we have generations who have loved this brand, be it Gen X, be it millennials, or be it Gen Z. This is a brand they, fondly consume. And I think given this opportunity, this would only accelerate the growth of the brand. So happy, and as I said, very thankful to our Honorable Prime Minister for giving a Swadeshi or an Indian brand a global stage.
Absolutely. What about the pricing? Do you think the prices will shoot up too for Melody Toffees now after this?
I mean, we are not going to take up the prices there. But yeah, I think, you will see a huge spike in demand. And we are already seeing that since morning, as I shared.
Absolutely. So what's the plan to scale up now, presence? You already are there in 200 countries plus exporting your products. What's the next scale that you're looking at for Parle products, especially for Melody Toffees?
So while we are number one in India, we would like to be, a significant player in the other countries as well. So today we are exporting there. We have manufacturing locations across the globe. Ideally, this would be a great opportunity to start our own production in those countries, of this particular brand.
Absolutely. You do see that even Giorgia Meloni has shared this entire video on her social media platforms. So it's going to get a much larger access into Italy and in European Union as a whole. So how is that market going to grow for you?
We are very hopeful that people would definitely sample it once, seeing the buzz around it, and it's a great product. And I think it has been a craze in India, and we expect a similar reaction, from other consumers or consumers from other countries as well. It's a very unique product, and we expect people to give similar love to our brand abroad as well.
Absolutely. So what is next on Melody Toffees? Are we going to see a lot of flavors now come in next, or are you going to stick with the original taste of how it has been? What's going to be the next product innovation around Melody?
So Melody is all about being, chocolatey. So that's, it's a classic brand, and we will continue having it the way it is. And as I shared earlier, I think, there is a huge room for growth globally for this particular brand. Having being number one in India, the largest selling, toffee brand of India, I think the next logical thing would be looking at, scaling up operations globally.
Well, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Shah, for being with us. I'm sure that this day is for celebrations. May you continue to do the same, and maybe continue to see Parley products reach great global heights as we do see the Swadeshi stamp now being seen on a global stage. Prime Minister Modi taking Melody Toffees himself as a present for Giorgia Meloni, and that should probably keep going forward for you and for your brand. Thank you so much for taking the time out.
Thank you.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today. From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves, we decode what matters for your money today. From stocks to sectors to the top business news. We've got your morning game plan covered. Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome back on Business Today Televisions. While the markets continue with their volatile ways, it's corporate India whose fourth quarter and final year report card is upon us. Many companies are declaring strong results, many of them from the mid-cap and small-cap, and their performance is getting very well rewarded by the market. Joining us on the show today is a company from the world of staffing at the white-collar level. Joining us on the show is the CFO of Team Lease Services, Ms. Ramani Dathe. Team Lease is one of the biggest employers in India, which provides temporary facilities, temporary hiring to many blue chip companies, both at the middle to high management cadre and of course at the entry level as well. We'll look at the numbers and then get in touch with Ms. Dati. The numbers are right there on the screen in front of you. Sales rose 2%, flat in fact at 29,252 crore rupees, but it's the net profit which surged 46%, which surged 26% to 46 crore rupees, and it was up sequentially as well. Let's try and analyze this and get in conversation with Ms. Ramani Dati. Good afternoon, ma'am, and a very warm welcome. Sales, of course, for the quarter were flat. How come profit rose 26%?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. So sales overall this year has been softer. And specific to Q4, it's been flat mainly because of two reasons. So one is, as I mentioned, there is overall softness in sales because of the fact that a lot of new hirings that we are doing in staffing business, especially on the general staffing side of it, are happening in tier 2, tier 3 places where the average salaries are much lower than our current base. So even though we are adding consistently every month, say about 1,000, 2,000 headcount, the headcounts are getting added at on average of 18,000 salaries, while our base average salary is about 27,000.
Okay.
The second reason is we lost, or we kind of let go almost 20,000 headcount with one large NBFC client in Q3, and we said that the full impact of the headcount loss will show up in Q4 numbers. So
Okay.
that's also has kind of showed the top line being flat on a sequential basis. Having said that, for FY27, given the pipeline that we have of open positions and new client logos that have been signed, we are confident of strong headcount growth as well as the revenue growth for FY27.
Okay, fair point. Let's just get a couple of numbers out of the way, ma'am. What is the total headcount at Team Lease at the end of fiscal year 25-26?
Yeah. Across all of our businesses put together, we are over about 330,000 headcount. So this includes our general staffing business, which is largely the average 27,000 kind of salaried employees, mostly sales, logistics, customer service, those kind of profiles. And we have about 50,000 trainees / apprentices in our apprenticeship business. And we have about 7,000 people working in our specialized staffing business. So here the average salaries are almost 1.2 lakh per month. Most of them work with GCCs, typically about 5+ year experienced profiles, both GCCs as well as IT services companies. So
Correct.
all these businesses put together, yes, it's a little over 330,000.
Okay. Ma'am, could you just give us some kind of a qualitative feel of the IT staffing and hiring market? What are the feedbacks that you're getting from HROs in maybe top 5-10 IT companies, top 5-10 GCCs? What are they telling you in terms of temporary hiring that they would like to do, or the general conditions of an industry that is undergoing tremendous pain?
Sure. Specific to IT hiring, right now the space is very, very volatile and changing very drastically. So after AI, we have seen a massive disruption, especially in coding, testing, the basic software developer kind of jobs. But at the same time, there is a disproportionate increase in the number of open positions or the requirements for people with AI skills, data analysts, cybersecurity experts, and the market is now willing to give a disproportionate high premium for these kind of niche skill sets. It's not just the IT service companies or GCCs, I'm talking about all companies, because now with AI, a completely new wave of cybersecurity threats can arise. Now, many companies are looking to strengthen their internal IT security and cyber security against potential AI threats. So they're all now giving us a lot more open positions on cyber. And now every company is talking about AI adoption, digital transformation. So they're also hiring a lot of AI professionals and data analysts for their internal transformation. So now coming to the regular GCC companies. So historically, the GCC companies, we have seen strong demand for IT professionals, and now we are seeing equal amount of requirements are coming for non-tech specialized roles. So what I mean is like finance analysts, actuaries, valuation experts,
Correct.
legal and HR professionals. The entire back office, the shared service model is evolving even at the GCC level. It's not just getting restricted only to IT talent. So this is a good news. And IT services as well. Now we are seeing green shoots in terms of hiring. So over the last 2 years, IT services went completely slow, or in fact, they have even taken a few layoffs, some of the large IT services companies. But now we are seeing some green shoots happening on the hiring of IT services as well. But again, they're also going with the niche skill set, again with related to AI and ML skill set, cybersecurity, cloud management, infra management, those profiles.
Okay. Because you are, you have both a 36,000 feet view from the top, as also you are into the nitty-gritty of hiring and firing of such staff on a regular basis. On balance, ma'am, what is your view? Has AI disrupted lives more than what it has created in terms of jobs?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. But let me give you an example, because one of a large client of ours have rationalized their sales headcount by about 50%, saying that they've got AI calling bots for their sales pitches. And within 3 months, they are back. Saying that, okay, the productivity or the efficiency of getting sales pipeline built through calling bots is not at all effective. Because just think of it, if we get a bot call to pitch some kind of sale, we immediately disconnect. At least if it's a human on the other side, we may pay attention at least for half a minute, and then we may say that, okay, we are not interested. So there itself, they're losing a large amount of and productivity. So the same client which let go like some 100 odd salespeople 3 months back, they're now back rolling again the same number of people that they let go. So I think in some roles, the impact of AI is overestimated. And what we are seeing is clearly the revenue generating roles at this stage are not getting disrupted, mainly the sales roles, and also the roles that require feet on street, be it logistics or within retail or manufacturing, the low value add manufacturing like textile or shoe making. So these kind of roles. So there we are seeing, in fact, increase in demand for more open positions and more job roles are getting created. But am I going to say, no, absolutely AI is not disrupting any jobs? Definitely not, because I think I just mentioned that within AI, all the or majority of the coding, testing, the development, those kind of roles are getting disrupted. Within finance, MIS or P2P kind of functions are getting disrupted. Content generation, research, as well as legal, HR as well. Some functions are getting disrupted.
Right.
So at this stage, at an overall level, for a large part of jobs, AI is acting as an enabler for productivity enhancement, higher quality of work. People are able to write emails better, are able to prepare their presentations better. They're able to summarize the competition study and analytics. They're able to do it much better. And a certain section of jobs are getting disrupted. But overall take would be, this is playing more as a productivity enabler at this stage. But things are changing so fast. Within a year, maybe a lot more jobs may get disrupted, or altogether new set of jobs can get created.
Right. Again, I'll ask you an odd question. Do you think AI has been made a scapegoat? Is this more a case of excessive fear where only some exists, and that companies, technologies who were selling these AI bots and the worlds of Gemini and the worlds of Cloud created this fear in the minds of millions and millions of potential customers? Unless you buy us, you are outdated and you'll be kicked out.
Again, that's a very interesting question, because you're right, because to some extent we all got that FOMO saying that, okay, if we don't start using these AI tools, maybe we are missing out on some big efficiency or productivity. That FOMO was definitely created. But at the same time, many of these tools are able to induce very high level of productivity. Like even at TeamLease internally, now almost all of our employees were given Gemini because we deal with a lot of data. Ours is a high volume, low margin business, right? So 330,000 associates, about 12,000 crore turnover, but our bottom line is wafer thin. So our internal team has to be much more efficient in managing the data and managing the volume. So for us, there is a strong case. But at the same time, are we able to let go or reduce costs at a very extreme level just because AI adoption happened? Definitely no. So as I said, it is a combination of our investments in overall other back-end technology, digitization, process, changes in process, as well as more focused service delivery approach has contributed to cost rationalization. And maybe this uncertainty is also good for companies like us, because many companies are also not clear in terms of their workforce planning. Because yes, on one side, they're also investing in AI, so they are also internally carrying a target on how to rationalize their costs. But at the same time, they're not sure how much of the existing cost or productivity can be managed using AI tools. So in this case of uncertainty, what we are recommending to the clients is, yes, so please keep 20 to 30% of your workforce on contract model, on temp model, so that you will have the flexibility and variability in your cost structures. Depending on how the AI tools are going to benefit you, you can take a call. Because whatever said and done, hiring and firing of core employees comes with a set of challenges, reputation risk. It can impact the morale of other employees in the organization. So it has to be managed very carefully. So it gives actually a strong case for variabilization of the headcount through temp staffing and contract staffing.
Also ask another rhetorical question. AI is supposed to replace the first one or two rungs of staffing that is there across organization, across geographies and across sectors. You are the first line of defense when it comes to staffing, because a lot of entry-level jobs across the spectrum are provided by companies such as TeamLease. Do you see AI as a threat over the next 5 years in terms of the sheer number of headcount that you provide?
Okay. So before I comment on the outlook, let me take a step back. So over the last 2 years, the slowness in overall hiring, I would say about maybe 5-10% or maybe 5% could be because of AI. But the 95% is largely driven by the global headwinds, geopolitical situation, dip in domestic consumption. So these are the main factors for more than 90-95% of contribution. AI would be only 5%. But can I say the same for next 5 years? May not be. But at the same time, like how some people are projecting that it can take away all the jobs or 90% of the jobs, as of now, at least I'm not seeing that kind of trend because the revenue generation, feet on street, these are the roles which comprises of almost 70-80% of the total entry-level jobs in the country, largely including construction, so all of these roles. So there, we are not going to see any disruption because of AI. So some tech roles and back office roles and anything to do with large amount of data or content, code writing. So there we can see a lot more disruption in the coming years.
Fair point. Let's look beyond IT and beyond GCC. Where else do you see green shoots in the economy? Hiring.
Yes. So quick commerce is doing very well for us, as well as retail, especially tier 2, 3, 4 places, because now in metros and cities, the penetration of this industry is very high. So now the expansion is happening a lot more in smaller towns and cities. And this trend would continue for the foreseeable future on retail and e-commerce / quick commerce. Manufacturing got little slowed down because of the global scenario, tariff situation in the past and all of that. But we are expecting green shoots around Q2 of FY27. BFSI also last year for us, BFSI is not a great contributor to our growth, but FY27 we are expecting recovery from BFSI hiring as well, especially on the NBFC side. Apart from that, for us, the top contributing industries are telecom, because the 4G, 5G is, again, there is a lot of transition happening from unorganized industry to organized industry within the staffing roles. I'm talking about specifically the staffing. So there, through formalization drive, we are expecting a lot of new roles that get transferred to formal players like us. And then pharma, healthcare, hospitality, these are the other sectors where we can see a good momentum in overall hiring.
Sectors that disappointed you, ma'am, where you thought, 2 or 3 quarters, the trend was improving and you suddenly realized that one swallow doesn't make a summer?
Yeah. I would go with manufacturing first because we expected a lot more pipeline to come from manufacturing over the last 1 year, but because of various reasons, largely external reasons, so it was way below what we expected. And the other sector would be BFSI. So BFSI, after the large NBFC client loss, it definitely has impacted our overall staffing cost structures, because the business was built with certain fixed costs. So we have rationalized the costs now, but that has impacted the cost structure in Q3, Q4. And also, even in the bank side, keeping aside the NBFC, even on the banking side, last year the hirings were much below what we expected at the beginning of the year. So these 2 sectors I would call as a kind of a disappointment.
We'll call it time here, ma'am. It's always such a pleasure to speak to you, because one gets an unfiltered view of how corporate India is hiring, where is pain and where are the possibilities of a green shoot. As always, thank you for your time, and here's wishing you all the best in one of the most volatile times that the Indian economy is going through. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was the CFO of Team Lease Services, India's largest staffing company. Please continue to be with Business Today Television. There's a lot that's happening on the other side of the break.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
only
on
on India Today. From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
Only
only
on
on India Today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with our efforts to get you to meet and listen to the finest brains on Dalal Street, fund managers, equity strategists who manage lakhs of crores and rupees and who have navigated many a bull and bear market. With this background, we are welcoming Mr. Harsha Upadhyay, CIO at Kotak Mahindra Asset Management Company. This AMC is fourth largest equity investor in the country with 3,71,000 crore rupees under management with 115 funds. And Harsha ji has managed some of the finest funds at Kotak AMC. Let me just give you the details. He's the man behind the Kotak Large and Mid Cap Fund, the Kotak Flexi Cap Fund, MNC Fund, Manufacturing India Fund, Quant and the Tax Savings Scheme. Good morning to you, Mr. Upadhyay, and a very, very warm welcome at a time when there is an absolute crisis and pain on Dalal Street. How are you reading sentiment at a time of elevated bond yields, rising oil prices, falling indices, and a very sharp rally in mid caps and small caps?
Good morning, Sharon. Clearly, this has been a volatile period for the markets. We have seen panic gripping the markets in the month of March, and thereafter we have seen some bit of recovery in the markets. However, the disruption, while the war has ended, I think the blockade continues, and hence the energy disruption continues, and it has gone on longer than what everyone anticipated initially. So to that extent, I think you need to reevaluate in terms of valuations, growth, etc., in terms of where your portfolio is and how to weight this volatility. Of course, when you're in the middle of a volatile period or a crisis, it's always difficult to manage volatility. But those who can manage volatility and look for wealth creation over the medium to long term, usually benefit from those volatile periods. And that's what we need to keep in mind.
Harsha, we'll also discuss the present crisis in a bit of detail. There are all signs that the pain in the West Asian conflict may grow, and that's most visible in bond yields of US, Europe, in particular Japan. Even our 10-year bond yield has accelerated beyond 7%. Do you see this as a medium-term threat to the equity culture in the market and, of course, a harbinger of maybe more pain and more profit booking?
It depends, Shailendra. In the past, whenever yields have moved up beyond a comfortable range, that has forced policymakers and decision makers to act swiftly and in the interest of markets. And of course, no country in the world wants higher interest rates. And in fact, the interest rates that we have been seeing on the yields that we have been seeing on the 10-year or the 30-year bonds in US are almost at a 2-decade high. So to that extent, US is also facing the ill effects of the war. And we have just seen energy shock leading to higher inflation, but it is going to lead to more of second and third order effects if it continues. So to that extent, I think the higher yields will force some of the decision makers to act rationally and end the war and the blockade. That's the hope that certain section of the market has today.
When you say second and third order effects this energy shock might lead to, what are you referring to? And more specifically, what are those for India?
No, clearly, whenever the retail pump prices go up, you are going to see that feeding into inflation over a period of time. And since fuel is used for transportation, not just personal transportation, but also for goods and goods and products, you will see that cascading impact over a period of time if it remains at higher levels. That's the worry. And if that happens, then how will the consumer basket change in terms of discretionary spend, etc., or those questions? Today, with a 3 rupee hike or a smaller hike as compared to where the actual international prices have gone, that may not be a concern for India. But of course, in many parts of the world, the prices have risen even more sharply. And not just the price, the availability has also become an issue for many nations. Which means that the economic growth that we are going to see in the global context is going to get limited because of this shock. And that's where one needs to be concerned about.
Okay. Now let's see how all this is translating on the overall equity portfolio of Kotak Mahindra AMC. Of course, the AMC as a policy does not take cash calls. Mostly in across the board in your funds, cash positions are next to minimal compared with the peer group. But what have been the broad areas where the AMC has ventured into and areas where you have maybe pulled back?
Now, Shailendra, if you look at a Nifty, for example, I'll start with Nifty because it's easier to explain. About 60 to 65% of the Nifty composition represented in terms of sectors like financials, hospitals, telecom, etc., are not really impacted by the war in the initial phase. As we discussed, I mean, if it continues, there could be a second and third order impact, and that could lead to more sectors facing issues in terms of profitability or growth. But as of now, nearly 2/3 of Nifty basket is not really impacted in terms of fundamentals. But of course, sentiments are going to get worsened. And to that extent, we are already seeing price damage in almost all of the sectors, right? And then there is about a quarter of Nifty, which is negatively impacted, which are your oil marketing companies, where crude oil derivatives or fuel costs becomes a large part of the input cost, and hence the margins may come under pressure, and sectors such as that. And then there is about 10 to 15% of the sectors which may marginally get benefit of lower rupee if they are exporters, etc. So when you look at Nifty, at this point of time, we are not really expecting too much of damage to earnings growth for financial year 27. Of course, quarter one of this financial year is going to get impacted. But I think if the crisis ends soon, people will not really look at Q1 results or even Q2 results and probably position themselves for a recovery post that and the expected earnings growth in 28, etc. If you look at mid and small caps, of course, the composition is different. So to that extent, the impact could be different. And also, by and large, the large cap companies are the ones which are very well established, which have seen many crises in the past as well. And their ability to wade through the volatile times is much better. So to that extent, I think it's easier to probably pencil in some estimates on Nifty earnings growth. But to do that on the entire market is difficult. And all of this is based on expectations of a short-term resolution on the blockade, right? The longer it remains, of course, then it becomes difficult to say that the impact is going to be limited, etc.
Okay, fair point. Now let's look at the broader themes which Kotak AMC has addressed in the public documents that are available to all via mutual fund news dissemination. There have been incremental steps taken into defense counters, some of the positions in shipbuilders and even to some extent the aircraft manufacturing company have been increased. How are you watching the defense space at this point of time? Do you find it attractive relatively?
Of course, we have been positive on defense for quite a long period, I would say. Clearly, given the kind of geopolitical conflicts that we have been seeing and the necessity for each government to remain self-reliant on defense needs, leads us to believe that the order book growth that we are seeing in some of the Indian companies is going to continue for the next several years. Similarly, the export opportunities, at one point of time, we never had export opportunities from our defense equipment manufacturers, but that is also opening up given the number of conflicts that are happening and the need for higher defense equipments. So overall, I think this is a segment which will continue to see higher level of growth as compared to what we have seen in the past. But of course, market also recognizes that, and hence the valuations are on the higher side. So one needs to be selective and not take very aggressive positions. But if you have a couple of stocks in the portfolio, that of course is going to give you good diversification as well as probably higher growth compared to the rest of the portfolio.
Ji. Mr. Padhyay, how are you looking at the railway space? There are some fresh entries that Kotak AMC has done into the financing part of the PSU railway segment. Some bearing companies have been added to or extended upon. How is this space as a relative strength looking to you? We've seen great price rises, and now, perhaps valuation-wise, the sector looks really attractive.
See, even here we have been quite selective because the order book growth or the execution is unlikely to be very evenly distributed over several quarters. Even in history, we have seen very lumpy execution or lumpy order booking, etc. So to that extent, some of these stocks tend to be more volatile, and especially in times like these, they tend to be more volatile. So we need to manage that volatility as well. But of course, I think there are large parts of manufacturing, not just limited to defense and railways, but large parts of manufacturing. I think the government's push to create self-reliance in India has started to work, and we are likely to see benefits coming in the form of higher capacity expansion and growth over the next several years. And of course, railway equipment manufacturers are also part of that entire theme.
Right. Mr. Padhyay, you have, as an AMC, a fairly bullish call on the metal space. There is surefire addition that's happened on a PSU metal giant. How are you looking at the broader structures of the metals rally or the commodities rally that we have in front of us? Is this going to strengthen further from now on?
Clearly, the current rally has been driven more by supply constraints or logistics issues, and that is likely to continue for some more time, in our opinion. However, of course, the global growth has remained quite muted, and if the energy shock continues, the demand may still remain quite muted. However, because of the shock itself, some of the high-cost producers have found it difficult to compete in the market. So as long as you are betting on low-cost producers in the metal space, I think the current scenario is a good one where you will be making some money. And that's how we have built our portfolios. We have seen companies which are low-cost producers in their own respective areas. And if this supply disruption or energy shock continues, those are the ones who will get benefited, because as price moves up, despite the demand not seeing too much of positiveness, the low-cost producers will see their margins going up beyond what was there in the earlier estimates. So that's what we are playing for. But we have been, again, selective on this theme as well. And I don't think this is a market where you can take very aggressive calls. So to that extent, across our portfolios, we have been well diversified across sectors.
Mr. Padhyay, of course, financials is something which is extremely close to how the fund is structured. The top holdings are two private sector banks and, of course, the largest public sector bank. You yourself have said that this is a sector which is really immune to the problem that we are seeing in the West Asian crisis, but typically returns have been meager, if not absent, in private sector banks. How are you looking at this space where a large percentage of your AUM rests?
That's exactly the reason why we have been looking at this sector, because if you look at the recent time period, we have not really seen these stocks doing anything meaningful, which means that while there has been interim earnings growth, the valuations have contracted quite meaningfully. And also some of the negatives which impacted the stocks over the last several quarters are unlikely to continue in our opinion. One of the bigger negatives was how interest rate scenario unfolded over the last year or so. We did see 125 basis points of repo rate cut, which meant that net interest margins for lenders went down, especially the banks. And they did see a contraction in terms of net interest margins. We did see credit growth becoming very, very lackluster. That was due to two issues. One, a cyclical downturn, and second, of course, led by the nominal GDP growth, which was not really as strong, given that our inflation was quite benign. Now that situation also seemed to be changing. So both on interest rates as well as in terms of the credit growth, we are likely to see better numbers going forward. And along with that, we also have the comfort of this particular sector not performing as well as everyone anticipated, as you rightly pointed out. So we believe that there is absolutely no valuation froth in this segment as compared to many other segments of the market. And hence, this is a good time to accumulate.
So, maybe there's a swing trade in the making. Last 5 years, both the leading private sector banks haven't done much. Let's hope for the best here. The summer, Mr. Upadhyay, is really, really hot, at least in North Delhi, in North India at this point of time. And I see that the power ancillary space plus power producers are something where Kotak AMC has increased its holding. Would you share the logic behind what was the reason for raising stakes in some of them?
As I said, they are quite immune to what's happening geopolitically or in terms of the war. While there may not be any benefit in terms of higher power prices to many of them, because the merchant capacity in many of those may not be as high. They may not get the benefit of acute summer and higher power prices. But we still think that they will continue to grow their generation capacity, as well as they are continuously doing better on profitability front as well. And also they're quite immune to what's happening elsewhere in the world. So to that extent, we continue to remain invested in some of those names.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just go through the top 5 funds which are immensely popular from Kotak AMC. Some of them are managed by Mr. Upadhyay. Kotak Midcap Fund is the largest scheme, 63,000 crore rupees. When you look at the one-year performance, it's in the upper quartile. Kotak Large and Mid-Cap Fund, 32,000 crore rupees in AUMs. The Large Cap Fund has about 11,000 crores under AUM, as well as the Aggressive Hybrid and Kotak Equity Savings. These are the most popular and very, very strong performers over the last 10-15 years, the data of which we have. Mr. Upadhyay, till about 6 months ago, the entire market was driven towards a large cap bias. But what we see now is a very sharp rally that's happening in the mid and small caps. In fact, the mid-cap index also hit a record high. How has the market divided itself up into two very clear segments? A bear market on Nifty Bank Nifty, but a bull market in mid and smalls?
No, clearly, I think from the peak of September 24, we have seen quite a bit of price damage in mid-caps and small caps. While it may not be visible in terms of the index returns, but if you look at the median fall in a small cap segment or in a mid cap segment, of course, the damage has been quite severe. So to that extent, valuations have got corrected quite nicely. And as we speak, for the first time since post-COVID recovery, we have seen mid-cap index as a whole coming closer to 10-year averages in terms of valuation. So, of course, our comfort earlier was in only large caps, but now with mid-caps also moving towards fair range of valuations and the expectation that the earnings growth there will be a couple of percentage points higher, assuming there is a resolution in the short term for the conflict. We do see a merit in having both large caps and mid caps in terms of your portfolio composition. And of course, one can also invest into small caps. However, we may not be advising very aggressive small cap positions at this point of time. But as a diversified portfolio, if you're going to have a few stocks, then of course you can manage the valuation comfort even there. So yes, any combination of large and mid cap stocks or categories should be fine for investors at this point of time from our perspective.
Okay. Mr. Padhyay, for a fresh SIP entrant into the market, a person who's probably in his early 20s, her early 20s, wants to take advantage of this strong downturn that we are seeing and the pain on Dalal Street, what would your ideal portfolio suggestion be? Where should the bulk of the money go? What are your choices in terms of fund assets for a new investor who wants to probably put in, say, 5 lakh rupees a year, broken up into 50,000 per month?
I think, as I mentioned, from a relative valuation perspective, both large caps and mid caps are looking reasonably fine. In terms of valuations, that's the situation. In terms of growth, of course, it's very difficult to see what kind of earnings growth is going to come in the next 1 or 2 quarters. But beyond that, we continue to remain positive on Indian structural growth, and hence earnings growth should also remain quite good. So any combination of large and mid should be fine. But since you are mentioning that somebody is in the early stages of a working career and has a long period to invest, I would suggest probably higher allocation towards mid cap as compared to large caps. And of course, one should continue that habit on a disciplined basis over a period of time. As we all know, it's not a one-way street. There are going to be cycles in the market, especially when you're investing into equities, sometimes driven by fundamentals, sometimes driven by sentiments, noise, etc. However, if you are a long-term investor, if you keep investing at various points of time, you will average out this volatility, and ultimately, due to the structural growth that you see in the economy, and if you have picked right stocks in the portfolio, that should deliver better returns than overall economic growth. And that's the thesis. And yes, I think these are good periods to build that portfolio as valuations are below long-term average or around long-term average. There is no fear of entering the market at a valuation which is expensive, etc.
Okay, fair point. Mr. Padhyay, this present, period of flux and volatility, we've seen it many times over the last 25, 30 years. By and large, are you hopeful that India is probably better placed than many other countries to navigate this crisis? And even relative to itself, the last crisis that we saw was 20 years ago on 2007, 2008. Are we better off relatively from that space?
Of course, I think India has managed its energy needs quite efficiently in the recent times, despite the conflict. And to that extent, I think the impact on India has been a lot lesser compared to many other nations that have witnessed not just the price rise, but also availability issue. As far as our strength in terms of the external front, or in terms of our currency, etc., I think we are no longer as vulnerable as we were a decade earlier or 2 decades earlier. So yes, to that extent, we will wait through this volatility as well. But when you are in the middle of a volatile period or a crisis, it always feels that everything is coming to an end, it's a doomsday, etc. But I don't think that's the situation. And usually these are the periods of time when you invest, you end up making a reasonable amount of wealth over a medium term. But of course, nobody can guarantee anything over the next couple of months how the markets are going to behave. But that should not be the expectation from equity investors as well. Equity investors have to look at a minimum of 3 to 5 years. The longer, the better, I would say. So to that extent, I think these are good times to keep building that long-term portfolio.
For that optimism, and my final question, the pace of decline on the rupee. We've lived with a depreciating currency and more or less accepted that a 3-4% dip in the rupee per year is something good for the economy. But almost 100 paisa every 3 days is painful. What are you thinking in terms of the rupee?
Of course, it's been a vicious circle. We have been seeing a huge capital outflows, and our balance of payments position is worsening. So to that extent, there is pressure on currency. However, if you look at how currency has moved in the past, while the average depreciation may be 3.5% that you mentioned, there have been periods where it has remained quite stable and flatlining, right? Before the recent fall for about 3 years, the rupee was quite stable between 82 and 84 against dollar. Of course, we have seen that moving out of that range and coming towards this 96 to a dollar. Of course, when you look at the exact point between 84 and 96, you feel that in a very short period of time, there has been too much of a rupee depreciation. But when you look at it from a longer term perspective, I think we are still depreciating more or less by the same level. And usually it has behaved like a step function rather than a very, very secular every year in a linear fashion. One needs to keep that as well in mind. And as you see resolution to the energy crisis, you will start seeing some of the negatives that affected rupee start to kind of resolve themselves. And that's when you will probably see a bit of an appreciation or a flatlining over the next several quarters. With that, then overall rupee depreciation CAGR should also fall back to long-term averages and will not continue like what we have seen in the last 6 months.
Right. On that very hopeful note, Mr. Upadhyay, let's call it time. Thank you for joining us on the show and discussing almost all parts of the equity, debt and bond market threadbare. We wish you the very best in the 6 funds that you manage and, of course, the entire 115 fund basket that you have at Kotak Mahindra AMC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shyam.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Harsha Upadhyay, Chief Investment Officer at Kotak Mahindra AMC. He looks at 6 funds on his own, about 1 lakh crore of equity under management. And of course, overall, Kotak Mahindra Asset Management Company has 3.7 lakh crores in equity AUM, over 115 funds. Thank you for watching. Stay glued to Business Today Television.
So as multiple challenges stare at the Indian economy and the Modi government, joining me now is a special guest joined by Geeta Gopinath, former managing director of IMF and a professor now at Harvard University. Appreciate you joining us, Professor Gopinath. You and I were in conversation exactly a month ago, and your concern was if this war goes into end May, June, that's when its economic consequences will get very serious. And that's exactly what seems to be happening at the moment. How do you see the situation now as we enter the end of May with no clear end to the West Asia conflict and indeed what's happening at the Strait of Hormuz and the blockade there?
Hi, Rajdeep. Indeed, this global supply shock of oil and also LPG and LNG, fertilizers, all of this is just increasing in scale. And while countries have relied on their reserves to help them during these times, and you've seen, for example, China has really cut back on its imports of oil, but similarly Korea and Japan have also done so. It's becoming a bigger strain for countries around the world. And we certainly see that in India, which is being hit also because it relies a lot on the Middle East for its fuel. And this is very consequential. So it's not just about the prices, but it's about the shortages. I actually now worry that this continues into June, and the estimates are that it's going to take a lot more destruction in demand if prices have to stay at the $110 a barrel that we have right now. It's very likely that we're looking, just given the projected path of supply versus demand, that we're looking, especially in June, at closer to $140 a barrel of oil as opposed to where it is now. Because of this important tipping point that is likely to happen in June, I think everybody expects that the U.S. administration is going to figure out a way to open up the strait. But this is not going to happen overnight. It's going to take 2 to 3 months, even if today everybody decides that they're opening up.
So effectively, in this country, we've had 2 fuel price hikes, domestic fuel, in the last week alone, in 5 days. Given that the fears are the worst case scenario that oil goes from $110 a barrel to $140 a barrel, would one presume that India is in for more fuel hikes, that this is something inevitable the government cannot avoid?
Yeah. What we have to recognize is that this is unfortunate.
Mathur. We're starting this bulletin with a world exclusive news break. One of the masterminds behind the Pulwama attack, terrorist, has been assassinated in Pakistan. Pakistan's most wanted terrorist shot dead by unknown assailants. Terrorist Hamza Burhan has sustained multiple gunshot wounds, and according to sources, he has died after an attack by unknown assailants in Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Remember, Hamza Burhan is one of the men named in the Pulwama attack case. He was also somebody who had been designated as a terrorist under the UAPA several years ago. And this man has now been gunned down by unknown assailants in Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
Melody. Chocolates, of course, they have been around for decades and have been enjoyed by the Indian consumers for so long. But this time around, the way it has been showcased on a global platform, Prime Minister himself taking this as a present for Giorgio Meloni. How do you really see this? Did you already have an information that he's going to be taking this gift to Italy?
No, we had no information. I think we are completely taken by surprise, pleasantly surprised, and can't thank enough, our Honorable Prime Minister for giving this brand a global stage. In fact, Honorable Prime Minister is known for, giving global stage to Swadeshi or Indian brands. And I think, he's done that today by presenting Melody to the Prime Minister of Italy. So, honestly, as I say, pleasantly surprised, and can't thank him enough for this.
Absolutely. There couldn't have been probably a bigger ambassador for you and for Melody Chocolates than the Prime Minister himself on a global stage. But give me an understanding right after this. What is the expectation on sales of Melody Chocolates? Do you expect a big boom there? Are you already looking at these packets off the shelf on quick commerce products? What's the initial reaction?
Yeah, so there has been, I think a lot of traction that's seen on QCom or quick commerce platforms since morning, since, the news has been doing rounds across the net for Melody. And we expect, the growth to accelerate. It's a brand that's growing very well, and we would further, see acceleration of the growth. Not just that, it's the largest toffee brand of India. So, probably the kind of growth that you would be seeing would be huge. Not just in India, having, given a global stage, we would see growths happening across the globe. It's currently available in 200 plus countries. We export it. But given this
And what
opportunity,
about Italy? Do you export there already?
yeah, we do. So I think, great opportunity to see a lot more traction there as well.
Absolutely. So give me an understanding of what's the ballpark figure that we can expect. What is the annual sale of, Melody Toffees? And after this, what's the kind of growth we can expect?
So we are a private limited company. We don't share numbers, but yes, what I can, share with you is that it's the largest selling toffee brand of India. And since morning, we have been getting, suggestions like, why don't you call it the national toffee brand or national toffee of India?
Absolutely. But also give me an understanding, since you are private at this moment, do you see this couldn't have been a bigger moment for you to announce probably getting listed on the stock exchanges to become even accessible to a lot of investors who may want to cheer the kind of sales that you are logging in?
Well, so currently there are no plans on cards. I mean, we continue exploring, growth opportunities, but currently there are no plans for listing. I mean, that speculation, keeps happening time and again, because it's a big company. We are a very large company, and one of the very few large companies who have not gone public still. So we continue, seeing that speculation happening time and again. But as I said, while we continue exploring the opportunities for growth, that's not on cards currently.
Not on the cards to get listed, but what's your own sense? See, already you've got the biggest ambassadors. You did not have to shell out a penny for marketing on this, but going forward from here to build up onto this campaign, how are you going to go forward?
Well, I think, as they all say, the caption says that, Melody Khao Khud Jaan Jao. And while the brand has been really loved, we have generations who have loved this brand, be it Gen X, be it millennials, or be it Gen Z. This is a brand they, fondly consume. And I think given this opportunity, this would only accelerate the growth of the brand. So happy, and as I said, very thankful to our Honorable Prime Minister for giving us Swadeshi, or an Indian brand, a global stage.
Absolutely. What about the pricing? Do you think the prices will shoot up too for Melody Toffees now after this?
I mean, we are not going to take up the prices there, but yeah, I think, you will see a huge spike in demand. And we are already seeing that since morning, as I shared.
Absolutely. So what's the plan to scale up now, since you already are there in 200 countries plus exporting your products? What's the next scale that you're looking at for Parle products, especially for Melody Toffees?
So while we are number one in India, we would like to be, a significant player in the other countries as well. So today we are exporting there. We have manufacturing locations across the globe. Ideally, this would be a great opportunity to start our own production in those countries, of this particular brand.
Absolutely. You do see that even Giorgia Meloni has shared this entire video on her social media platforms. So it's going to get a much larger access into Italy and in European Union as a whole. So how is that market going to grow for you?
We are very hopeful that, people would definitely sample it once, seeing the buzz around it. And it's a great product. And I think, it has been a craze in India, and we expect a similar reaction, from other consumers or consumers from other countries as well. It's a very unique product, and we expect, people to give similar love to our brand abroad as well.
Absolutely. So what is next on Melody toffees? Are we going to see a lot of flavors now come in next, or are you going to stick with the original taste of how it has been? What's going to be the next product innovation around Melody?
So Melody is all about being, chocolatey. So that's, it's a classic brand, and we will continue having it the way it is. And as I shared earlier, I think there is a huge room for growth globally for this particular brand. Having being number one in India, the largest selling toffee brand of India, I think the next logical thing would be looking at scaling up operations globally.
Well, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Shah, for being with us. I'm sure that this day is for celebrations. May you continue to do the same, and maybe continue to see Parley products reach great global heights as we do see the Swadeshi stamp now being seen on a global stage. Prime Minister Modi taking Melody toffees himself as a present for Giorgio Meloni, and that should probably keep going forward for you and for your brand. Thank you so much for taking the time out.
Thank you.
Less than 4 days after Donald Trump left Beijing, Chinese President Xi Jinping has rolled out the red carpet for another guest of honor. And this time, it's not an adversary, but an ally. Russian President Vladimir Putin is visiting the Chinese capital for a state visit clearly calibrated to show Beijing and Moscow's alignment in the face of global geopolitical upheaval. In a message before leaving for his tour, Putin said Russia-China relations have reached a truly unprecedented level.
Today, Russia-China relations have reached a truly unprecedented level. Their special nature is reflected in the atmosphere of mutual understanding and trust, a commitment to pursuing win-win and equitable cooperation, conducting respectful dialogue, and supporting each other on matters affecting the core interests of both the countries, including protection of sovereignty and state unity.
This is the Russian president's 25th visit to China. Putin and Xi, who refer to each other as dear or old friends, have met more than 40 times. This time around, the two leaders are expected to discuss the wars in Ukraine and West Asia, Russia-China cooperation across energy, trade and security, as well as Xi's recent meeting with Trump. Putin's visit comes at a time when both Beijing and Moscow are navigating shifting relationships with the US under Trump and weighing their role in the US-Iran war. Russia is already China's biggest crude supplier, and the ongoing oil crisis due to the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz could push China to depend even more on Russian energy. But crude prices are not the only reason why the conflict in Iran will likely loom large in Putin's talks with Xi. China and Russia are both key backers of Tehran. Putin's visit raises the question of whether Beijing and Moscow now want to go beyond backing Iran and position themselves as power brokers in any future peace process. Remember, during his visit, Trump sought common ground with Xi on preventing Iran from going nuclear and reopening the Strait of Hormuz, reinforcing China's importance in the current geopolitical scenario.
The back-to-back visits from the American and Russian leaders signal that China is fast emerging as the focal point of global diplomacy. Preksha Jain for India Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
Only
only on India Today.
Rome roads, Colosseum vibes, chocolatey banter, and the internet's favorite duo, Melody, is back. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi with a selfie and a super friendly message. Welcome to Rome, my friend. And just like that, the internet exploded. The now viral pictures once again brought social media back to its favorite nickname, Melody.
Hello from the Melody team.
From sightseeing to sharing a car ride to dinner diplomacy and to a visit to the iconic Colosseum. The Modi-Meloni chemistry was on full display. And then came the sweetest twist of the evening. Prime Minister Modi gifted Meloni a special box of Melody chocolates, a playful nod to the viral Melody memes that fans can't stop talking about. Meloni thanked Prime Minister Modi for the gift, and the moment instantly became another social media hit.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melody.
The body language between the two leaders looked relaxed, effortless, and warm, more like trusted friends than formal diplomatic counterparts. Their candid smiles, easy conversations, and informal moments have now become a signature talking point in global diplomacy. Call it selfie diplomacy or Melody magic. This India-Italy bonhomie is clearly here to stay. Bureau Report, India Today.
Arunachal Pradesh CM Pema Khandu is under the scanner. A month after a three-judge bench of the Supreme Court directed the CBI to investigate government contracts given to firms linked to the CM's family, the Congress is demanding his ouster. Congress MP Jairam Ramesh, in a social media post, called Khandu's continuation in office a gross travesty of Supreme Court verdict. The court in its order had said the award of contracts to CM's family-run companies over the last 1 decade raises serious questions of conflict of interest, transparency and public trust. The order came in a public interest litigation filed by the Save Mon Region Federation and activist Jodek Tali. The court directed the CBI to conduct a preliminary inquiry and submit a status report within 16 weeks. It also directed the Arunachal Pradesh government to preserve all records related to the contracts and work orders.
The allegation is that multiple firms allegedly linked to the Chief Minister family repeatedly secured government contracts across departments such as Public Works, Rural Works, Water Resource and Urban Development.
According to affidavits submitted before the Supreme Court, 4 firms allegedly linked to members of the Khandu family received 121 contracts through 10...
Investment Guru Steps will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good afternoon. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the closing action on Dalal Street. First up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. Stock markets turned cautious amid reports of RBI weighing on emergency rate hike options. The Nifty trades flat around 23,650. The Sensex falls 800 points from the day's high on weekly expiry day. The real estate sector continues to lead for the gains. Rupee bounces back in trade, but reports indicate that RBI is now weighing every option possible, even a possible rate hike now, while Piyush Goyal has indicated that the government is closely tracking the situation of the rupee. US companies have invested over $60 billion in India in the last 6 months alone, says the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, calling India a top global investment destination despite West Asia tensions. India's diabetes drug war heats up as Dr. Reddy's has now launched a 99 rupee semaglutide pill, challenging Novo Nordisk and making advanced diabetes treatment far more affordable. India's largest IPO ever hit by Iran war headwinds. Reports indicate that the mega Reliance Jio Platforms IPO could be delayed on valuation concerns amid the volatile markets. The markets, if you look at currently, the Nifty is hovering at 23,643, just mildly lower in the session today, but half of the sectors have actually slipped in trade. You have IT, FMCG, pharma, and even the banking names that have slipped lower in the session. There's a mixed trend. Even in the broader markets, the small caps are higher, but it's the mid caps that are trending lower. Real estate sector continues to hover higher with 1% gains today, but autos, infrastructure stocks, these are also the sectors that are moving up, just about 0.2%, higher in the session, but the market breadth is weakening in the session today. On the Nifty, you continue to have Grasim rule the top spot, over 6% higher now. Indigo follows suit, 3% up. Apollo Hospitals post earnings. Bajaj Auto, Trent and BEL are some of the other top gainers in the session today, whereas on the downside you have IT names and you also have Bajaj Finance, HUL and Bharti Airtel as some of the stocks that are declining in the session. Let's welcome our guest on board. However, Ambarish Paliga, market analyst, is now joining in to share with us a fresh take on the markets. Good afternoon to you, Ambarish. Good to have you with us as always. Give me a sense on how are you looking at the current setup in the markets. You know, we are trending in a broad range and we have, one day we start off negative, we end in the positive, we start in the positive, we end in the negative. It's been one day up, one day down. What are you making of this extreme volatility in the markets?
No, because this volatility clearly is a product of all the statements, I mean, especially coming from President Trump. The statements keep changing. So based on that, the market mood keeps changing. But one thing is very clear, that inflation is there to stay at least for a while, and because of which we will see rate hikes. And you really can't go against the global trend. So I think that is what is playing out as of today. And unless there is a clear resolution, for Iran, I don't know as to how long it's going to take, whether it's the next 15 days, next 1 month, we don't know. So till then, don't really expect the oil to come down. And unless oil comes down, your inflation issue continues. But slightly on the positive side, if you look at the earnings in the last month and a half, they've been mostly been positive. Although you can say it's mixed, but mostly positive. We have seen 14% growth in net profits across all the companies which have announced till now. But the real fear is over the next 2 or 3 quarters, because the last quarter did not really have, the war issue as such. Most of the issues came towards the end of March. So that's not reflected in the earnings. So going ahead, the question is as to how the energy prices are going to, hit the margins as well as the inflation. Exports is another issue. The rupee has fallen sharply. So all these things, I think, would play out over the next at least 1 or 2 quarters. And that's what also is bothering the markets to a certain extent.
Absolutely. Let's also, look at what else is the market volatility impacting. It could be the anticipated public issue of Reliance Jio Platforms IPO, and that could get delayed because of the ongoing volatility. According to many reports, we are listing that IPO, which could very well be the largest IPO in the country till date, has now run into some hurdles due to, one, a war-impacted market volatility that we are seeing. In fact, Reliance Industries has been expected to launch the issue in the first half of the year, but may now be delayed because of these continued challenges and the downturn in the markets as well. Let me go across to Krishna Gopalan, my colleague, to give us an understanding of what could be at the heart of the issue and what can we really expect. Hi, Krishna, good afternoon to you. Well, this has been clearly the much anticipated IPO from last year that everybody is glued upon as to when will this IPO really come in. It's also touted to be the largest ever IPO that could probably come in into the stock markets. But because of the ongoing volatility and now the West Asia war is now leading to some concerns.
Well, it was announced by Mukesh Ambani with a lot of fanfare at last year's AGM, and he always chooses the occasion to make the big ticket announcements, be it a bonds issue or the foray of Jio and all of it. It was anticipated significantly, and it was supposed to be the largest IPO after Hyundai's successful IPO of about 30,000 crores. I think to that extent, the market is ready. The last 3 months have been particularly difficult, and it's not just Jio that's had to defer their plans. We've had the likes of PhonePe also having to hold back. The only thing that I see, because 2/3 of the equity is owned by the family, by Reliance Industries, and we have the whole host of private equity investors. There is a chance that private equity investors could be at the end of the funding cycle. So this would have been a perfect way for them to exit. And I'm guessing they probably like to do the end of 7 years, as is the rule for PE funds. But given the fact that the market is the way it is, I'm also inclined to believe that Reliance may have a little circumspect about a valuation that may have been affected, and it probably makes sense therefore to just hold back for a while, because the nature of businesses they are in will continue to remain in terms of demand. So they've probably done the right thing, and holding on to it at a valuation which works advantage is perhaps the right thing to do.
Absolutely. Thanks, Krishna, for getting us that update. We may have to wait more patiently to see the light as far as Jio IPO is concerned. Amrish, coming to you. What are you hearing from clients? Have they been holding on to some cash for this upcoming IPO? And now with the delays coming in, what could be the suggestion there? And do you also think these West Asia war concerns that are, the big overhang on the markets, there could be even valuation concerns on the upcoming IPOs in certain cases?
Absolutely, because see, whenever there's fear on the street, the first hit is taken by the IPOs. Because, the number of people applying for IPOs clearly goes down. Cash in hand is much lower. So because of which, people don't want to apply for IPOs. Those who have cash in hand, fear that the markets could even come down further, so they also don't apply for the IPOs. And because of which, the valuations which normally the promoters or the merchant bankers expect, they don't get that valuation. So most of them prefer to defer the IPO, at least till the clouds clear. They start getting better valuations. I think that's the time they'll come out of the IPO.
Okay. Well, we'll have to probably wait to see if there are better times in the markets when they would finally feel comfortable so that they can enjoy the kind of valuations they are looking forward to by bringing in the largest IPO by size in the Indian markets as well. Let's also look at the other major shift when it comes to, the building relations as far as US-India is concerned. Two powerhouses and one agenda is clearly being seen, and the clock is ticking now faster than ever before. Even before US Secretary of State Marco Rubio lands in India on May 23rd, the groundwork is now already being laid at the highest possible levels. Now, US Ambassador Sergio Gore has already met with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. He signaled an imminent restart to the high-stakes US-India economic and financial partnership dialogue as well. And Surbhi, who's been tracking every development on this story, is now with us on the platform. Surbhi, what is the mood like? And what is the agenda going to be on May 23rd? What should India expect from this visit?
Yes, so US and India, they've been working on trade ties, investment ties last couple of years, and while the interim trade deal is still in the works, there's hope that this latest visit by Marco Rubio will take it forward. There's a trade team also which is likely to come to India from the US next month, and of course investments and economic partnership is something that both countries are looking forward to in this current situation of volatility. Indian companies have been investing in the US, including about 20 billion commitments recently, and the US has also, US and its companies have committed around $60 billion in investments, as Trade Minister Piyush Goyal was also saying. So we must look at the upcoming visit and US Ambassador Sergio Gore's visit to Nirmala Sitharaman today in terms of energy security, where the US is keen that India gets more energy exports from the US, investments and trade, and also defense cooperation. And earlier in the day, Ambassador Gore also met Science and Technology Minister Jitendra Singh. So the two are also looking at more engagement in terms of technology, space, etc.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Surbhi, for getting us all of those updates. We'll continue to keep taking more updates when the visit actually takes place. Moving on, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has also said that India continues to attract strong global capital despite geopolitical uncertainty. In fact, he's talked about how US companies have invested over $60 billion during the last 6 months, reinforcing the country's position as a key global investment destination. Let's listen into what he had to say.
I think in the last 6 months, if I look back at the various commitments that we are seeing from American industry, probably the number will be upwards of $60 billion. I mean, look at just the Amazon data center commitment or the Google data center commitments. So my gut feeling is that America and India truly are working as natural partners.
Ambarish, coming to you, when it comes to the rebuilding of relations, when it comes to US and India and constant focus on restarting the talks, building on further on economic, development as far as the partnership is concerned, Piyush Goyal constantly says that India has been able to garner a lot more funds over the last 6 months than before. Your own sense of how things are shaping up there, this was one of the biggest concerns in the early part of 2025 that led to a washout of the stock market performance the entire year, with the way the relations were souring. Are things back on track? Is that something that we are now, looking at positively in terms of economy and the markets?
Absolutely. I think these trade talks would surely be one more step towards a positive relationship with US. And I think the most important thing in this would be the $60 billion which have been pledged to be invested in India by these corporations. I mean, as and when that starts coming in, I think that would be a big trigger, big booster for India. Because see, I mean, look at our forex reserves. It's about 691 billion. And against that, if you're going to get just, 10% of that as investments over the next few years, I think that's going to be extremely positive. I suppose because of which I just hope the rupee doesn't really fall more. In fact, we should appreciate.
Okay, well, that's the big question, whether the rupee will now appreciate instead of depreciating. Have we seen the worst of it, or will there be more pain? That's another question after all. But let's also shift to the pharma space. There's interesting update there. India's anti-obesity and weight loss drug market and diabetes drug market is now heating up rapidly after Torrent Pharma's earlier launches. Now it is Dr. Reddy's which has entered into the oral semaglutide space with its new brand Obida. And this move comes at a time when competition in GLP-1 segment is intensifying sharply following the expiry of the semaglutide patents in India. But now, how big is this opportunity really, and what does it mean for the pricing, accessibility and affordability for all the patients? Let me go across to my colleague Neetu Chandra Sharma for more on this. Neetu, Dr. Reddy's has now entered this oral semaglutide market where Torrent Pharma had already launched products earlier. So how competitive is this market becoming?
So the competition is intensifying very rapidly after semaglutide's patent expiry in India. Torrent Pharma had already launched both oral and injectable semaglutide earlier this year, and now Dr. Reddy's is expanding the competitive landscape further with Obida. What makes this important is the massive diabetes and obesity burden in India and the growing demand for GLP-1 therapies. Now companies are now competing not only on pricing but also on delivery formats, manufacturing scale and accessibility. Now oral semaglutide is especially significant because tablets could improve patient convenience and adherence compared to the injectables.
But Neetu, what stands out in Dr. Reddy's strategy with the launch of Obida?
So yes, Dr. Reddy's is trying to differentiate itself on affordability, scale and portfolio depth. The company already had injectable semaglutide launches in India and Canada, and now with Obida it is strengthening its position across the GLP-1 space. The company also says that the oral semaglutide was developed and formulated in-house and backed by phase 3 India data involving around 288 patients. Pricing is also a key factor here, with the tablet starting at around 99 rupees. More broadly, the launch shows that how Indian pharma companies are moving aggressively into chronic disease therapies and obesity-linked treatments, which may see as one of the biggest future growth opportunities in the pharmaceutical sector.
Thanks, Neetu, for getting us all of that update as well. Pharma industry is definitely in a big spot. Let's also look at the markets now. We are almost at 330, 23,648, just about 10 points lower in trade as far as the Nifty is concerned. But we are still probably ending at the flat note or on the low point of the day as well. When we look at the Nifty Bank, there's a 1/10% downtick here. Amid the broader markets, it's the small caps that have bucked the trend, but mid caps have come under pressure. It's the IT stocks that have dragged the most by almost 0.7% today. We've also seen FMCG and the banking stocks as well, and the sectors down in trade. But autos, metals and PSU banks have pulled up in this session. But let me go across to our guest now again. Ambarish is with us. Ambarish, before we go on to the queries that our viewers have sent you, what do you think of the pharma story building up? Do you think this new GLP-1 semaglutide opportunity is going to be a multi-year opportunity that even investors can track?
Absolutely. I think this opportunity is there for a number of years going ahead. But what's happened is, the pricing has fallen quite sharply, which means it will be affordable for more and more people. And because of which it is assumed that it will be about a $300 to $350 million market by 2020 and 2030, which is decently large for most of these companies. So overall, I think it should be positive.
Okay, we have now some questions coming to you as well, from our viewers. Aditi Verma from Nagpur wants to say that she wants to invest 1 lakh rupees in the market. So should she look at healthcare or IT stocks? What would you recommend?
If she's looking at slightly longer term, maybe the next 2 or 3 years, I would suggest could be looking at IT stocks, but especially the ones which more weightage of the mid-cap IT stocks, because they are the ones which should be able to take advantage of AI as compared to the larger ones or the smaller ones.
Okay, we also have a question from Sri Ganga from Hyderabad, who says, should I invest in ETFs or gold or the EGRs that that the government has now launched, specifically on gold, even though Prime Minister has constantly talked about don't purchase gold, but for all the investors who are sticking to their asset allocation, what would you advise?
No, one can be investing. See, I mean, first of all, one needs to be very clear that they want to invest in gold. Because if you ask my view, I would possibly stay away from gold, I mean, for the time being. But in case someone wants to invest in gold, then yes, I think you can be investing in the ETFs.
Okay, Ambarish, also wanted to ask you, overall in the markets, where are you seeing a valuation comfort? You already did allude to the fact that earnings are improving. This is the second quarter in a row when we've seen some improvement there. So which are the pockets that are giving you that confidence that yes, start putting in more money just when the market sentiments revive? These are the pockets that will be benefiting the most.
No, clearly, if you look I mean, across the market, I think the mid cap and the small cap space is I mean, the area where valuations are still quite decent, because in the last 18 to 20 months, we have seen most of these I mean, stocks crack. In fact, we have seen 50-60% of, in some cases, even 80% of the valuation getting shaved off. But if you, I mean, look at the earnings, quite a few of them have come back with extremely good earnings growth. And I mean, that's been consistent now if you look at the last 1 or 2 quarters. So from that point of view, I would be investing more in the mid cap and the small cap side of the market. And as far as sectors are concerned, I would surely look at specialty chemicals, consumer goods, FMCG, pharma to a certain extent.
Okay, got that. Ambarish, thank you for being with us on the show, for providing all these insights to all our viewers of India Today and Business Today. Always a pleasure to have you with us. And with that, it's a wrap on the Business Today show, viewers. Many thanks for watching in. But in case you have any questions about your stock investments, your mutual fund or gold investments, you can definitely send us your queries on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screens. We'll definitely get our experts to answer them. Many thanks for tuning in, but stay tuned. And tomorrow morning, don't forget to catch up on to the morning opening action with Abha Bakaya.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The markets continue apace, as does volatility across asset classes. How to navigate this particular phase of